Hi everyone. Novel Crack brings you a new chapter of this novel. If you like it, give it a like, and if not, comment to know if you continue uploading it. This novel, together with the others on the channel, do not belong to me, they belong to their respective authors. Well, let's get started. People in Konoha Reckless to your panic chapter 161. But as Hokage, here is in Saratobi, has been sitting in the village and has not personally gone to the front line to observe. Then the only information he could get was reports from commanders such as Orochimaru and Tsunade. After all, it was his own disciple, and the report from Orochimaru and others was sent, so he could only choose to believe it. Orochimaru should have said a few words to Chen Fan, but the specific situation should be similar to what he said. Saratobi isn't thought to himself. It's human nature, and Saratobi can understand it. As for Chen Fan's ability to take Yi Kang, it really surprised him. However, Chen Fan also showed shadow-level combat power before. If he was lucky, it would not be impossible to capture Yi Kang. The three generations of Naruto have relatively little contact with Chen Fan, and it is only the record of the ninja school, the Chunin exam, and the recent battle. The most authentic part of Chen Fan's information he knew was the period of the ninja school. But that was quite a while ago. Just looking at the teacher's reports, he couldn't figure out how reckless Chen Fan was. What else? Orochimaru was in charge of the Chunin exam. He only saw Chen Fan a few times at the end. In the later battle with Sand Shinobi, Chen Fan was in charge of Tsunade in the early stage, and Orochimaru was in charge in the back. The later report is the result of this spring and autumn brushwork, and in the earlier stage, Tsunade also gave Orochimaru a lot of face and used a lot of euphemisms in language. Influenced by many aspects, the three generations of Hokage could not help but slightly deviated from the cognition of Chen Fan. Even give him a feeling. Perhaps Chen Fan has matured since he entered the battlefield. Three generations of Hokage sighed slightly. In this case, he may be able to carry a heavier burden in the future. Of course not yet. A 13-year-old child, he still needs to be protected, he still needs to grow up, and he still needs to experience the cruelty of the battlefield. Thinking about it, he put the report aside. And this time, Lord Hokage. And you suddenly appeared in front of the three generations of Hokage, Sir Jiraiya, for help. The third Hokage frowned and took the scroll handed over by Anbu. The report from Jiraiya was recorded above. Yunren once again launched a strong attack. His troops were seriously damaged. He asked Konoha to support materials and manpower, and it was best to have some experts. This is not the first time Jiraiya has asked for help, but the three generations of Hokage are helpless. There was a change in the water country 2 days ago, and the defense line there could not be withdrawn. Sand Ninja Village has just finished fighting. In order to completely extinguish Sand Ninja Village's mind, the troops over there cannot move. There are only so many people, but they are needed everywhere. Wherever he goes, he will also join forces for Zille. Besides me now, Danzo and Kaoru, who was injured, are still in the village. But Danzo can't move. The third Hokage looked embarrassed. Danzo's task is also very heavy. Roots are not as simple as an organization. In the battle of ninjas, intelligence is given priority. And the root is the biggest source of Konoha intelligence. In addition, Danzo's arm has been injured for many years. 0. He is more mobile than Sand Hokage himself. Let's support Jiraiya some troops. Three generations of Hokage said helplessly. This is also his previous strategy. Although Konoha has divided his troops into different ways, there are still some reserve troops in the village. Sending out a little, coupled with sufficient supplies, can play a role. Only. Lord Hokage. The big thing is dead. Anbu lowered his head and breathed rapidly. Even if no one can see his face through his mask, he can be found in panic. What's wrong? The face of the third Hokage changed slightly. The Land of Earth launched an attack on our country. And you said quickly, at present, Mr. Minato is stalling for time, he is asking for support. Land country. The face of the three generations of Hokage changed slightly. Oyeji was really a good time to pick. He took a few quick steps to the map. Send the reserve team to support Minato. The three generations of Hokage said decisively, move the troops immediately and the village reserve team will be sent out. For the front of the land, which is in charge of Minato Nemuka's, the high-level combat tower has him, so it doesn't matter for the time being. But because Iwanin and Konoha didn't fight in the end, the bottom ninja was extremely lacking, and he had to make up for it quickly. That is it. I can't support Jiraiya. The third Hokage looked embarrassed. He knew the importance of replenishing Minato, and he also knew Jiraiya's predicament. If someone could replace Jiraiya at this time, at least it would be good for him to recover from his injury. However, at least he had to have the strength of the shadow level to stabilize the situation after the absence of Jiraiya. Although Konoha is full of talents, but to say the movie level. The three generations of Hokage were taken aback for a moment and subconsciously looked at the report sent by Orochimaru just now. If it was Chen Fan. Do not. No. He is only 13 years old. How can there be this ability to stabilize the front line? But what if it's just for a short time? Just hold on for a short time, although Chen Fan is inexperienced, but if you can obediently listen to the advice of the staff, hold your hands, be patient in everything, and fight steadily. The three generations of Hokage frowned, and their hearts were extremely tangled. Righteous. Chapter 132, Don't Bully Children. Chapter 132 Who said Konoha's Hokage and advisors are all bastards? On the shelf for subscription. 4 more. 13,000 words. Sand Ninja's troops remained the same. Konoha didn't bother Sand Shinobu, and Sand Shinobi was powerless to attack. The two armies were extremely peaceful, and Chen Fan's head was so peaceful that grass was about to grow. Although Konoha's situation is very critical, even Chen Fan knew about the news of Yanin's attack on Konoha, the three generations of Hokage did not intend to mobilize the troops here. It's easy to mobilize troops, but once you give Sand Ninja hope, all the previous efforts will be in vain. In fact, the same is true. When I learned that Iwa Shinobu had attacked Konoha, Luo Sha took Heilezang and others excitedly to study how to attack Konoha overnight. Just waiting for Konoha to transfer his manpower, resulting in a weak frontline defense, and then Sand Shinobu is ready to start action. However, the three generations of Hokage would rather be beaten by Yanren and Yanren, and not willing to call the troops on the side of Orochimaru. In the end, Luo Sha's teeth are itchy, and he can only whimper. 273. Jiang is still old and hot, and there is no problem with the decision of the three generations of Hokage, although his behavior not only makes Luo Sha's teeth itchy, but also makes Chen Fan's teeth itchy. Ming Ming Yanren and Yanren are both eating us up, why can't you transfer me over? Chen Fan was filled with righteous indignation. We have a lot of manpower here. Obviously you can get some people. Especially transfer me over. Konoha's Hokage and advisors are all bastards, a bunch of blind people. Tsunade. Orochimaru. Chen Fan's heart is really well known to passersby. I don't know why you want to fight so much. What's the joy of fighting? Tsunade pouted and said disdainfully, people in Konoha Reckless to your panic. Chapter 162 Chen Fan didn't even mean to reply to this. Not happy with a fight. Isn't it good to practice in? How can you women know the pleasure of punching to the flesh? Don't worry. Seeing that Chen Fan was still in a hurry, Tsunade pouted, although this Yanin attack was an accident, it is also a good thing for you. It won't be long before the old man will transfer you. Tsunade's original plan did not have the external influence of Iwanin. Her plan is actually quite simple. Orochimaru's report and Jiraiya's request for help that appeared at the same time were the results of her arrangement. Jiraiya also asks for help every day, and there are many similar letters for help, but she can only arrange for them to be delivered at about the time when the third Hokage has just read the report of Orochimaru. As for how to create such a coincidence, but it is to calculate the distance, arrange the ninja to deliver the letter, and order the envy directly under Hokage. She, the only heir of the Thousand Hands clan, still has this influence. Originally, Tsunade planned to use more similar methods while making the three generations aware of the crisis on the battlefield of Young Ninja, and at the same time letting the name of Chen Fan appear in front of the three generations of Hokage. It didn't take long for the three generations of Hokage to think of a way to transfer Chen Fan to Yanren. Don't look at Tsunade's careless look at first glance, even the clothes are cleaned up by Mute. But she is a woman who has been away from the village for decades and will be able to hold the position of Hokage as soon as she returns. For some psychological grasp, very accurate. But even Tsunade didn't expect Iwanin to suddenly attack this. Instead, it helped Chen Fan even more. Don't worry, Tsunade said calmly, it is estimated that the old man has already thought of a way to transfer you. Just because of your age, there is still some hesitation. However, Iwanin's attack is also very fierce, and he will soon have no time to hesitate. Takeshi 2 Days Onoji is also cunning and cunning existence. He also deliberately saw through Konoha's current predicament, knowing that the three generations of Hokage would never draw troops from Orochimaru, so he chose to attack. Konoha's troops are stretched thin, and the three generations of Hokage can't delay for too long even if they hesitate. Alas, Chen Fan also knew that even if Tsunade helped to operate, it would not be able to take effect quickly. But I can only do nothing in the camp. It's really not his style. Therefore, he can only devote himself to the training of his subordinates. Chen Fan's Breath of the Sun has been upgraded, and immediately there has been a lot of changes. Different from ordinary skills, the upgrade of ordinary skills often only increases the power. For example, when Chen Fan used the upgraded Collapsing Mountain, he just felt a lot stronger, and the energy in his body that automatically operated with a skill was much more. The Breath of the Sun is different. It is not only an ordinary combat skill, but also a cultivation method. After the upgrade, even the cultivation method has become slightly different. Faster, more intensive, less burdensome, completely upgraded version. When he discovered this, he immediately updated the textbook for his subordinates and discussed it carefully with Orochimaru. After research, Orochimaru said that this new exercise should belong to the upgraded version, modified several small mistakes and omissions of the original, and pointed out a stronger direction. If he studies it carefully, maybe he can find the upgrade direction of Breath of the Sun from it, and does not need Chen Fan system to upgrade it. In other words, through a certain amount of research, it may be possible to increase the upper limit of the strength of the Breath of the Sun. Chen Fan was greatly satisfied with this statement. The Breath of the Sun is not low, and the upgrade price is not cheap. It is good to save a little. Then he turned his head and started teaching the upgraded version of Breath of the Sun. His subordinates numbered about 900 people up and down. During the several missions performed together with Chen Fan, gradually attracted by Chen Fan's charisma, the crowd gathered. There are also some people who come to take refuge. Especially after Chen Fan once again created the name of Noadawi, there are more people who want to approach. Chen Fan is facing Chiyo, Heilezang, and Luasha face to face, and he can beat the powerhouses they teamed up with. It's not just Chen Fan's personal charm. Breath of the Sun as a ninjutsu that can be compared to the low-level shadow level before the upgrade, and can have real shadow level combat power after the upgrade, is also popular with ordinary people, although it is very difficult to cultivate it to its peak. But it's the way to go. Ordinary ninjas don't have excellent teachers and no family secrets. Under this attraction, more and more people naturally follow him. Very good, the real ninja team has grown again. Chen Fan looked at the people who were training below, and immediately looked relieved. Several days passed. Iwanin's actions are getting bigger and bigger. Although Minato, who was in charge of Iwanin, was not as careless as Jiraiya, he was almost taken away by Yenin. But he also needs support. A clever woman can't do anything without rice, without enough troops. No matter how strong Mammothing Minato is, he can't stop Iwanin. As for Yanren, Jiraiya's request for help continued, and even in the next battle, he had to fight with injuries, which further aggravated the injury and was almost beaten by Yanren's muscular 5.7 strong men. 3 generations of Hokage finally can't sit still. Finally, an order came. After discussion among the 3 generations of Hokage and the advisors, we have decided to order Chen Fan to quietly enter the battlefield of Young Ninja. From now on, temporarily replace Jiraiya and become the commander-in-chief of the army in this area. Chen Fan grinned as he read the words above. Great. Ha! I'm finally fighting again. For this order book, thank you so much for the flowers you waited for. These days, Chen Fan feels that he is about to grow hair. Finally the order came. Chen Fan's heart was full of fire. Who said Konoha's Hokage and advisors are all bastards? They are clearly visionary and discerning. Wait. This sentence seems to be said by Chen Fan himself. Forget it, it doesn't matter. The important thing is, it's time to cut people. Chen Fan was excited. Chapter 133, wait for me to finish. Chapter 133, don't bully children. On the shelf for subscription. 1 update, 4,000 words. Chen Fan is going to lead the team to Yanren Village. Although this news is not announced to the public, it is impossible for Chen Fan to go there alone. His subordinates will take most of them away. His teammates should also be brought along. This will allow for a rapid build-up of combat power. At the same time, Orochimaru and Tsunade also knew Chen Fan's reckless temperament and specially arranged a staff officer for him, Narayan. Lord Chen Fan, please give me more advice next time. Narayan smiled slightly, although he was a little lazy, he showed a gentleman's demeanor. Oh, it's up to you next. Chen Fan also smiled. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you can. Chapter 163. Narayan is also an old friend of Chen Fan. At the beginning, he wanted to take the credit of Chen Fan to support Tsunade, so Chiyo believed in Tsunade's strength, and Chen Fan chased him all the way into Sand Ninja Village. The friendship between the two has always been good, and Narayan's resourcefulness is also very good, and he can arrange everything in an orderly manner. The most important thing is he once persuaded Chen Fan to succeed. This is very important. A smart staff officer should know how to persuade his superiors euphemistically and let his superiors listen to his opinions. Chen Fan, I can't go with you for the time being. Narayan looked aggrieved. The teacher won't let me go. She said that I still have a lot of knowledge to make up lessons here. Chen Fan, you will miss me, right? Girl, eat the marrow and know the taste. She actually wanted to go with Chen Fan, but Tsunade disagreed. Of course, Tsunade didn't mean to pick on the thorns. The disciples only accepted the apprenticeship, and they left after learning everything. What a joke. Not to mention, although Narayan is not low in talent, she still lacks a lot of knowledge. It's okay, I understand. Chen Fan smiled slightly. You have to remember to work hard and learn Tsunade's knowledge. Narayan's opportunity is very good, it is very important to her, and it may affect her destiny. 16. In fact, the ninja is not a team, it will always be a team. Even Naruto, in the future, often team up with other ninjas. Narayan is equivalent to studying at Tsunade's side. How could Chen Fan not let it go? I'm still waiting for you to heal my enemies. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Narayan immediately said excitedly. Tsunade frowned beside him. I seem to have heard Chen Fan say. Heal enemies? Cough cough. Orochimaru coughed twice. The basis of ninjas is a team of 3, so Chen Fan, your team, is missing 1 person now, so... Red beans. Hondu's lips pursed slightly with a hint of resentment. She has only been a teacher for a long time. Why did teacher Orochimaru let her join Chen Fan's team? Chen Fan. He obviously just cares about bullying me. From today, Hondu will join your team temporarily. Orochimaru said calmly. I see. Chen Fan nodded and smiled at Hondu. Little junior sister, wait for senior brother to tell you the story of Little Duck. Get out of here! Hondu subconsciously covered her little butt and cursed through gritted teeth. But she finished cursing, but there was a bit of excitement in front of her eyes. Unlike Nahara Rin, because of her special status, she did not participate in Chen Fan's mission to intercept Yi Kang. Orochimaru finally found an admirer with good looks and talent. Without proving the heredity of even escape, he threw it into the middle of the battlefield to take an adventure. What a joke! She's not even 12 years old, she just graduated. So even in the next main battlefield battle, Hondu just carried supplies and patience in the back, and did not really go to the front. Now finally have the opportunity to kill the enemy with real swords and guns, and the little loli is also excited. Finally I can kill the enemy! Hondu had a sinister smile on his face. And the young loli face presents a very different and strange beauty. You wait. Chen Fan. She secretly glared at Chen Fan viciously. Aren't you just a few months earlier than me on the battlefield? When I enter the battlefield, I will definitely not be worse than you. I've been spanked 76 times by you these days. I, Hondu, will definitely avenge this revenge. She might wash red beans. Quite a vengeance. The group set off in the dark night and rushed in the direction of Yanren. This time, it was a time difference. Taking advantage of the fact that Sand Ninja Village didn't know Konoha's actions, he quickly replaced Jiraiya. As long as the replacement was completed, it would not be a problem, even if everyone knew about it. Since Yanren really can't be in a position where there are no shadow-level powerhouses, only when Chen Fan arrives will Xile also start to move. And Chen Fan needs to be silent on this journey. Of course, that's the case with normal ninjas. Chen Fan. Brothers, kill everyone who sees us, and we make a perfect silent move. Chen Fan grabbed the sunwheel knife and shouted, Don't let anyone who sees us. Yes, Lord Chen Fan. Countless people shouted, holding a samurai sword similar to Chen Fan's sunblade. The sound was deafening. It feels like it can be clearly heard from a kilometer away. The corner of Hondu's mouth twitched. Why did she always feel that the behavior of this unit was a little different from what the teacher at the ninja school taught? But she looked at Narayan next to her. As a representative of Konoha's IIQ, Narayanga shouted the slogan with a righteous face, and then after Chen Fan finished speaking, he immediately took the stage to start arranging the work, assigning people to clean up the sand and cloud that may exist around. As if everything was business as usual. So, this should also be normal? Hondu tilted his head. Naranaga, I need to pretend I'm a fool first and sneak into this team, and then I can slowly guide the whole team's actions. Although I feel that shouting slogans is completely exposing my stupidity, but for the future. As the think tank of Konoha, the Nara clan, I have to be stupid too. But no matter what, as Chen Fan's direct line of troops, the oldest of them followed Chen Fan's pursuit of Kayande, attacked Sand Ninja Village, and went to the main battlefield. You can call them reckless, but no one can say they are not strong. Maybe compared to a shadow-level master like Chen Fan, he is weak, but compared to others, he is an elite ninja among elite ninjas. The samurai sword in their hands is an imitation version of Chen Fan's sunblade. The breath of the sun that they are proficient in was personally taught by Chen Fan after upgrading. Although I haven't studied for a long time, everyone here is a small Chen Fan. Without considering the defense, it is not much weaker than Chen Fan when he graduated from the ninja school. Such a group of elite shot, and this is not a war zone. Suddenly it swept the quartet. So strong. Even the high-spirited Hondu was stunned. You know, wartime is different than usual, and there is no time for Hokage to slowly examine your strength and determine your level. Although the strength of this group of people has improved, most of them are at the level of Chunin and Jinin. But none of them is weaker than Red Bean, who is astonishingly talented and can be accepted as a disciple by Orochimaru. On the contrary, almost everyone is much stronger than her. Seeing this scene, Bondu felt a little eager to try. Let me join the battle next, Bondu said with excitement. The enemy below, let me come. Chen Fan glanced at her. Although Red Bean is also a standard false ninja, but looking at her fighting spirit, maybe it is closer to us real ninjas. Maybe teach her by words and deeds for a while and she can be preached to. Okay. Chen Fan said indifferently, you will deal with the next enemy. Anyway, if there is a problem, I will immediately rush up and hack the enemy to death. In that case, let me arrange a task for Red Bean. Narayan smiled. He glanced at Bondu, although this eldest looked a little wayward, but who made her a disciple of Lord Orochimaru and a junior sister of Chen Fan? Naturally need more care. Also get plenty of experience. But it didn't bother him. Although he pretended to be a reckless man, he was not actually a reckless man. People in Konoha Reckless to your Panic Chapter 164. Along the way, he has been constantly collecting intelligence and rationally arranging manpower to deal with it. After walking for so long, the biggest contributor to no problems at all is Narayan. But we're going to enter the side, close to the battlefield. Narayan thought for a while and said, Red Bean, please be more careful. Yunren may appear at any time. Here, we have begun to approach Jireya's location. Don't worry, Red Bean said with a look of fighting spirit. Next, under the arrangement of Narayan, Red Beans played frequently. She is also worthy of her reputation as a disciple of Orochimaru. Although she is not as good as Chen Fan, her growth rate is extremely fast, and she dares to fight and fight. She is not an enemy at all. Several young ninjas that appeared were quickly resolved by him. Even a few Chunin appeared in the back, and she was successfully challenged by Leapfrog. Although he was injured a little, Bondu was still very energetic, and he did not forget to challenge Chen Fan. How about Chen Fan, am I amazing? Bondu dropped Yunren's body and walked back slowly, eager to try. How are you compared to the 10-year-old you? Of course, she is not comparing with the current Chen Fan, but Chen Fan who is the same age as herself. After all, Bondu himself just graduated and hasn't experienced too many battles. Isn't it normal to compare Chen Fan? It's normal. Chen Fan glanced at her. Cut, you don't have to be ashamed. Bondu was completely unconscious, leaned in front of Chen Fan, and asked with a smile, don't worry, when I surpass you, I won't hit you too hard. It's just a matter of hitting your butt 100 or 2 times casually. Red Bean laughed. Participating in a real war for the first time and showing her own strength gave her an inexplicable sense of excitement. Chen Fan glanced at her and said calmly, if it was me who was as old as you, I would be dying for them. Hey, I'm fighting Chunin. Bondu said very unconvinced, you are as old as me, so you can face Chunin, and you still have to face several. This time, she really was a Leapfrog 273 challenge. Just graduated from Jinin, facing several Chunin. Although the strength of Red Beans is not as simple as the tolerance, but the enemy has indeed exceeded her upper limit. However, in the end, she was still able to leapfrog the challenge successfully. Every Sennin disciple is not simple. Red Bean was obviously not attracted to Orochimaru purely because of Chen Fan. Even without Chen Fan, she would still be a disciple of Orochimaru. Just a little delay. Although she has no special bloodstones, she has a natural fighting talent. Even in the first battle, she didn't have stage fright. She was calm and steady, and finally let Yunren fall into the trap she had prepared to complete the leapfrog kill. I can too, Chen Fan said calmly. His graduation exam is a challenge to the elite Jonin. Although there are some factors of luck, he successfully graduated after defeating the elite Jonin with real swords and guns. Are you sure? Hondu was not convinced. Would you like to show me? Of course, your strength is much stronger than mine, but you can't just hit two chunin and you're done. She felt that her results were quite good. How can she tolerate other people's doubts about her? Okay. Chen Fan agreed without much thought, paused, and said, then I'll call. Are two shadow level masters enough? Huh? Red Bean was taken aback. Nearly the next second, the lightning flashed. A lightning-like figure flashed quickly from the front, like a real thunder, and arrived in front of Hondu in a short time. At a terrifying speed, he punched the air violently and came straight from his face. Only. Boom. Chen Fan firmly grasped the fist with one hand. Hey, don't bully children. Chen Fan grinned with excitement in his eyes. Come and fight me. In front of him is a standard Yunren strong man. His body was full of muscles, tall and mighty, and his face sang when he heard the words. And he hasn't spoken yet. I heard a strange tone coming from behind. Hey, brother was actually stopped. He was careless, boy. Chen Fan looked at the strong man in front of him and then looked at the muscular man headed by a group of Yunren who came out of the jungle in the distance. Couldn't help but smile. I just came to Yunren and immediately let me meet this kind of gift package first. I'm going to post it. Chapter 134. The Konoha Ninja actually sat down to watch the play. Chapter 134. Wait for me to finish it. Subscribe on the shelves. 2 more, 3,000 words. Yunren rushed in and walked out of the dense forest. There are a lot of them, hundreds of them, and no one knows if there is any Yunren secretly hiding around. Is this the troop that met Yun Ninja patrolling? Nara's face changed slightly. Yunren also knew that it was impossible for Konoha to keep watching Jiraiya being hanged and eaten by himself, and the reinforcements sent from time to time made them uncomfortable. Therefore, strong men are often sent to sweep around and intercept Konoha's reinforcements. Konoha's reinforcements often lose a lot, and the 3 generations of Hokage finally chose Chen Fan, and there are certain reasons for this. Of course, encountering an enemy was already within Narion's expectations, and he even gave everyone a hint early. Only 2 shadow graves? Narion was shocked when he heard Chen Fan's words. 2 shadow graves? Also surprised, there was Red Bean. She widened her eyes, looked at the strong man in front of her, who was caught by Chen Fan, and looked at the man behind him who spoke in a strange tone, but was clearly the leader of Yunren. Are these 2 movie-level masters? On A's lobby, the idea is unusual. He caught me? Got my speed? A looked at Chen Fan, who was holding his fist with one hand, and was extremely surprised. This is the first time anyone can keep up with him in speed other than his father's 3 generations of Hokage. And he exerted a little force, trying to withdraw his arm. But Chen Fan grabbed it firmly. No matter how hard he tried, those big hands were like handcuffs, not moving at all. I haven't answered my words yet. Chen Fan smiled. Don't bully children. If you want to fight, can't you find me? Are you not a child? A coldly snorted, although Chen Fan is now close to 1.8 meters tall, but that immature face really shows his age. It seems to. Chen Fan was stunned. Feast has the characteristics of devouring creatures and increasing his size. Chen Fan himself is the taller one among his peers. The 2 are superimposed, and he, who has just turned 13 years old, actually has a height of nearly 1.8 meters. If it goes on like this, he must at least have the size of a little giant Liao Ming. But it doesn't matter anyway. If you hit Hondu for the first time, you shouldn't care about bullying children, right? Chen Fan's expression gradually became hideous. Then you are just here to bully me. Ailing snorted. He first shot at Hongdu. That was because Hongdu had just killed 2 Yunren, and he still had Yunren's blood on his body. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 165. But he is indeed not one who will keep his hands because the enemy is a child. Thunderbolt, thunderbolt. With a flash of lightning on his body, his other hand clenched into a fist and slammed towards Chen Fan fiercely. Li Dun chakra mode. The fist as big as a sandbag, with the armor of Li Dun, is extremely powerful. Chen Fan grinned, and without hesitation, he also punched. Normally, both ninjas will protect themselves while attacking the enemy, and blocking is more important than attacking. However, Chen Fan did not. A's fist was aimed at Chen Fan's chest, but Chen Fan also went straight to A's face. Not only is there no defense in his chest, but there is even a kind of open door. Exchange injury with injury? A frowned when he saw this scene. Injury and injury for life are common fighting methods for ninjas, but they are generally only used when the gap in strength is too large, or when the person is seriously injured. But did you do it directly? What? You think I'm afraid you won't succeed? Avo was furious, and he strengthened his strength even more. Well, he didn't know Chen Fan's fighting style, but he wasn't worried. I trade punches for punches, I'm taking advantage. His fist, because of the first shot, will hit the opponent faster than Chen Fan. And if a punch hits, even if the enemy is unwilling, it will be knocked back a little by this punch. In this way, the strength of the enemy's fist will be greatly reduced. In this kind of attack, whoever hits first has a huge advantage. Punch for punch. Stupid approach. Boom. A muffled sound. A's fist slammed hard on Chen Fan's chest, as if it was on a drum. Look, I'll say. Boom. The next second, A was punched in the face by Chen Fan. The whole person was thrown backwards by the hammer. His head was thrown back, and a front tooth flew out. If it wasn't for Chen Fan still holding him with one hand, he would have flown far away. Playing fist fight with me to the flesh? As expected of Yunren. Chen Fan laughed, even more excited. How many years? How many years has no one played this kind of injury game with him? Who knows how much Chen Fan, longs for a fist or meat fight? Nay's on Sand Ninja's side, let alone those ninjas. They are Chiyo's puppets, and she doesn't want to use it to counterattack with Chen Fan without dodging. Because she knew that even if the puppet came to attack Chen Fan, she would still suffer. And Yunren. It really is a village led by a real ninja. 3 generations of Hokage. I have high respect for you. Chen Fan laughed, and then punched A, the son of the 3rd generation Hokage. Boom. 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 Chen Fan grabbed A with one hand and hammered the enemy with the other. A was stunned for a while. What's the situation? Didn't I hit him first? Why did he start hammering me with his backhand? But even if he wanted to fight back, he was almost powerless to fight back if one hand was caught by Chen Fan. Chen Fan is very strong, and his head was dizzy with the first punch, which seemed to cause a concussion. And now want to fight back? It's so hard. Even as Chen Fan kept shooting, the fist that first grabbed A's palm has begun to grab his neck. A hammer on the neck. But luckily, the next second, a thick tentacle descended from the sky and pulled towards the middle of the two. Boom. The tentacles were drawn to the ground, forcibly separating the two, but it also took Chen Fan's punch instead of A, and the place close to the tail was almost smashed by Chen Fan. However, A was successfully rescued. Cough, thank you, bye. A then stepped back with his tentacles and shook his head. It's alright, big brother, but that guy's attack is really fierce. Shiragi answered A's words in a strange tone while looking at his tentacles with some distress. Those are the tentacles of the 8 tails. It was almost smashed. Is it 8 tails? That person Yunren is the Manzuli of the 8 tails. And the one who fought against Lord Chen Fan just now is the son of the 3rd generation Hokage, A. The characteristics of the Eight Tails were too obvious, and they were immediately recognized by the Konoha crowd. In an instant, everyone's expressions froze. This is a formidable enemy. Seems to be the enemy who wounded Jiraiya back then. And the Eight Tails are even more famous tailed beasts. Obviously it was just Yunren's troop intercepting the reinforcements, yet he actually sent the two of them. No wonder Konoha's reinforcements suffered such heavy losses. Two shadow-level masters intercepted it, and it was no wonder that the losses were not heavy. 2 hits 1. It's too shameless. Chen Fan, can you do it? Would you like me to help you? Hondu had a look of excitement on his face. This girl belongs to the type who is not afraid of the sky and the earth. Although she is young, she is like a duck to water in the laboratory of Orochimaru, and she is not afraid of those strange experiments. Even her relationship with Chen Fan's psychic snake Zaebe is better than the relationship between Orochimaru, Chen Fan and Zaebe. You know, although the scales on Zaebe's body are all white crystals, like jade. But it is also a snake. But the little girl's red beings are not afraid at all. In Chen Fan's previous life, there was thunder in the sky, and the other little girls were so frightened that they rushed into the arms of their little brother and sobbed. Hondu, on the other hand, was full of excitement, and quickly ran to the balcony and shouted, "Thunder, this sky-high cultivation base collapsed into the purple gold hammer. This guy is a born, real ninja, although it is currently a bit delayed by false ninja education." Seeing her fighting spirit, Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction. Then he turned his head and looked at and Shiragi excitedly and said, "It's okay, isn't it? Just these two people watch me turn their heads off in minutes." Twisted our heads? You are so confident. He looked bad. Compare. Okay, I know, with my elder brother and I can kill him. Shiragi still answered in his own weird tone. Although there was a bit of solemnity in his eyes, he was confident that he was invincible with his eldest brother, Zayo together. The next second, people in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 166. A thick tentacle smashed towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan left, his footsteps stopped, and he suddenly rushed towards the AV group. "Lord Chen Fan, don't force it, we have an advantage in numbers," Naryong hurriedly shouted. He didn't know if Chen Fan could really win against Yunren's AV combination, but Chen Fan didn't come alone this time. Chen Fan brought his elite subordinates. And although Yunren seems to be very elite, he is definitely not the opponent of Chen Fan's subordinates. Naryong has this confidence. After crushing Yunren's ordinary troops, he will have the energy to support Chen Fan's battlefield. However, when Chen Fan heard the words, he was in a hurry. He quickly stopped and shouted to the rear. "Everyone obeys." Yes. Everyone in Konoha was suddenly shocked, holding a blade with a fierce look on their faces. "Are you going to take us with you?" Very good. Even the injured red beings had the urge to try. But the next second, I order everyone, stay where you are and wait until I'm done. Wait until I'm done playing first. Ah. Red beans. A. Half. Shiragi. When we put a question mark, it's not that we have a problem, but that we think you have a problem. Chapter 135. There are differences between shadow-level powerhouses and shadow-level powerhouses. Chapter 135. Damn, Konoha Ninja actually sat down to watch the play. On the shelf was subscription. 3 more. Hondu's face is stunned. His senior brother, is his head a little lacking? And Kuragi thought so too, but they didn't have time to think too much, because Chen Fan had already rushed forward. Moreover, his attack also involved the young ninjas together. Come on. Let's fight. Chen Fan laughed loudly while blasting the attacking tentacles. While using the fragments of the tentacles as bullets, he slammed into those Yunren. Under the powerful force, many Yunren people suddenly turned their backs. Generally speaking, the so-called king-to-king adversary to the general Their opponents should be ordinary Konoha ninjas. Only. I heard Chen Fan's words. Many Konoha ninjas sighed. Sure enough, Lord Chen Fan still won't take us to play. Hey, let's forget about the scattered little enemies. Such a bunch of young ninjas are all gathered together. It's no wonder that Lord Chen Fan will let us go. It's all right. You still talk so much while watching the show. Be careful of getting beaten up. Then they took out the small benches, and some ninjas also took out the melon seeds and peanuts they carried with them. The most reliable Naranaga just sighed, and then arranged for some people to pay attention to the surroundings and detect the enemy's movements, and did not order the entire army to attack. Red Bean was stunned. Although ninjas obey orders, it is their duty. But you also listen to this kind of order? Don't be so strange. Yuri smiled and said, this is Chen Fan's character. He never lets us intervene in this kind of battle. That's it. In the past, we may force Lord Chen Fan to be attacked unnecessarily in order to protect us. Why? You look confused. Why don't you let us go? This is the willifier of Lord Chen Fan. Everyone said as they should. Lord Chen Fan is the heir to the willifier of the first generation, and he is determined to protect all Konoha ninjas. Unless there were too many enemies, Chen Fan could not endure the battle alone. Otherwise, what Chen Fan can eat will definitely fight alone. Of course, this was before. Recently, as Chen Fan's harvest has been getting bigger and bigger, it has been a long time before he can meet a few scattered Yunren, and he is also a little disliked. This is where the subordinates can play. Well, this has become a practice in Chen Fan's army, with a continuous publicity of Yuri Hong and the improvement of people's recognition of Chen Fan. Well, it wasn't the first time that Chen Fan didn't let himself and others do it. It's good for everyone to get used to it, and it's good to watch the play. After all, although Chen Fan's teaching has always been very serious, the Battle of the Shadow level powerhouse is very rare. They all learned the upgraded version of Chen Fan's Breath of the Sun, and they can learn a lot from Chen Fan's actions. So just sit down and watch the play. Narayan also comforted. It's not that he didn't want to change, but no one can change Chen Fan's will. You can't change, you can only learn to get used to it. Maybe it will slowly turn into enjoyment. That's right, this is his current state. Red beans. Opposite Yunren. Boom. Chen Fan grabbed Turabi's tentacles, threw it up violently, and then slammed it on the ground. The earth shakes. Damn, why is this guy so powerful? Turabi almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, but he was forced to endure it. Cracklin'. Brush. A blue movie flashed, an aged body appeared behind Chen Fan. He was covered with thunder attribute chakra, and his already powerful speed suddenly increased to a higher level, almost becoming a phantom. The heavy fist slammed down hard. It seems to be a simple attack, but under the stimulation of Li Dun, one punch is enough to smash the earth. Chen Fan, BGFH, laughed and let go of the hand that was gripping the tentacles, and in the next second, he clenched it into a fist and slammed it. Boom. The two fists intersected in the air, and the air wave that exploded turned the entire tree next to it into powder. In the next second, A's body flew out backwards. What kind of exaggerated physical fitness is this? A felt that he was about to vomit blood. The fist of the Chakrali escaped secret technique that he used, and he had a powerful body inherited from his father. The opponent was useless, but the same punch. Flying out by himself, Chen Fan has nothing to do? No. A tried his best to swallow the blood that had poured into his throat. His fist strength is similar to mine. But his physique is actually stronger than mine. The strength is incomparably different, and the hedging attack should obviously be the same on both sides. But he was injured, and Chen Fan's body didn't even shake twice. Chen Fan's physique is stronger than himself, who has the bloodline of 3 generations of Hokage. Do not. I feel stronger than dead. A look of surprise flashed in A's eyes. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 167. The third generation of Hokage, that is a fierce man who can resist the eight-tailed beast Jade. Of course, he did not rely on his body to resist the tailed beast Jade, and he would also put on chakra armor to enhance his speed and defense. But A felt that the feeling of hitting Chen Fan was the same as the feeling of hitting the third generation of Hokage in lead on chakra armor. Shouldn't it be normal for us Yunren to take the meat? Why, he is meatier than our Yunren. And is that guy Chen Fan? The one that the people who went to the Konoha Chunin exam reported. How did they write their report? Can they cut this man's skin? It looks big and thick, but in fact it is thick and thin. He also attaches great importance to information and naturally knows the time when the Chunin exams take place. Only. Damn it. You also said that under the leadership of the Ghost Shark in Wunen Village you can kill Chen Fan? What a joke. He just lay down and lets you beat him at will. Can you cut through his skin? Even when A himself punched Chen Fan, he felt like he was punching a steel pillar, but he couldn't hit any effective attack. You group of students, taking the exam, take your head to break the defense. And this time, Master A, let's help you. A lot of Yunren rushed up, and countless thunderbolts were sent out, blasting at Chen Fan. Huh? What are you doing here? A was stunned, and then suddenly burst into anger. Your enemies are Konoha and other ninjas. Do you think they can really sit down and watch the show? Normally speaking, king to king, admiral to general. Can Konoha's ninjas let young ninjas go and sit down and watch the show? Damn, they are really sitting down and watching the show. Subconsciously turned his head and glanced at Konoha's other A, with a confused look on his face. Chapter 136. Jiraiya's Immortal Operation. Chapter 136. There are differences between shadow level powerhouses and shadow level powerhouses, listed for subscription. For more updates. 12,000 words. In fact, seeing the movements of Konoha Ninja, not only A was confused, but young Ninja was also a little confused. They didn't let up and kept an eye on Konoha's troops to prevent the enemy from making a sudden attack. When Naranaga explained to Anko before, he didn't avoid them deliberately. With a ninja's hearing, he could hear it clearly. Chew. But they didn't believe it, and continued to mention place the Konoha troop all the time. Can you believe what the enemy says? The job of a ninja is to deceive, and deception is the ninja's daily life. However, Konoha Ninja was really motionless in front of him, looking like he was sitting down and watching a play. And Chen Fan's attack opened and closed again, chasing A and karate everywhere, and the attack involved a lot of Yunren. They hesitated, seeing that no one got it from Konoha. That otherwise sent someone to support A first. They also saw that A was chased and beaten by Chen Fan all the way. A little support should be fine, right? Okay. Of course, no problem. Chen Fan, I was planning to fight all. Come on. Come and cut. Chen Fan left, facing Yunren's knife. He refused to dodge or retreat, resisting the opponent's blade. Then he slashed the enemy into two sections with a knife. Elites below the Jonin all retreat. Akan's eyes twitched, and he hurriedly shouted. Even the elite can't see through his skin. Even an elite Jonin would have to be a ninja who is particularly good at attacking to inflict any insignificant damage. For example, it seems to be able to cut off Chen Fan's hair. Of course, an attack doesn't only have to cause damage to be effective. Not to mention some control ninjutsu. Even if it is an attack, an excellent ninja can guide the direction of the battle. The attack serves as a cover for another attack, and the attack cooperates with another attack. It's not just about causing damage to be effective. Only. Chen Fan left wildly, accurately hacked to death a Yunren who had not retreated, then grabbed his body with one hand and smashed it into the distance. This smash just caused an elite to vomit blood. The cooperation that Yunren was about to form faintly broke in an instant. Coincidence? A frowned, intending to continue to cooperate with Yunrin. It's just that no matter how they acted, Chen Fan just messed around together, but he was able to destroy some of their preparations just right. Occasionally, the preparations were not destroyed, but at the end of the execution, I found that it had no impact on Chen Fan at all. On the contrary, Chen Fan attacked several times, and sometimes even directly chased those low-level ninjas to kill, forcing A and Shirabi to take the initiative to come over. It seemed that there was a pair of invisible big hands, which disrupted Yunren's layout and gradually guided the battle to Chen Fan's side. What's going on? This is definitely not a coincidence. A was shocked while being beaten. Even a strong man who has experienced hundreds of battles does not have the ability to control the battlefield. But it's all to die for. I can't kill you today, so let you kill me. Don't run. I just want to slash you. Just one. Chen Fan laughed out loud with a grim expression on his face, chasing after himself to chop. He didn't bother to hide from almost all attacks. The only thing I like is to drive A and Shirabi into the crowd and then slash a few times. Where does this look like a strong man with 100 battles? He looks like a lunatic. A looked aggrieved. But he can't even be a lunatic. Brother, what should we do? Shirabi was even worse than A, and A was beaten all the time because of Shirabi's cover, but he still hadn't been seriously injured. And Shirabi. 8-tailed octopus legs have broken 6. The whole person is dripping with blood. It's like being thrown into a bucket of blood. Zaiyoba said that he was in so much pain, and if he fights again, I will quickly turn into a tailed beast. Shirabi shouted. Those tentacles are the feet of 8-tails. 8-tails will hurt too. A is still entangled. Kiri's incarnation of a tailed beast will definitely increase his combat power, but the movement will also be much bigger at once. It may even involve the ordinary Yunren of his own side. The key is, he feels that it is the 8-tails of the tailed beast, and he may not be able to beat Chen Fan. The last wave. A took a deep breath. If you can't win, then withdraw. Okay. Shirabi's funny voice, like calling out to Mei, was also somewhat determined. Brother, use that trick. Okay. People are in Konoha Reckless to Panic Chapter 168 Swish. The next second, the two people who were still fighting with Chen Fan disappeared at the same time. For flowers. Then, wrapped in lightning, he went straight to Chen Fan. A, who was wrapped in the armor of thunder, slashed straight at Chen Fan's neck with a piercing thunder chakra in his hands. Shirabi also stretched out his arms, and the only two octopuses left behind the 8-tails dropped up on the ground as if they were ejected and went straight to Chen Fan. Absolute bull thunderplow hot knife. The speed is extremely fast, and the strength is also used with all strength. Like a flash of lightning, it slashed towards Chen Fan's neck. This time, they used all their strength. But the next second, boom, boom. Two big hands, like an iron door, grabbed their arms fiercely. What does it mean to withdraw if you can't win? Chen Fan looked at the two of them calmly. You can still die if you can't win. The next second, swish. The blade of the sunblade is from top to bottom. Tough. A and Shirabi had a deep wound on their chests, and blood spurted wildly. Master A. Yunren's heart suddenly tightened. A is the son of the third generation of Hokage, not to mention that he has a good personality charm. But now, in the hands of Chen Fan, together with his younger brother Shirabi, he was seriously injured. I used all my strength, but I was seriously injured. Do not. It should be said that they were seriously injured because they used all their strength to attack. After all, when you attack with all your strength, you don't have the energy to dodge the enemy's attack. But the two of them are obviously movie-level masters. Even if Chen Fan is also a movie-level master, he shouldn't have such a result. In the distance, the side of Konoha. Red Bean was also stunned. She thought that Chen Fan would not be suppressed when facing two shadow-level masters. Even if she could win, she would defeat them by tricks and traps, just like when she faced Yunren Chunin before. But now, the two shadow-level powerhouses were all seriously injured. Chen Fan didn't even lose a hair. Why is this happening? Aren't they also shadow-level powerhouses? Hondu murmured, his eyes dazed. Chen Fan, it's not just a movie class. No, you are wrong. Narayan next to him shook his head slightly and said with emotion, there is also a difference between the shadow-level powerhouse and the shadow-level powerhouse. Hearing this, Red Bean was taken aback. Looking at Chen Fan's eyes finally brought a touch of shock. Righteous. Chapter 137, Take the Initiative to Find the Beaten Medicae. Chapter 137, The Immortal Operation of Jiraiya. Shadow-level powerhouses are different from shadow-level powerhouses. Hondu finally looked at Chen Fan's eyes with a hint of shock. On weekdays, I fight with myself, and there is no proper senior brother. In the eyeshadow class, it is also the very strong one. Teacher Orochimaru, is he really better than Chen Fan? Hondu was confused for a while, but then nodded vigorously. Teacher Orochimaru is definitely stronger than Chen Fan. There is no reason. She can only think so. Compare. Although Hondu is confident, she really doesn't think she can surpass the Orochimaru she admires. If Orochimaru can't beat Chen Fan, wouldn't it be even more hopeless for his dream of becoming the strongest disciple of Orochimaru? She could not help falling into silence. And if Hondu was just shocked, then Yunren is going to go crazy. Master A. Lord Kurabi. Yunren shouted and rushed towards Chen Fan frantically. Originally, only the strong in the elite Shonen would participate in the attack on Chen Fan. The ordinary ninja's attack was too weak and basically would not participate in the attack. But these, they all pounced. Even if it is to die, you can still get a chance for Chen Fan to make a knife. At least, it can be delayed a little longer. It's interesting, it seems that not only the veterans of Sandren are enthusiastic, but the veterans of Yunren are also very enthusiastic. Chen Fan left and slashed with a knife. For a time, the corpse was like rain. However, the young ninja still rushed up frantically. A is a disciple of the 3 generations of Hokage, and his prestige is also extremely high. 273. Although Kurabi is a human killer, he has a very good appeal and is also very popular in Yunnan village. Now they look like they are about to die under Chen Fan's sword. How can they not work hard? Swish! Swish! Blood is like rain, but Yunren's efforts are not in vain. They successfully dragged out 2 bodies A and Kurabi's. Put me down. A's voice was very weak, with a hint of annoyance. If it wasn't for him who had to fight the last wave with all his strength, maybe Yunren could retreat with a steady fight. Kirby didn't speak, but his lips were biting. Obviously very self-blame. Yunren completely ignored A's order. It's just that Yunren is still a little strange. Although we are desperate enough, isn't the process of rescuing Lord A and Kurabi too smooth? Normally, how could Chen Fan let go of the 2 enemy high-level leaders who were about to be killed? Still a movie powerhouse. However, even though Chen Fan hacked to death many Yunren, leaving a sea of corpses and blood around him. But it seems that he had forgotten A and Kurabi and did not deliberately pursue. Leave them alone now, and when they are stronger, they can play another round. Chen Fan secretly said in his heart. Similar to the Scorpion, A and Kurabi are also the kind of existences that shine a lot in the later stage. They are still young now, and their strength will definitely rise slowly. You can play 3 times against the same person. And as long as the opponent has a certain degree of growth, you can brush 3 more times people in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 169 and the income of killing an enemy is probably equivalent to the experience of brushing 4 times. In other words, as long as the 2 of them can grow at once, Chen Fan is not at a loss. This is completely different from Shio and Heilezang's two old bacon. They are also old. It's not bad that their strength is not lost. It's completely different from Luo Sha, who is garbage now and will be garbage in the future. Chen Fan really doesn't know if he can grow up in the future. However, considering that Orochimaru brings some people to brush Luosha without injury, the possibility of him growing is really low. At first, Chen Fan hesitated for a while, but then Yunren rushed over immediately, and the fresh experience value was attracting Chen Fan. Then he just raised his hand gently. Quickly withdraw! An elite Junin who was holding A did not know what Chen Fan was thinking and shouted, "After leaving the others will follow me." Yes. When the Yunren people heard the words, many people immediately stayed with a will to die. They couldn't hurt Chen Fan, but they could delay it for a while. In fact, Yunren's unity is also very famous. Although they are very short-tempered, they will fight when they say they will fight, but they are very harmonious internally. In the case of countless cloud-enduring attacks and Chen Fan's quiet release of water, the AD group finally managed to escape. Okay. Chen Fan clapped his hands, ignoring the hell-like corpses around him, and said, "Everyone pack up and get ready to go." Konoha Ninja, who has been watching the show for a long time. Red Bean, who is watching the same drama. They are also very helpless, but Chen Fan really won't let them take a shot. Unfortunately, the AD group escaped in the end. Countless people sighed in their hearts. Of course, since it is very difficult to kill shadow-level masters, they are not surprised by this situation. Karagi also finally kept his hand. The Eight Tails hadn't been released yet. Chen Fan didn't care that much. He is going to replace Jiraiya and become the new commander. Come to think of it, a little excited. Well, being a conductor is my first time. How can I pretend to be very skilled? Chen Fan thought to himself. The stronghold of Konoha's army against Young Ninja was set up on a hill. Perhaps because of the special alpine geographical environment of the Land of Thunder, there are many high mountains even in parts of the Land of Fire, which is close to the Land of Thunder. One of them was chosen by Jiraiya because of the active spring water on the top of the mountain, and it became the base of Konoha. Of course, this is not Konoha's first stronghold against Yunren's troops. Under the attack of Yunren, Konoha was defeated continuously. Although he tried hard to defend, he also lost a lot of land. It can be said that it is the most humiliating teacher of Konoha at present. Of course, it's no wonder Jiraiya. Without power, what can he do? And every time Konoha fought, he was besieged by a group of countries. It has become a habit to be beaten into the country. But no matter what, when Chen Fan and his party walked in, what they saw was a slightly rudimentary stronghold. There are traces of new construction everywhere, except for the fortifications used for defense. Many places have the suspicion of shoddy construction. It's completely different from our army against Sand Ninja. Hondu pouted. Sure enough, Lord Jiraiya still can't compare to Lord Orochimaru. She was outspoken, and she admired Orochimaru very much, and subconsciously she was a little reluctant to say anything. However, when the ninja leading the way heard this sentence, he just moved his lips slightly and lowered his head, unable to refute. It seems that the situation is a bit bad. Naranagayo keenly discovered this, and sighed in his heart. The morale of the ninjas here is very low. It's hard to keep morale high, even after losing in a row. But even Nara never thought that the Konoha ninja here didn't even have this energy. Of course, when morale is low, and there is still some vigilance. Even Chen Fan brought Hokage's order book, and after a lot of re-examination, he saw a certain man who caused the situation to be so serious. Lord Jiraiya, you have been beaten again. Chen Fan curled his lips. In front of him, Jiraiya was lying on the bed, dripping on his body, and there was a medical ninja around him who was treating him. It seems that he has just experienced a hard battle, and his injury has aggravated a bit. Zille also smiled bitterly. It's a shame, every time I see you, I can't make you see anything good. Hey, where will this immortal's face go after this? His own mentality is good, and he is in a mood to joke. In other words, in the current situation, everyone in Konoha can be depressed, but the mentality of the commander is absolutely not allowed to be depressed. No matter what he thinks in his heart, Jireya's appearance is almost the same as usual. It's okay. Chen Fan didn't mean to be contemptuous at all and said seriously, you have done your best. It's not your fault that the enemy is too strong. And that's why I came here. Yes. Let alone despise Jireya, Chen Fan can't wait to give Jireya a fruit bowl. Moreover, you don't trust this kind of thing, you can see it in the novel you gave me as a gift. Chen Fan looked serious. In this world, how many elders can give a junior a little yellow book? And he wrote the book himself. Hey, did you see it? Zilli also was quite happy when he heard the words, how about it, did you read it, did I write it well? What a hammer, what your little yellow writes is garbage, the plot is messy, and the key descriptions make me not at all rude. Little yellow book? What I gave you is the story of perseverance and endurance, I wrote. I'm still considering whether to publish it. As soon as this word comes out. Jireya and Chen Fan looked at each other, their faces were blank. Then, after a 10-second silence, Jireya's face was as red as fire. Damn, shouldn't I have sent out the little Wang Lin who secretly practiced 10? To a 13-year-old child, read a little yellow book? What the hell? What the hell am I doing? Chen Fan patted his head. The dignified ninja should be the most attentive existence. Did you send the wrong gift? Can anyone believe this? No wonder you are always beaten by Yin Ren, just like that careless. You are more reckless than me. But having said that, Chen Fan faintly remembers that it seems that Zilli also wrote Zaio Yuangun in the future after writing the story of perseverance and endurance. At that time, Kushina was pregnant, and the story of perseverance was published, but the sales were bleak. Jireya also chatted with Minato because of this, which led to the decision of Naruto's name. Naruto is also the name of the protagonist of that book. It was obviously at that time that Jireya also started to think about writing pornographic novels. Could it be that he has started to save manuscripts now? Also sent me the archive? Chen Fan had a black line on his face. Cough, what? Zilli also coughed twice, forcibly changing the subject. Anyway, Chen Fan, I leave this to you. Zilli also sighed and said, speaking of which, I took advantage of the money you made, otherwise I wouldn't be able to exchange it with you. No, we should be the one who has implicated you. Chen Fan shrugged, it is because of us that you have no reinforcements. If it were normal times, the 3 generations of Hokage would have drawn people from the Sand Ninja. But now that it is possible to force Sand Ninja to give up in advance, how could the 3 generations of Naruto draw people from the battlefield of Sand Ninja at this time? Jirei was also unlucky. When he needed reinforcements the most, no one could help him. And then beat himself up several times. People are in Konoha Reckless to your panic. Chapter 170. Zilli also sighed softly. He also knew the reason, but he was very sorry that a junior was implicated by him. But it's really the best solution right now. Chen Fan is a new force, and his strength is not compared with himself, but he is not injured and can withstand the enemy's attack. And Zilli also changed to the past, and you can also enjoy better medical care. At the same time, even if he is injured, his reputation is a little higher than that of Chen Fan, who has just become famous, and he will not make any changes to Sandren. So he accepted the order. Of course, he was not very at ease with Chen Fan. After all, he is a junior, and his senior has not been able to complete the task well. How should he face the enemy's attack? After thinking for a while, Zilli also said solemnly, Chen Fan, you take over from me as the commander here, I won't say anything else. But you have to be careful of the 2 people facing Yunren. 2 people? Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, and suddenly showed joy. Who is it? 5.7. If you can let Jiri also introduce it in person, he must be a strong enemy. Strong enemy equals high experience. Who is Yunren's old iron? Let me know each other. One is called A, and the other is called Ravi. Jiri also said seriously, they are the AV group of the contemporary Yunren village. He couldn't see the strange expressions of Hongdu, Narayan, Chen Fan and others, and continued seriously, their strength is very strong, not much worse than me. At first, my injury was that I was accidentally seized by the two of them, and then it was a series of fierce attacks. If it wasn't for this immortal strength, I would have almost died in their sudden attack. Zilli also said, with a look of emotion. A and Ravi are both newcomers, but have extraordinary strength. He was just a little careless and almost never came back. So Chen Fan, don't waver after you take over from me. Fight steadily, trade land for time, and just hold Yunren down. Xile also said seriously. When I get my body back. Hey, what's your expression like? At this time, he finally discovered the strangeness of the expressions of Hongdu and the others. This made Jiraiya frown. I kindly introduce the situation to you. What do you mean by this expression? He hasn't been so serious in a long time. Nara never stopped talking, wanting to say something, but didn't know how to organize the language. Chen Fan also wanted to say something, but he felt that it was not good to attack a person lying on the bed. Only the red bean was outspoken and said directly. Eh? Ravi? Isn't that the person who was almost killed by Chen Fan on the road just now? Chapter 138 20 Years of Professional Discipline. Chapter 138 Take the initiative to find Banquet. On the shelf for subscription. Second update. After a sentence, the room fell into an eerie silence. Narayan and the others coughed and looked at the other place silently, looking at their nose and heart, as if they had not heard anything. Chen Fan shrugged and didn't say a word. I thought who the old man was talking about. Ravi? I still use you to introduce them. But since the old man was sick in bed, don't say anything. Jiraiya's face flushed red. What the heck? Two of their shadow-level powerhouses were almost killed by you? They obviously almost killed me. Although I am also careless, there is no reason for the flash. But that's also 2 movie grades. Actually. What she said is true. Zilli also asked dryly, raising her head stiffly. Well, I almost hacked them to death. Chen Fan sighed. Really close. If it wasn't for the sudden realization that they could become stronger and provide themselves with a lot of experience. Even if there is one more knife 16, they are dead. Of course, Jiri didn't even know that this nearly was on this point. In his eyes, even if he just made the opponent flee in a hurry and escaped with serious injuries, it was already considered a very strong record. Killing a shadow class is much harder than defeating a shadow class. He is the most typical example. Facing the siege of Yunren's digital powerhouse, he was injured, but he was still alive, and he could escape every time. Oh, that's right. Chen Fan, you are very good. Zilli also laughed dryly. No wonder Orochimaru always praises you for me. Well, maybe the older generation shouldn't say too much about a genius like you. Well, I'm a little tired, and I'm going to leave here to make up for your lack. You just came here, you should be tired from the boat and the car. Go back to rest first. I won't give it away. Then he said, he pulled up the quilt and it was a roll, and covered himself tightly without revealing it at all. It was as if he had lost his face. Well, you rest. Chen Fan said and walked out. The others didn't say anything comforting and went out calmly. Others may also feel ashamed of their shame and may even commit suicide because of it. But if you come, don't worry about this at all. Chen Fan and the others exited the room with peace of mind, leaving room for Jiraiya to rest, and then, Lord Chen Fan, Narayan suggested in a low voice, seeing the morale of the Konoha stronghold here. I feel that we need to publicize our achievements on the way. The Konoha ninja here needs a victory. Even Jiraiya was actually a little depressed, but he didn't show it. Other ordinary ninjas were even more depressed and could not gather morale at all. And this is very unfavorable for the next battle. But if the news of Chen Fan defeated the two powerhouses who defeated Jiraiya-sama as soon as he arrived spreads out, their hearts will rekindle hope. At the same time, it can also make it easier for Chen Fan to master this place. Well, you can do whatever you want. Chen Fan waved his hand. He didn't care about these issues. Yes. Narayan is not surprised by this. Chen Fan's character is like this. In fact, Chen Fan is not suitable to be a high-ranking person. His anger is beyond words, his actions are shorter than consideration, and his reckless personality makes people panic. He's only good at beating people. But luckily, all abilities in this world are important, but the ability to control life and death is the most important. Oh, that's right. Chen Fan suddenly thought, since we want to publicize, let us all go out and publicize more. Maybe you can still fool. Let some ninjas recognize the truth of the world and come to me. Chen Fan felt that his real ninja team still needed to grow. In fact, there are quite a few masters under him. There are quite a few of the elite Sharingan level powerhouses, and dozens of them at the Sharingan level. The worst, there are also elite Chunin levels. Of course, it's about strength, not level. Although they performed a lot of tasks with Chen Fan and defeated a lot of enemies, whether it is experience, merit or strength, they are enough to advance. But because of the war, the 3 generations of Hokage did not have much time to promote them one by one in a short period of time. Even Chen Fanming's level on the face is only Chunin people in Konoha Reckless to your Panic Chapter 171. Of course, the 3 generations of Hokage wrote early to express that he did not upgrade Chen Fan to Sharingan, not because he lacked time, but also because Chen Fan was not enough. But he wanted to hold a promotion ceremony for Chen Fan. Hey, what promotion ceremony do you want? Chen Fan pouted, I just want money. And the growth of real ninjas. There are many real ninjas who follow him. But he still thinks it's not enough. Put more publicity here, and I'll see if there are any good seedlings. Chen Fan thought about it, and then strode out. Except for the fortifications used for defense, and an escape route that was built in secret, everything else in the Konoha stronghold has such a shoddy feeling. The same goes for Jiraiya's ward, not to mention others. When Chen Fan walked on the road, he had a sense of being in a slum. Even the passing ninjas were disappointed. Chen Fan didn't care either. He wanted to pick real ninjas. These guys who lost their will to fight could not be called good seedlings. As he walked, he actually met an acquaintance. Hey, are you actually here? Chen Fan was stunned, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Huh? Chen Fan, are you here to support us? When Banquet saw Chen Fan, he burst out laughing. The thick eyebrows trembled with his laughter, very presence. On the other hand, Shiranu's IMG and Nevizu next to him, when they saw Chen Fan, immediately lowered their heads and said, Lord Chen Fan. It's all classmates, so there's no need for that. Chen Fan shook his head. How can it be? The two shook their heads. He and Banquet, Shiranu Genma and others are actually the same period. 273, so it is said that Chen Fan has produced a lot of bigwigs in this issue, almost kicked out the finale K. Obito who planned the Eternal Month reading, the 6th generation Hokage and taught Kakashi of the 2 protagonists. Of course, Kakashi graduated early. It's alright, they're all classmates. Banquet left and patted his 2 team members on the shoulders. Chen Fan is not someone who cares about this kind of thing. Shiranu and Nevizu twitched the corners of their mouths. They were not the neurotic of Banquet. Chen Fan is very famous recently. Chase Chio. Capture Yikang. Rush to Sand Ninja Village. Numerous deeds have long been shown off by the three generations of Hokage in order to improve morale. Among the troops lacking morale like Konoha's main force on Young Ninja's side, Jiraiya also worked hard to publicize the achievements in other areas and wanted to improve morale somewhat. The most typical of them is naturally Chen Fan. And now, the news that Chen Fan is about to take over the front army here has begun to spread. That is their superior's superior. How dare you use a casual attitude? Of course, Banquet there. He not only dared, but also said excitedly, Chen Fan, I heard that you have become stronger again. Why don't you fight me? When Chen Fan heard the words, the corners of his mouth twitched. It really came. Yes. In the past, when Chen Fan was at the ninja school, he always wanted to beat others, and others avoided him with a look of fear. Only Banquet is different. He really wants to be beaten by Chen Fan. Chapter 139 Zilla also hopes that Chen Fan can stabilize. Chapter 139 Professional Discipline for 20 years. On the shelves for subscription. 3 shifts, a total of 12,000 words. Yes, others are afraid that Chen Fan will call, but Banquet is different. He really wanted to be beaten by Chen Fan. Chen Fan still remembers the afternoon he defeated Kakashi. Banquet came directly to the door. Chen Fan, let's have a try. Banquet looked enthusiastic. I heard that you defeated Kakashi. Fight me too. Winning against you means that I also beat Kakashi. Chen Fan raised his head slightly. Didn't I just call you once a few days ago? Have your wounds healed? It's well raised. I've been discharged from the hospital today. Banquet said with a natural look. I was discharged from the hospital today I have been recovering from injuries during this period of time I have not exercised during this period of time no progress in strength at all. Chen Fan twitched the corner of his mouth and punched it. Boom. Banquet was beaten and flew out. Very good, I won. Chen Fan said angrily, please come to me in a few days. The strength has not progressed at all and the representative has no experience in playing with him. Once or twice, it doesn't matter, Chen Fan is just warming up. But Banquet is someone who can launch you every day. Even Chen Fan doesn't have any reward at all and he's still interested in accompanying a thick-browed guy every day. Of course, now, Banquet should be much stronger than when he was at the ninja school. Beating him should be rewarded. Okay, let's start now. Chen Fan said indifferently. Okay. Banquet said with a look of fighting spirit. Chen Fan, then I'm here. And the next second, he's on. In the next second, he flew out. And Chen Fan slowly retracted his fist. No matter how fast Banquet progresses after graduation, he can't be faster than Chen Fan, who is on the hook. On the contrary, the gap between the two is not only not shortened, but even bigger. 2 more games. Chen Fan glanced at the reward, which was roughly equivalent to the experience of winning an elite chunin. Although for the current Chen Fan, it is completely the meat on the legs of mosquitoes. But it's more or less meat, isn't it? Okay. Come again. Banquet looked excited. After a minute. Fight for 3 seconds, 1 punch for 1 second, 3 punches in total. Banquet got up 3 times. In 57 seconds. As expected of Chen Fan. Banquet's nose was bruised, but he was not at all discouraged. He gave Chen Fan a thumbs up. Thank you for your support. It's just that there's a nizebly on his nose, which makes his action look a bit funny. Well, no nizebly is hilarious. It's gone again. Chen Fan pouted. By the way, Banquet, where is your father? My father? Where is Konoha? Or is he guarding this ninja village? Banquet said indifferently, I've been staying here recently and I didn't pay attention. By the way, why do you always ask my father? Konoha's manpower is also constantly flowing. Like Chen Fan, who originally followed Tsunade, then followed Orochimaru, and now came to Yanren again. Although other people will not be as frequent as him, there are also rotations. Even if the battle is not fierce, the 3 generations of Hokage will arrange for the troops to gradually return to the village for repairs. It is also because of this practice that the Banquet team appeared on the battlefield in the village of Mist Ninja in the future. Really? Chen Fan touched his chin. People are in Konoha Reckless to your panic chapter 172. In fact, Banquet is not weak, and he has opened 8 doors to fight to the death, and even the 7 people of the ninja sword can kill a few. This strength, how to say it, is also a movie level. His style is more in line with Chen Fan's style. He has strength, and his fighting spirit is not weak. It might be a good thing to seduce him into his own real ninja team. Unfortunately, he is not here. That's all right. Chen Fan waved his hand. I'll go on a walk first. Yeah. Go get busy. Banquet nodded vigorously, then turned his head with blood on his face. I lost to Chen Fan again today. But it doesn't matter if you can't beat Chen Fan. Just kick 10,000 times. Start now. 1, 2, 3. As he said that, he actually started kicking directly at the wooden pillar next to him. The wooden pillar is also the same style as this stronghold, completely shoddy. And it seems that it has been kicked by Banquet for a long time, and the hemp rope tied to it is also very worn, and it looks like it has been ravaged for a long time. With the enthusiasm on Banquet's face, it was his 2 teammates, Shiranumazi and Manegazu, who looked at each other and sighed. Then he squatted down silently, and that indifferent expression was in stark contrast to Banquet. In other words, there is a sharp contrast between Banquet and all the Konoha ninjas with low morale around. Everyone else is sad, but he is still fighting spirit. It's not surprising, after all, he was beaten by me at least 3,000 times, and he will still take the initiative to come and find someone to beat. Chen Fan shook his head. I'll continue to look for good seedlings full of fighting spirit. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly turned his head. Good seedling? In fact, the so-called real ninja is just a ninja who dares to fight and dare to fight, like Chen Fan, who believes in muscles. But in fact, even Chen Fan's subordinates were slowly influenced by his thinking, and they were transformed, and they were ordinary ninjas themselves. Therefore, when Chen Fan is walking around at this time, he is actually looking for someone with more fighting spirit and firm will. Such a person can actually be said to be an excellent backup talent for real ninja. If he prefers taijutsu and is good at taijutsu, that's even better. And now, it seems that there is a good seedling in front of him. Why haven't I found out? Is it because he is too annoying? Chen Fan couldn't help asking himself. He thought of Lammat wearing it, but he didn't expect Lammat to wear a stronger and more passionate Banquet. This is so. Sure enough, thick eyebrows always make it easy for people to subconsciously exclude him. But now that I found it, then. Hey, do you want to follow me? Chen Fan came over again. Follow you? Banquet was stunned, his kicks slowed down. Yeah. Chen Fan smiled slightly. Some time ago, I discovered a technique to enhance my physical fitness and summed it up. It has been taught to many subordinates now, and their strength has grown to a certain extent. How about you? Do you want to follow me? He said nothing but the breath of the sun. The breath of the sun can temporarily enhance the physical fitness. It seems that it is only temporary, but in fact, after getting used to it, daily walking can maintain the state of the breath of the sun. No matter what you do, physical fitness is the most basic condition. The best thing about breath of the sun is not only that it can be spread to the subordinates. It's because it doesn't affect the operation of chakra at all. After all, the two are completely different systems in themselves. The reason why Chen Fan's subordinates have improved so much is because they have increased the power of the system out of thin air. However, their own power has not been lost. If K opens the 8 doors while driving Sun's breath in the future, wouldn't he really be able to kill the class with one kick? Chen Fan thought and stretched out his hand with a smile. How about it? Hey, follow me. I can make you stronger. Following Chen Fan, the eyes of Shiranuma's Nezu instantly turned red. Who doesn't know that Chen Fan's reputation is now flourishing? How many people can't go in if they want to worship the pier? Can Chen Fan personally invite this hot-blooded idiot still has this luck? On the contrary, Madake scratched his head. Follow you, become your subordinate. I'm fine, but what about my teacher? It's okay, he will agree. Chen Fan smiled slightly. Chen Fan didn't know who Madake's teacher was. But no matter who it is, there is not much difference. Okay, then I'll follow you. Madake said indifferently. It's actually a no-brainer to get Madake's teacher to agree. Chen Fan went directly to Narayan, explained the situation, and Narayan came with Madake's teacher. The teacher is a Yunteju Jonin, and his strength just sticks to the edge of Jonin. This is normal, not everyone can start with Orochimaru like Chen Fan. Madake is not a well-known genius. It is the apprentice that can be apprenticed to Shaman, or that physique, after seeing that this kid has worked hard enough. And now I hear that Chen Fan wants to ask for his disciple. Then, of course, it was delivered without a word. Not only that, but he also licked his face and said, Lord Chen Fan, do you need a shaman here? I don't think a Madake is enough for an adult. Let me come too. He is just a ninja who barely hangs on the side of a ninja, and he is still in the style of Taijutsu, a person who exercises Taijutsu. As his age increases, his physical fitness deteriorates, and his strength will drop rapidly. Now that he has begun to go downhill, if he doesn't take advantage of the fact that he has a good relationship with a future star, is he still waiting for him to retire? Chen Fan doesn't care either. A Shankran is also a good combat power, not to mention the martial arts. Even the two of Shiranu's Ienma, who were looking at Chen Fan eagerly, were also stuffed into their subordinates. Anyway, those who are used to Chen Fan's style will soon blend in and become a real ninja. If you are not used to it, you will leave sooner or later. Chen Fan directly taught them how to breathe. He never kept this thing secret, but as a ninja, his subordinates kept it secret subconsciously, as if no one can learn it except for Chen Fan's subordinates. Even some people want to teach their sons, they report to Chen Fan and apply. Lord Chen Fan, my son also wants to join your army, but he hasn't graduated yet. Can I teach him the breath of the sun first? Of course, Chen Fan would agree to this kind of thing. With everyone's awareness, the breath of the sun has become a standard that only Chen Fan's subordinates have. But in the final analysis, it has been widely circulated, and no one knows how long this secrecy can last. The Hyuga sect's protection of Bian is so tight, isn't Bian still circulating? But to tell the truth, the reason why the breath of the sun is so widely circulated under Chen Fan's family is because Chen Fan himself directly obtained all the knowledge about the breath of the sun under the action of the system. He can make corresponding instructions for each person's different situation. I really want to rely on the simple practice method to learn to become a talent. When Chen Fan grows up, to smash the entire ninja world with one punch, I don't know how many people like this will appear. Under the guidance of Chen Fan, Madake learned quickly. He was originally a Taijutsu ninja. Although he looked rough, he was very good at the subtle manipulation of his body. It didn't take long for him to get started with the breath of the sun and become proficient at an astonishing speed. Sure enough, it was right to call him. Chen Fan smiled slightly. People in Konoha Reckless to your panic. Chapter 173. Maybe the first shadow-level powerhouse among my subordinates is him. And at the same time, inside the Cloud Ninja stronghold. What? You said that the two of you were defeated by a child? The third generation of Li Ying's voice was thunderous, not angry but powerful. In front of him, A and Kurabi were lying on the bed, and many medical ninjas from Yunnin village were taking care of them. I'm sorry, Dad. A smiled bitterly. I'm not careful, I've embarrassed you. Is he really that strong? 3 generations of Rikish said solemnly. Don't look at him incomparably rough, but as a shadow, how can he really be so reckless? It's not Chen Fan. Very strong. A said with a wry smile, his body has reached a level that is almost exaggerated. Can you imagine that his defense is useless at all, but when I hit him, it's like hammering your father's Zayo Heyo lead-in armor. Lead-in armor, this is the ninjutsu that A and the 3 generations of Rikish practiced together. It can greatly increase its speed, and at the same time, it can also have a strong defense. On the 3rd generation of Rikish, it is possible to superimpose his already exaggerated physique to form a super defense that even the tailed beast jade is difficult to break. However, A feels that Chen Fan already has this level of defense even without using any ninjutsu. He can also block the tailed beast jade. The 3rd generation of Rikish was stunned. I haven't tried it, and don't listen to the big brother's nonsense. Turabi said in a strange tone, after all, Zayoba feels. He wants more meat than you. Awinyan glared at Turabi. How can you compare like this? This is the ward. Although the access is high level, the possibility of leaks is very small. But you directly said that the enemy is stronger than your own shadow. Isn't this raising other people's prestige and ruining one's own morale? So he tried to save him and said, no, what Turabi said is a bit exaggerated. In my opinion, that person, named Chen Fan, is not good at any ninjutsu. His defense only relies on his own body, so he is still weaker than your father. Turabi, it's just that my brother and I''s razor-sharp hot knife was blocked by one hand, and he didn't even lose a single hair. That's because I didn't use all my strength. Vivi, you didn't, and I didn't turn into Yaoi. If we used all our strength and the two of us went together, we would definitely kill Chen Fan. Turabi, yeah, my brother used his neck to successfully hold Chen Fan's hands before. If I add me, it will definitely be able to hold both of his hands, then we can kill and lose 2 of them. One-handed Chen Fan is halfway. Shut up for me. Do not dismantle Leotsu, do you feel itchy? Chapter 140 Chen Fan, I have always listened to other people's opinions. Chapter 140 Zai, I hope Chen Fan can hold on to it. Please subscribe on the shelves. One more update. Why are you shut up? A stared at Turabi with a fierce look. That murderous aura made Turabi shrink his neck. I'm not wrong, brother, why are you staring at me? A was about to start angrily. Enough! 3 generations of Rikish suddenly shouted. The sound was so loud that it was deafening, even Turabi and A's ears tingled. For a time, it seemed that I had become deaf. Dead. This is the hospital. Lord Rikish. However, the 3rd generation of Rikish remained calm. He glanced at the bandage on A's body. He was familiar with the battle and could immediately think of how he had suffered such a serious injury. At the same time, even A himself said that Chen Fan was not injured. So between Turabi and A, who should he believe in, you can already imagine. But the one named Chen Fan can hurt the 2 of them to this extent, but he hasn't killed them yet, so he should have a certain amount of consumption himself. The 3rd generation of Rikish looked calm. Maybe it is some kind of explosive secret technique? Yunren also sent ninjas to Konoha to take the Chunin exam, and they also have information on Chen Fan 273. Even more detailed than Sand Ninja, such as a maddening secret technique. If it's just a simple outbreak, then you don't have to worry, but if he doesn't break out, it will be more troublesome. 3 generations of Rikish frowned. It's really a lot of things. It was only yesterday that the bastards from Iwa Ninja were doing things at the border again. And then Konoha gave me something wrong here. Although so far it is Sand Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, and Cloud Shinobi who have attacked Konoha together. But it doesn't mean that the 3 countries are really companions. Sand Ninja initially arranged Yikang and others to defend the land and the land of water, and Yunnin and Yannin also have similar actions. They are not teammates, but enemies. Yesterday came news that some ninjas from Iwanan seem to have crossed the border and wandered around the edge of Konoha. It seems like a fall shot, but the 3 generations of Hokage will not think that the 3 generations of Hokage will do such useless work in 2 days. It's just that he really doesn't understand what the other party is thinking. Comparing with that old thing is obviously not his specialty. But it doesn't matter, the foundation of all actions is strength. Perhaps I should take a large group and go around the country of Earth, VGFH. The 3rd generation of Hokage secretly said in his heart, stimulate the immortal OMU so that I can free up my hands and slowly solve the problem in front of me. Konoha has one more reinforcement on his side, and his strength has greatly increased. And Jiraiya himself will leave, or continue to stay in the stronghold honestly. He doesn't know about these, but he knows that no matter what, he needs to spend a lot of energy to solve it. So before solving this matter, it may be a good idea to shock Yanin for a while. Of course, this requires Konoha to be honest recently. However, Konoha Jiraiya was also severely injured. Even if they had an extra shadow level, they would not dare to do anything. You guys rest well. The 3 generations of Hokage looked at Ayan Kurabi and said solemnly, I am going to go to Yanin village first, and the offensive on Konoha's side should be slowed down first, and then contracted first. Let's get some troops. Ayan Kurabi are both recovering from their injuries. Even if their strength is good, it is difficult to achieve any results. Instead, it is easy to be picked up by Konoha. Might as well scare Iwanan. Ayan and Kurabi glanced at each other and immediately knew the thoughts of the 3 generations of Hokage. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't take long for the 3 generations of Hokage to leave, leaving the 2 of them in the room. Then, he looked at Kurabi with murderous eyes. No, big brother, don't look at me like that. Kurabi laughed dryly, moved his body, and leaned back. Why, didn't you blow me a lot just now? He sneered twice, clenching his fists in his palms, making a crunching sound. Brother, we can't lie, the information must be accurate. Then there is no time to submit real information, do you have to tell it in front of everyone? And you are still arranging me here. I grind my teeth. Brother. On the other side. Konoha Stronghold. Jiraiya is the commander, of course it is impossible to say withdrawal here, and he will be able to leave in the next second. The job of commanding needs to be handed over to Chen Fan. I need to inform Naranaga about the situation of the troops. The situation between the enemy and the enemy, the few backups he prepared, how to ask for help in the event of a situation, the possible attack of the enemy. It seems to be a simple substitution, but it is actually very troublesome. But after so long, the handover is finally done. People in Konoha Reckless to your panic Chapter 174 preparations for the evacuation of Jiraiya have also been completed. Now, he is finally leaving. Chen Fan, be careful. Before leaving, Zille couldn't help but exhort. 3 generations of Hokage are very difficult to deal with, and you must know that if our stronghold is a little further away, the land of the land will attack us. Correction. Whether Onoji or the 3rd generation of Hokage, they are all very difficult existences. If you are in danger, you may consider asking Watergate for help. Watergate is responsible for responding to the attack on the land of the land, and the distance between the 2 sides is very close. Although he was also a bit stretched on his side, Jiraiya also believed that at the critical moment, Watergate would definitely take care of the overall situation and give full support. Of course, if it's alright, don't bother Minato, and Jiraiya would rather be beaten than injured himself, and he hasn't sent a letter to Minato for help. Well, I see. Chen Fan smiled. Don't worry, I will definitely bring you this unit. I hope so. Zille also sighed. Up to now, he can only expect Chen Fan to be serious and have the style of a general. With a sigh, he followed the casual troops down the mountain. Gotta step up. although Orochimaru will definitely try to hide it from Sand Ninja Village as much as possible, but it can't hide it for too long. After all, Chen Fan has already defeated A and the others here. On the contrary, it is more convenient for Chen Fan here, since Zilly doesn't play. Yunren doesn't know whether he has left or is still here. Ninjas can transform into martial arts. As long as Chen Fan arranges it properly, he can fool Yunren for a while. At least it can guarantee the stability of the front line for a short time. Stable. Must be steady. Stable to win. I hope Chen Fan can stabilize. Zilly also secretly said in his heart. Now, this is my world. Looking at the figure that was coming and going, Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. Then, of course, too. Chen Fan coughed and said, Naranaga, hold the Shaman meeting. Let me know the situation first. Focus on knowing where the most enemies are. Then it's better to make detailed arrangements according to the situation. Then decide where to attack first. As the new commander, as the saying goes, newcomers and new phenomena, let's make something different. For example, hammer the third Rikish to death first. Chapter 141 Chen Fan's Perfect Battle Plan. Chapter 141 Chen Fan. I have always listened to other people's opinions. Listed for subscription. 2 more, 3,000 words. Inside the Konoha base. In the conference hall. Lord Chen Fan, please see, our army has set up a line of defense here. Even if 1,000 Yunren attack, it can last for 3 days. An elite Shangren enthusiastically explained to Chen Fan. And here, Lord Jiraiya ordered us to place numerous traps, which can delay the enemy for at least 3 hours. The terrain here is unique, easy to defend and difficult to attack. With my Konoha 1,000 ninja guards, I can resist the mad attack of the 3,000 cloud ninjas. He pointed to the topographic map and explained it very seriously. On the topographic map, there are also chess pieces showing the layout of Konoha, which are scattered in the main battlefield, and each level is selected. At the same time, a lot of small teams have been prepared, which can accept orders at any time, cut off Yunnin's transportation line, and fight against Yunnin's offensive fever. Degrees. Although Jiraiya has been beaten all the time, but with the strength of a mere shadow rank, he can resist the mad attack of Yunren, including A, Turabi, and the 3rd generation of Rikish. In fact, it's not easy anymore. Just look at the map to know how many hands he has done for defense preparation. Where's the enemy? Chen Fan asked. Enemy. The elite Junin was stunned for a moment, and then said, Master Hu, because we are in a weak position as a whole, it is impossible to determine the whereabouts of many enemies. As far as is known, only Yunren's base camp is here, and the 3 generations of Rikish personally sit here to confront Lord Jiraiya. With that said, he pointed to a mark very close to Konoha's stronghold, which was Yun Ninja's stronghold. This is also the only known place where Yun Ninja gathers in large numbers. Just like Konoha scattered many troops to garrison the quartet, Yunren must have also separated a lot of troops, and Konoha, who is in a weak position on the battlefield here, is unable to send intelligence personnel to investigate. Of course, even so, it is impossible to be completely unaware of Yunren's movements, but... Actually, before the adults came, we still knew about some Yun Ninja troops. The elite couldn't help but glance at Chen Fan. But we recently received news that they seem to have shrunk directly back to the main stronghold. So now the only place we know of where there are a lot of Yun Ninjas is such a general stronghold. Although he didn't know why Yunren would do this. But doing so is like... Are you afraid of being beaten by Lord Chen Fan? AV group, but that's it. As soon as Lord Chen Fan comes, Yunren can't do anything. Chen Fan's subordinates left, their expressions were full of arrogance, and their words were full of lightheartedness. This is quite different from other people who are somewhat taciturn. The elite Junin who explained it opened his mouth. He really wanted to answer no. It was Yun Ninja who was beaten everywhere, even by adults. But Yunren's inexplicable actions made him unable to speak. Because it really looks like being scared of being beaten. Maybe they did something. He could only say. Chen Fan just looked at the map indifferently. He didn't need to know anything else. He just knew that Yunren was concentrated here. So, cough, everyone listen to me. Chen Fan coughed twice. Everyone's attention was focused. Since I succeeded Lord Jiray as the commander, then as a newcomer, I must have a new look. Chen Fan smiled. I apologize for this. The so-called Three Fires, for new officials to take office, anyone who is airborne to become the commander must first make some noise. Orochimaru is like this, and so is Jiray. Chen Fan, of course it is the same. Natural nature. The right thing to do. Lord Chen Fan can directly instruct. We can do anything. Many ninjas present expressed their opinions. Nara was slightly relieved to see this. He was also worried about Chen Fan's prestige. But now it seems that Chen Fan's reputation is not bad. When he came up to defeat the AD group, it also gave the subordinates, who originally belonged to Jiray, a new hope and wanted to perform well. As a ninja, Nara's observation ability is very good. He even found that almost all ninjas came to Chen Fan's meeting wearing clean clothes. This is not easy. It is easy to get dirt and blood on the clothes on the battlefield. And even high-level people often don't have time to clean up. They obviously took care of their own hygiene in order to attend the meeting. This gave Chen Fan enough attention. Narayan secretly said in his heart, as long as Mr. Chen Fan does a little activity, he will be able to get the support of most high-level executives. If you are steady and steady, you should have no problem if you want to stabilize this line of defense. Then listen to Chen Fan Deo. Then the newcomer has a new look. I decided to. With a big wave of his hand, he pointed to the general stronghold of Yunren on the map. Let's capture this stronghold first as a gift for my promotion. Thump. Naranaga sat directly on the ground. People in Konoha Reckless to your panic. Chapter 175. The other ninjas also opened their mouths wide, stunned. There are three fires when a new official takes office, and everyone understands this. But why did you burn the fire directly to the Yunren headquarters? If this fire can really burn, does this battle need to be fought? If we can all give Yunren a pot, can Lord Jiray be beaten like that dog? Do you have to let the junior Chen Fan replace you? Lord Chen Fan, think twice. Yes. Yunren has assembled a heavy army here. Please think more carefully. We rush over like this, it's just going to die. It is. It is. Lord Chen Fan, from what I see, let's start with Yunren's small troops first. We will send some more perception and patience, and we will definitely be able to find some small troops. For flowers. Countless people persuaded at a high speed. Even Narayan smiled bitterly and stood up from the ground. He thought that Chen Fan was very reckless. But I didn't expect Chen Fan to be so reckless. In front of Orochimaru, didn't you promise that you would fight steadily and listen to other people's opinions? Naranaga wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Of course, as the only think tank who could persuade Chen Fan, he did not speak directly and rushed over to persuade like those ninjas. There are enough people to persuade more than a dozen ninjas. Your words, my words, keep chirping. For a time, Chen Fan's ears were as if 10,000 birds were chirping, and they kept making noise. You calm down, we can be reasonable. Chen Fan smiled bitterly. Naranaga, who just stood up, shrugged. There is no reason to say ah. This group of people are not the subordinates who followed Chen Fan through the sky, but people who have been hanged and beaten by Yunren in all directions, almost without the strength to fight back. Courage was beaten. Want to drag them to fight with Yunren? There are no doors. Before he could persuade, he saw Chen Fan, who was about to reason, stretch out his hand and slam the ground with a ruthless punch. Boom. The earth cracked open, and a huge deep pit appeared. Shake the earth. The firm command post kept shaking like an earthquake. Even ninjas, with excellent hearing, can hear the screams of the startled crowd outside. What's wrong? Earthquake? Enemy attack? Is Yunren coming? In the end, what happened? The chaos outside. However, the house became quiet all of a sudden. The incomparable silence, as if a needle fell on the ground, could be heard clearly. How quiet now, how good it was in the beginning. Chen Fan smiled. Come on, since everyone has calmed down, let's continue to discuss things. As a senior executive of Konoha, how can you and I tolerate Yunren riding on my Konoha's head? And now my Konoha is at a critical juncture. I need you and me to unite and work together to dispel Yunren's peeping heart towards my Konoha. So I decided to launch a large army immediately to destroy this aggressor who invaded our country. In this regard, please actively make suggestions. I am a very reasonable person and have always liked to listen to other people's opinions. This is the conference hall, the place to talk. Everyone can also put forward different opinions. I will fully refer to your suggestions before starting to act. Boom. A casual punch knocked out an elite Jonin who was about to speak. Chen Fan continued. Please don't be stingy to contribute your wisdom and speak actively. Righteous. Chapter 142. Everyone stay away from that monster. Chapter 142. Chen Fan's perfect battle plan. On the shelf for subscription. 3 shifts, 3,000 words. Did no one comment? This is the conference hall, a place to talk. Everyone can speak freely. Does it mean that everyone agrees with my opinion? Chen Fan asked with a look on his face. Everyone was silent for a long time, looking at the elite Jonin who was knocked unconscious by the hammer on the ground, and then at Chen Fan who looked at him with a sincere expression. No opinion, no opinion. I think Lord Chen Fan's idea is quite good. That's right, the enemy never imagined that we would suddenly take action against them. By surprise, we might be able to take down the 3 generations of Wreckage in one fell swoop. Everyone said that the words of Lord Chen Fan are very reasonable and we should attack. Do you really think so too? Chen Fan suddenly showed a happy smile. Yes, yes. Everyone nodded in succession. Yunren would never have imagined that we would suddenly launch an attack, and we might be able to achieve great results. Well, that statement actually makes sense. Yunren never imagined that Chen Fan would dare to pull Konoha Ninja to attack. But it's not that they were negligent, but that they didn't even realize that 273 had to rely on this point for the Konoha Ninja who had been losing in a row, and someone dared to attack. After all, if you are a person, you won't think that Konoha can win. Since everyone thinks so, let's start preparing. Chen Fan smiled and nodded. Pack up today and play tomorrow morning. Yes, Lord Chen Fan. Everyone responded loudly, thinking in their hearts. The adult Jiraiya has been gone for a while, I don't know. Is it too late for us to go and find him now? And at the same time, in the Iwanin stronghold. Lord Tsuchikage, the news is confirmed. And you knelt in front of Tsuchikage Onoji for 2 days and said in a low voice, 3 generations of Wreckage have come out of the stronghold, and the goal is the order of our country. Sure enough. 2 days ago, Onoji smiled. I knew that the reckless man of the 3rd generation of Wreckage would be tempted. It's just a little hook, and he bumped into him stupidly. Prepare the troops. This time, we will teach those reckless men in Yunren village a lesson. He had a sneer on his face, and the short man was waving equally small fists, looking a little funny. But the people around them bowed their heads without hesitation. Yes, Lord Taiying. After answering, there was an elite Jonin hesitant. Lord Taiying. He said hesitantly, we are still at war with Konoha, so we will fight against Yunren without declaring it. Okay. Why is the war undeclared? 2 days ago, Onoji smiled. It was clearly the 3rd generation of Wreckage who rushed into our country. People in Konoha Reckless to your panic chapter 176. No, I mean, we're still fighting Konoha. That's why. 2 days of Ping-Anami's eyes flashed with brilliance. That's why that reckless man didn't think that we would do something to him so he would fall for it so easily. As for Konoha, he smiled. The current Konoha doesn't have so much energy to manage us. After the laughter, he stood up suddenly. The whole person flew up gently and the imperial robe fluttered slightly. I ordered the whole army to attack. Iwan's actions no one knows except them. But everyone in Konoha was quite flustered. They began to prepare under Chen Fan's order. At first, they wondered if they were pretending to attack Yunren's stronghold and give the new commander a long-faced political task. But Chen Fan did not hesitate to bring all the combatants. Judging from his posture, he is completely pulling everyone to fight together, dragging his family and leading away. This is a decisive battle. If I can't beat you, then I'll just be beaten to death by you. This made Konoha's people completely panicked. After learning that Jiraiya had gone far away and could not be found, they immediately found Naranaga, who seemed to be the best talker. Yon, are you just obeying Chen Fan's orders? He's a mess. That's it. How much effort did we spend to barely resist the enemy's attack? Looking at him like this, he wants to give our lives to Yunren? He, Chen Fan, shouldn't be a spy in Yunren village. What's more, they even shouted some disrespectful words. What the hell is Hokage-sama thinking? Why let such a rude man come to our front line? This is no joke. This is really going to kill people. Narayan was also very helpless in his heart, and he didn't know what to do with Chen Fan. After the meeting, he really asked Chen Fan why he brought everyone to the battle. Unfortunately, nothing was asked. The only thing he got was a reply from Chen Fan. To pull everyone, of course, to decide the outcome in one game. But this kind of nonsense. Can you believe it? Chen Fan is also experienced in hundreds of battles, but he has no defeats. Like this, he wouldn't really drag everyone to death. Right. In this way, let's fight together. If we are about to go to the battlefield and Lord Chen Fan doesn't have any special tactics, then let's just withdraw. Narayan gritted his teeth. Of course, if Lord Chen Fan has any good plan, then I hope you will not begrudge your own life. Then don't blame me for being rude to you. If you have a plan, go ahead. No plan, just withdraw. Narayan's answer gave everyone a little comfort. Yes, although Chen Fan is young, the 3 generations of Hokage can agree to his coming here, and it has been fully considered. He didn't expect Chen Fan to come up and pull the whole army to fight a wave. How can it be? There must be some clever trick. Maybe Chen Fan has already made up his mind at this time, and there are some good tactics we haven't thought of that can cause a lot of damage to Yunren in one fell swoop. If there is a chance. They are not afraid to work hard. Everyone immediately patted their chests and pledged that they would fight hard. Then Narayan's words were passed on to the mouths of many Konoha ninjas. Don't worry, Lord Chen Fan has a plan. We just picked up the fruits of victory easily in the past. Although no one knows what this trick is. But such confident words. Suddenly this made the Konoha ninja, who was not high in fighting spirit, slightly relieved. Then, morale also improved. It turned out to be just a passing scene. I guess Lord Chen Fan may have buried some spy in Yunren village. Once we take action, the spy will immediately disturb the entire village. I got the news. It is said that Lord Chen Fan has ordered the spies to cooperate with our attack and launch a fire attack on Yunren. I have other news here. It seems that Lord Chen Fan's full-scale attack is to create an opportunity for the spies to assassinate the 3rd generation of Hokage. All kinds of gossip kept coming, but it made Konoha's period a lot higher. Also let Chen Fan see it, nodded slightly, and said with satisfaction. Very well, let's go. Konoha Stronghold and Yunjin Stronghold are not far from each other. About 100 miles. This distance is only a few hours at the speed of a ninja. The distance is so close, it can be seen how Yunren bullied Konoha and how arrogant it is. This is really not worried about Konoha's sneak attack. And Chen Fan took away almost all Konoha's combatants, including many weak genin, but also many high-strength elites. Under Narayon's arrangement, the elite Joninman personally cleaned up Yunin's surveillance ninjas, trying not to reveal any news. In this way, it was miraculously lurking on the edge of Yunnin's stronghold. But Yunren is not all weak. Here is a limit. Going forward, it must be discovered by Yunren in the stronghold. So, Lord Chen Fan, do you have any instructions? Narayan asked in a low voice. What battle plan do you have? Take it out quickly. If you don't say it, we'll be leaving. Don't worry. Chen Fan patted his chest. I already have a perfect battle plan. Really? Lord Chen Fan did not disappoint us. He really has a battle plan. I'll just say, no matter how reckless Chen Fan is, it's impossible to hit 5.7 directly. Many elite Jonin smiled, ready to listen. Chen Fan coughed and said, my battle plan is like this. First of all, I will enter the enemy army from the front. Then you follow behind and follow me into the enemy army from the front. Finally, the ordinary ninjas followed and rushed into the enemy army from the front. In this way, Yunren will definitely lose. With a confident smile, Chen Fan clenched his fist hard. Contrary to his smile, the smiles on the faces of many elites were stiff. Is this your battle plan? What a joke. Wouldn't it be over if you just say, let's go head-to-head together? This is a hell of a battle plan. People in Konoha, Reckless to your panic. Chapter 177, Lord Chen Fan, you, Narayan wanted to say something. But I saw Chen Fan get up directly. Okay, let's start acting according to the battle plan. After all, he suddenly drew his sword. He squatted down on his knees slightly, and then his footsteps slammed hard, like a spring, ejecting his entire body and leaping hundreds of meters. Crash! Grandsons of Yunren, I'm here. Chapter 143 Chen Fan, I'm going to save Li Ying now. Chapter 143 Everyone stay away from that monster. On the shelf was inscription. 4 more, a total of 13,000 words. Chen Fan didn't hesitate, like a meteor falling from the sky, directly hitting the gate of Yunren's stronghold. Boom! The earth trembled. The wall is falling. A huge shockwave swept the 4 directions. Grandsons of Yunren, I'm here. Chen Fan laughed twice. His voice was deafening, resounding through the entire Yunren stronghold. Only the stunned Konoha people in the distance were left behind. What the hell? What the hell? How dare you rush straight up? And then there is no battle plan at all, so reckless. Countless elites have something to say, but Chen Fan has already rushed out, and they can't find anyone to say it. He could only look at Narayan with a fuck off expression on his face. Naranage laughed twice, and the laugh was uglier than the cry. Even if he is resourceful, he doesn't know what to say. Lord Chen Fan, what are you going to make a fuss about? Nara never wanted to cry without tears. I don't care about anything, just rush over there. You rush up, it's already 100. Then we. Otherwise, let's withdraw. An elite Jonin said simply, the hope of the village cannot be wasted on such an unreasonable order. Now retreat, Hokage will never make things difficult for them. Instead, they will only praise them, saying that they have preserved their combat power. However, some of Chen Fan's subordinates were unwilling. We want to follow Lord Chen Fan. They said with anger, your order has been given. Are you planning to disobey your orders and disrespect? Then don't blame us for killing the disobedient people on the battlefield. Disobedience on the battlefield, it's okay to kill you on the spot. The 2 groups of you said a word, and I quarreled with 1 word. But Chen Fan didn't care about that at all. One after another, the surging sword energy devoured the surrounding Yunren. At this time, Yunren was able to react. Enemy! Enemy attack! A sharp 16-sharp alarm sounded, and countless Yunren rushed over like a tide. Although a little careless, they still have the qualities that ninja should have. Who? What happened? Is Konoha attacking? However, when they rushed out, they were stunned. Enemy. Just such a person? But. Boom. Chen Fan laughed wildly, squatted on his feet, and then suddenly jumped up to a height of 100 meters. And then smashed it hard. Crash. Boom. The entire Yunnin village stronghold swayed along with it. Everyone within a few hundred meters, Yunren, shuddered in their chests, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and their eyes lost their expression. Diamond level. Collapse. Chen Fan left, then continued to jump up and smash towards the next area with a large number of people. Nuoda's Yunren stronghold, the surging Yunren, has become the capital of Chen Fan's wanton madness. Attack. Quick attack. Many Yunren shouted and used ninjutsu at Chen Fan. Chen Fan's high-jumping movements and straight-down attacks are cool, gorgeous, and powerful. But it is too direct, and it is easy to be hit by a ninja with a heart. However... Chen Fan left wildly, ignoring everyone's ninjutsu, and one move fell to the ground, killing at least 100 people. Where's A? Where's Turabi? Also, where is your third Hokage? Come out for me. He laughed loudly, with madness in his eyes, and as he fell, the ground around him for hundreds of meters was shaking wildly. Houses were collapsing and fortifications were destroyed. And Yunren, who was hundreds of meters in radius from where Chen Fan fell, was shocked and vomited blood and his internal organs ruptured. No one can stop him at all. He just jumped, smashed, jumped, smashed. In an instant, a large number of Yunren fell down. At this time, A, who finally rushed out after hearing the news, saw this scene, and his nose suddenly became angry. Chen Fan, you are so brave. This is the first time they have suffered such a big loss. When they attacked the Jiraiya stronghold, they didn't lose as much as they do now. A, your judgment is so accurate. Chen Fan smiled slightly, and then continued to smash. Boom. 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 The attack range of Collapsing Mountain is already very large, and when it is upgraded to the diamond level, its attack range is nearly doubled. Even if Yun Ninja has many muscular men, his blood volume is much higher than that of ordinary ninjas. But it also fell into pieces. Damn! A was so angry that he pulled off the bandage on his body without hesitation and then shot directly at Chen Fan. Chen Fan beat him badly at the time, but Yunren's medical ninja would naturally do his best to treat such a big man. After a few days of recuperation, he can fully exert his full strength with good physical fitness. Crackling. The Li-Dun chakra on his body flashed with lightning. Li-Plow hot knife. The thick wrist, like a machete, slashed towards Chen Fan's neck fiercely. Just the next second, people in Konoha Reckless to your panic, Chapter 178. Boom! Chen Fan firmly grasped his hand. Just you? Where's your father? Chen Fan left. It's just you, but you're here to kill me. Don't hurry up and call your family. Then, grabbed him like this and threw it fiercely in the distance. Fortunately. Next second. A chakra shaped like a tentacle caught him. Excuse me, bye. Come on bro, let's go together. Turabi had already put on the tailed beast coat, speaking in a strange tone, but his eyes were full of solemnity. After all, that was the enemy who nearly killed both of them. Yeah. Together. 3 generations of Li Ying's eyes flashed fiercely, and he rushed over without hesitation. His speed is extremely fast, and the speed under the stimulation of chakra is comparable to a golden flash. Chen Fan left, and just as he was about to do it, a flash of light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. Thunder escape illusion technique. Thunder illusion lightning pillar. Countless rays of light flickered in front of Chen Fan, and many Yunren's hands were sealed, and their whole bodies turned into electric lights. This is a ninjutsu that uses strong light to cover up his illusions. Although the illusion can basically do no harm to Chen Fan, who has wild intuition, the dazzling light that flickers at that moment can make Chen Fan lose his mind for a while. And this time, Li Plow hot knife. A has already approached Chen Fan in an instant. There was a glint in his eyes. Did he succeed? But the next second, he watched as Chen Fan's body suddenly turned pure black. The dazzling light shining on it seems to be unable to illuminate the black. AI gritted his teeth and slammed into it. Only. Boom. He banged his elbow on Chen Fan's shoulder, but Chen Fan's body only paused for a moment. That's it. Chen Fan looked at him calmly, with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. After you failed, it seemed that there was no progress at all. He stretched out his hand and grabbed A in front of him. At the same time, the other hand grabbed to the side, and Kuragi, who was about to attack, also entered his palm at the same time. Then, throw it hard. Boom. The towering stronghold building was smashed into ruins under this sway. Where's the third generation of raiding? Chen Fan said loudly, I came here to fight you. He really wanted to meet that meaty ninja. If it weren't for Chen Fan, maybe he could call it the first meet in the ninja world. That's why Chen Fan wanted to see him. I want to see who is more fleshy than him. Chen Fan grinned and smiled. Chen Fan was raging in the Yunren stronghold, and the Konoha ninjas outside were dumbfounded. Is this Yunren? He was brutally abused by Chen Fan, and his home was half destroyed. And, looking at it like this, it seems that no one can stop Chen Fan. No wonder Lord Chen Fan dares to rush in alone. He really has a chance of winning. I don't know who muttered such a sentence, and then suddenly everyone was shocked. Yes, we are not out of luck. At least for now, Chen Fan has the advantage in all aspects. Tens of thousands of Yunren, plus 2 powerful shadow-level powerhouses, can touch his power and shake his momentum. If we rush in again. 3 generations of Hokage haven't come out yet, it seems to be missing. In other words, Yunren has no master who can stop Lord Chen Fan. Naranaga suddenly said. We rush in now, even if we lose our retreat. As long as Lord Chen Fan is here, he can break us at any time. His voice was calm, as if he was just standing, from an outsider's perspective, watching the situation in front of him. But what he said made countless people tempted. Yes, Konoha was beaten by Yunren, and his morale was almost gone. But that's not to say they don't have any intention of coming back with revenge. Depression and anger have been squeezed in the deepest part of my heart, if there is even the slightest chance. They want to fight too. Konoha. Attack. Brothers, let's go. Following the footsteps of Lord Chen Fan, rush. Compared to Chen Fan's subordinates, it was this group of people who couldn't hold back first. With that aura, Chen Fan's subordinates were all taken aback. Then shout together. Come on. Kill. Kill Yunren. Hack the 3 generations of Hokage to death. Kill Kuragi. Then rushed over. Art fire escape. Oh firewall. Fire escape. Great firewall technique. Fire escape. Fire dragon bomb. The raging flame shot straight into the sky. The fierce Konoha ninja, with a ferocious expression and a sturdy aura, instantly suppressed the young ninjas who had been beaten by Chen Fan. Boom. 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 Countless flames blasted past, and explosions sounded everywhere. Chen Fan looked at it and nodded slightly. This group of people doesn't seem to be irretrievable. You see, their momentum is still very fierce. Sure enough, what kind of generals have what kind of soldiers? In Jiraiya's hands, he was hanged and beaten all the time, in his own hands. They can kill 5 super gods. But the next second. Roar. People in Konoha, Reckless to your panic. Chapter 179. A roar, like an ancient beast, was deafening. The huge lobby directly collapsed the unnamed stronghold building that had been turned into ruins, revealing a terrifying giant beast. That's the Konoha ninja who had just rushed and changed his face. Eight-tail. 8 octopus-like tails, each several times taller than a human. The huge lobby like a hill, the hideous head of the bull is venting its angry roar all the time. Kaiju 73 Rabbi finally released the 8 tails. He had to let it go, because he had no power to fight back in front of Chen Fan. Oh, I'm willing to let the 8 tails go this time. Chen Fan's eyes lit up, and he walked over leisurely. Come on, play with me. He didn't panic at all, carrying the sunwheel knife, and went straight to the 8 tails. Whoosh! A huge octopus tail swept across, like a long braid, crushing everything passing by. With a strong wind strong enough to blow ordinary people up, it slammed towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan left, the sun blade was pulled out, and the light of the blade flashed. The giant octopus tentacles were cut in half by it. But the next second, they rushed over. And Robbie ignored the broken octopus foot and slammed it hard. Chen Fan laughed loudly and did not hesitate to fight. Boom! 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 Their battle shakes the earth. Even the smallest egg can shatter a building with every move. As for Chen Fan and Aoi, the earth shook with every blow, the mountains collapsed, and cracks appeared like an earthquake of magnitude 8. Some young men, who had not yet retreated, were directly involved and were crushed to death in an instant. This kind of battle, even Kuragi can't keep his hands, and has no intention to take care of them. Quickly withdraw! Young Ren exclaimed again and again, this is no longer a battle we can participate in, quickly withdraw! This is really a monster! Narayana exclaimed. He saw, with his own eyes, that Yaoi slammed into a building with his fist. Not only did the building that was originally enough to be used as a fortification for ninja battles be completely smashed, but even the ground was smashed into a deep pit. Not to mention fighting with one, even if you get close, you can be accidentally injured and die. Is this the tail beast? An existence known as a weapon of war. Narayan couldn't help saying, all Konoha members pay attention. Remember this monster for me. If you meet him in the future, stay away from him to avoid accidental injury. He said seriously, his face full of solemnity. Narayan paused and was about to continue speaking. Suddenly, the top of my head felt dark, and then the light returned. Look up. What the hell? That's 8 tails. He was actually grabbed by Chen Fan and slammed into the distance. Boom. 8 tails' huge body was thrown directly on the hill in the distance, smashing the hill to pieces. The huge shock can be clearly felt by everyone who is far away. Everyone was silent for a moment, and a Junin silently looked back at Naranaga. Nara-sama, which monster are you talking about? Nara was silent for a while and said, Chen Fan. Chapter 144, What Konoha People Came Over. Chapter 144, Chen Fan. I'm going to save rating now. On the shelf for subscription. 1 update, 3,500 words. Boom. 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 Chen Fan dragged the 8 tails and slammed it to and fro. In that posture, it felt like an angry child throwing a pillow to vent. But on the ground, the deep pits after another, and the constant vibrations, fully explained that this is not a pillow at all, but a monster fight. Bye. A shouted, just about to rush over, but was hit by the 8 tails that Chen Fan turned and threw, and rolled several times together before stopping. Hey, where's your father? Chen Fan shook his arm and made a rattling sound. I came here to kill your father on purpose. After fighting for so long, your father hasn't come out yet. Is he not here? Chen Fan frowned slightly. He was panting heavily, and he was exhausted with a strong physique, and his body was covered in blood. He also knew that he couldn't hide from Chen Fan, just wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yes, you are in a good time. If Dad was here, you would have been beaten to death by him. Although age talent is good, because of his age, his strength is still worse than his peak period. Compared with the 3 generations of Reckless at their peak, it is naturally very unbearable. If it's the third Reckless, he can definitely pierce you with one finger, A said fiercely. 3 generations of Reckless stabbed from hell? A well-written book, but the existence of the most powerful gun. On the contrary, A's fist is not so powerful. He has hit Chen Fan many times, but he can't see the effect at all. This kind of guy is cheating. A couldn't help scolding in his heart. How can there be such a hobby? This kind of defense is to put it in front of you and let you cut it at will, and you will have nothing to do with him. It's really not here. Where did he go? Chen Fan asked with a frown. Where is Dad? I don't need to report to you. A yelled. Aye, let's go. Yes, sir. Just as Kuragi was about to answer, he suddenly found a figure in front of him. Chen Fan suddenly slammed down with a punch, and the 8-tailed bull's head was smashed to the ground, creating a deep pit. Since he's not here, hurry up and kneel down, and then I can find him. Chen Fan pouted and said indifferently. At the same time, the borderline between Nen Ninja and Yun Ninja. Damn! Why are there so many rock ninjas? An elite Yun Ninja looked panicked and tried to escape. That bastard Otsutsuki is plotting against us. 3 generations of Reckless looked gloomy. He turned his head slightly. Behind him, an army of 10,000 rock ninjas quickly chased after him. The leader, it is you. Reckless, you've already fallen for my plan, so you should just admit defeat. Tying 2 days, Onoji left. My dear, you give up other Yunren. If you are alone, maybe you can still get rid of me. Escape from the siege. In the next second, a white light flashed in his hand. Just escape? The technique of peeling off the original realm. The face of the 3rd generation of Reckless sank, and the lightning flashed on his body, dodging away from the spot. But he was able to dodge, but other Yunren did not have his speed. Immediately hit by white light, turned into atoms, and disappeared here. Damn it. 3 generations of Reckless looked ugly. Damn Iwanin, not only did he send an army of more than 10,000 people, but also such masters people are in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic chapter 180 in oneself. He glanced around, not counting the people killed by Yanin. There were about 1,000 people left. These 1,000 people are not particularly strong ninjas. He thought that this time it was just a shock, and he specially brought a group of newcomers from Yunnan village. Originally, I wanted to let the newcomers experience the atmosphere of war. After all, compared with a real war, it is always easier to cross the border to deter the enemy. However, seeing the panic flashing on those green faces, he gritted his teeth. Can you break through by giving up the troops? Yes, he can definitely break through alone. But could he give up? Suddenly, 3 generations of Reckless stopped. Lord Reckless? Numerous Yunren was taken aback. Let's go first. The voice of the 3rd generation Reckless was as sully as thunder. I'll break here. The crowd was shocked. Lord Reckless. It's absolutely impossible for adults. Yes, we should break it up here. Sir, please go first. However, in response to the voices of everyone, the 3rd generation of Reckless waved his hand. No need to say any more. Apart from me, who among you can hold down the enemy? Here, leave it to me. He took a breath and walked slowly towards Iwanin. Hurry up, and when you're all gone, I'll withdraw. Yunren opened his mouth to speak. Let's go. The 3rd generation of Reckless roared, lightning flashed on his body, and rushed directly into the rock ninja army. I knew you would do this. 2 days ago, Onoji left and waved his hand. In the next second, the rock ninja army rushed forward. The young ninjas gritted their teeth and finally left quickly. Let's go. An elite Junin gritted his teeth. Hurry back to the base. Maybe you can still call reinforcements in time to save Rikish-sama. On the other side, After a series of hardships, Yunren finally collapsed. After all, Kuragi fell to the ground weakly. He struggled to get up, but was slapped to the ground by Konoha next to him. After being defeated by Lord Chen Fan twice, what are you doing standing up? That Chen Fan, subordinate snorted coldly, disdainfully. Yes, they were defeated by Chen Fan twice in a row. The first time Chen Fan defeated them, he actually dragged them to find Konoha Ninja for treatment. Also asked for treatment to the best effect. This made Narayan and others look dazed, completely unable to grasp Chen Fan's mind. Healing an enemy just after a fight. Lord Chen Fan, don't you have a fever? After that, he was reluctant to treat both A and Kuragi. In fact, it was nothing to treat them. When some important hostages were injured, there were ninjas to help them. But Chen Fan's request was to treat him to a complete state. Annoyed, Chen Fan simply threw the two of them to Yunren. That miraculous operation made Narayan, who had a good temper, almost quarreled with Chen Fan. But fortunately, after Yunren medical ninja painstakingly rescued him, Chen Fan once again smashed the two of them. In this way, the 3 brushes are completed. Chen Fan sighed with emotion and then began to attack in a big way. Without top-level combat power to block Chen Fan, the remaining Yunren is not his opponent at all. Sweep it out easily. He is different from ordinary shadows. Other shadows may be entangled by ordinary ninjas and even fall into siege, which is in danger of life and death. But Chen Fan... Come. Siege at will. You can break my skin and count me as a loser. Plus that unparalleled stamina. Immediately slaughtered the audience. Of course, Yunren also ran away a lot. The total number is here. No matter how brilliant the victory is, it will inevitably leave a large number of stragglers who escaped. At the same time, many young ninjas were captured. Chen Fan never kept captives, but many ninjas in Konoha liked captives. After all, the captives represent intelligence, and it also means that the village may get information about special secret techniques and ninjutsu from the captives. Chen Fan is also not good at directly hacking all the prisoners to death. Anyway, it's a big deal to find time to brush them all 3 times, and you can get a lot of experience. Chen Fan shrugged and said indifferently. At most, it would be a little troublesome, so that he would not issue a massacre order. He is indifferent. But everyone in Konoha is going crazy with joy. Is this a win? Did we win? Seems to have won. The Konoha ninjas were stunned, as if they couldn't come back to their senses. Is this a win? No sacrifice, no failure. A few days ago, we were still being beaten by Yunren. They look at me and I look at you. Then, Lord Chen Fan, long live. Sir, we love you. Hooray! Hooray! Countless cheers erupted. As seniors, Chen Fan's subordinates said with a touch of pride, "Sit down, this is the basic operation of Lord Chen Fan." Lord, when he was fighting Sand Ninja, he did the same thing. After everyone heard the words, it immediately became, Lord Chen Fan, I was wrong, I shouldn't doubt you. Sir, do your subordinates still accept people? Can you see me? We are willing to follow you. In this regard, Chen Fan just said, What are you shouting? Chen Fan looked bad. What are you arguing about here? Go, interrogate the whereabouts of the 3 generations of Hokage. I'm going to fight the 3rd Hokage. Forehead people in Konoha, Reckless to your panic. Chapter 181. When you are so happy, you pour water on everyone. This is really... Everyone was stunned, but immediately found a reason for Chen Fan. Maybe it is this kind of upright personality that makes you so powerful, right? As expected of Lord Chen Fan, he is not afraid of all powerful enemies, and even wants to fight the 3rd generation of Hokage. Let's go immediately. Everyone said in succession. However, the ninja who had not waited for the torture to attack the captive. Suddenly, outside the stronghold, a group of Yunren suddenly ran to Zayo Heyo out. They were exhausted and forced to run outside the stronghold and immediately shouted with their last strength. Not good. Rickish-sama was besieged by Yanin. Master A, hurry up and send troops to rescue Master Rickish. Their voices were hoarse and hoarse, and it was obvious that they had not drank or rested for a long time. I can't even lift my head up, step by step, staggering, showing a sense of hardship, which really makes people feel sad, and those who see it cry. But the people around were silent for a moment and touched the sign on their forehead. We are not Yunren. We are Konoha ninjas. You Yunren ask for help, don't you care whether the other party is an enemy or not? In fact, Narayan has seen this group of Yunren for a long time. He also understood that this group of Yunren was exhausted and could not realize the fact that Yunren's stronghold had changed owners for a while. In fact, the young ninjas were tired. Almost everyone lowered their heads and moved forward in the struggle. They didn't have the energy to pay attention to others. But at least, take a look at the ruined stronghold. In this way, you should also know that something big happened to Yunren instead of burying your head and walking forward, calling for help. Rickish is injured or even killed. It is also a good thing for us Konoha. How can we save? But the next second. What? Li Ying is surrounded. Where is it? I'll go now. Chen Fan said nervously. Chapter 145 The Great Tactician Chen Fan. Chapter 145 What? Konoha's people ran over. On the shelf was inscription. Second update, 3,500 words. In fact, seeing Yunren foolishly creating a new one, asking for help from him, every Konoha ninja sneered inside. Aren't you Yunren very strong? There are times when you are so embarrassed. But the next second. What? Wreckage is surrounded. Where is it? I'll go now. Chen Fan appeared nervously beside the Yunren who asked for help, reached out to mix with the other party, and his tone was very decisive. The surrounding Konoha ninjas were dumbfounded. What's the matter? What are you thinking, Mr. Chen Fan? Lord Rickish, he is at the border of near Kingston City, the land of the land. That Yunren didn't know if it was a big nerve or something. He used his weak voice to indicate the location and grabbed Chen Fan's sleeve tightly. Go and tell Lord A. Quickly save Lord Li Ying. Don't worry, I'll talk to A later. Chen Fan said with relief, it's hard for you, you should rest well. That's good. That Yunren suddenly relaxed, almost closing his eyes. But the next second, he suddenly saw the Konoha forehead guard on top of Chen Fan's head. For a moment, he did not know where the strength came from, causing him to widen his eyes. You are Konoha. Click. Chen Fan broke his neck and put down his body. It's a pity that it was a step too late to let this person see his forehead guard, which caused this poor person to die. Swish! 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 Chen Fan slashed out with a few knives, swept away Yunren behind him, and said, Okay, pack up, call out the personnel who still have combat power, and go out with me. Lord Chen 273 Fan, you really plan to? Narayan looked bewildered. Well, I really plan to go and see Li Ying. Chen Fan said seriously, if you don't go to see it, it is estimated that you won't be able to see it. He also remembered this episode now, the death of the third Rickish. In order to save his own people, he entangled with a 10,000-strong rock ninja army for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally died. So, if you don't go, it's too late. How can I watch the third generation of Rickish die in the hands of OMU? Chen Fan said as he should, I haven't fought him yet. Konoha crowd. So, you ran over just to have a fight with a third Rickish? Naranaga felt that his IQ couldn't keep up for the first time. Fight. Running over to fight. Obviously, the death of 3 generations of Rickish in the hands of the land is the best result for Konoha. Of course. Chen Fan said without hesitation. Okay, hurry up and pack up and go with me. Chen Fan waved his hand. By the way, remember to tell A I have agreed with Yan Ren. The borderline between Iwanin and Yunin. Die. The three generations of wreckage roared, and the whole person was like lightning, straight through the battlefield. The palm of the four-fingered palm is exposed, as if it is an invincible famous sword, penetrating everything in front of him. The rock ninjas who were killed were jumping around, almost protruding and surrounded. But 2 days later, Onoji sneered and waved his arm. Immediately, Yan Ninja chased in the direction where Yan Ninja left. Damn! 3 generations of wreckage scolded secretly. But he had to rush back to stop those rock ninjas. Then, he was entangled by the endless stream of Iwanin, and all kinds of restricted ninjutsu continued. Tuli River, Yellow Spring Marsh, clay falling from heaven. A series of ninjutsu hit the 3 generations of wreckage annoying, but they had to consume chakra to deal with each thing. Tianyu, come and fight me if you have the ability, he shouted, then Tanjing, what's the point of hiding behind? This is the wisdom of battle. 2 days of Tiganum sneered, I can kill you at the smallest price, why do you have to work hard? Even for you, chakra is limited. Let me guess, how long can you hold on? Half an hour or an hour? Hearing Onoji's words, the 3rd generation wreckage looked ugly. Yes, he will be tired too. A strong body can indeed block the enemy's attack, but without the chakra armor, his body cannot block the ninjutsu of ordinary ninjas. Injuries add up, and they can kill people. And using chakra armor is very depleting chakra. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 182, I'm running out of chakras. 3 generations of wreckage narrowed his eyes. As a shadow level, his chakra is not lacking and can even say a lot. After all, the ninja's battle is fast-paced. Most of the time, unless you make a big move, there is no time to endure a battle until your chakra is exhausted. After all, the ninjas facing each other are all standard offensive and defensive. If you don't pay attention, you will be beheaded immediately. Like him now, even if he has been consumed for a long time, he can still maintain his combat power for more than half an hour. Is this chakra still low? Quite a lot. In a normal ninja battle, 10 minutes is too long. How can there be a continuous battle for half an hour? But now, he really encountered this kind of battle. Look at the old bastard of Onoji. Unless I run out of chakra, he won't take the chance to give me a chance to decapitate. And if you want to ensure that all Yanren retreats, you have to hold the enemy for at least 3 hours. 3 generations of wreckage narrowed his eyes, feeling the danger. The speed of the ninja is very fast, but Onoji will definitely make a lot of interceptions against Yan Ninja. However, Yanren is not a fool. If he does his best, it is definitely possible to send 1 or 2 troops back to the stronghold quickly for help. Just don't know when A and Shirabi will be here, VGFH. Are you wondering when your support will arrive? Oh yeah, you suddenly left. Forgot to tell you one thing, Konoha suddenly launched an attack on you Yanren. Whether you win or lose, don't even think about waiting for reinforcements. Konoha launched an attack on Yan Ninja. The pupils of the 3 generations of wreckage shrank, and the mere Konoha dared to attack their stronghold. Damn Konoha, when did you have such courage? For the past 2 days, Onoji left. In fact, when he decided to ambush the 3 generations of wreckage, he had already planned the action of the Yanren stronghold. He originally planned to make a little movement between Yanren and Konoha, forcing Yanren and Konoha to be vigilant. As a result, I never expected that Chen Fan actually launched an attack. Although I don't know where that new Konoha kid's confidence came from, it's convenient for me. For 2 days, Onoji left. This time, wreckage can't escape even with his wings. It's troublesome. 3 generations of wreckage looked solemn. He knew that at such a time, Oyenyu would definitely not talk nonsense. It's not that he believes in the cunning Onoji himself, but he sees the importance that Onoji places on being surrounded by himself. Tens of thousands of rock ninjas, coming from stealth, attacked in one fell swoop. This is to say that Onoji will forget the reaction of the Yunin stronghold. It is really killing the 3 generations of Rikish. He will not believe it. But, boom. Thunder flashed. Hell stab. 3 hooks in one hand. Even if you have a plan. 3 generations of Rikish snorted coldly. Just hit it out. The next second, he loosened the chakra armor on his body. Then, while eating the ration pills he carried, he attacked Iwanin with his fists and legs. He is a physique expert. And physical art is undoubtedly the most chakra-saving. Even if I spend a few more hours with you, I can still kill you. Boom. And Iwanin was dying with his punch. Boom. He turned his hand and grabbed it, using a rock ninja as a weapon, and smashed it hard at the next one, making a loud noise. Then, following the passage that he had just smashed out, he charged forward suddenly, the black thunder flashing on his body, and completely electrocuted several Yen ninjas into coke. Really brave, really brave. Onoji smiled, but Iwanin, who lost, didn't care at all. But I want to see, how long can you be brave? The next second, the rock ninjas rushed over with expressionless faces. In terms of will, Iwanin has never fallen to other countries. Tenacity is their character. Time passed little by little. The wounded and the dead kept appearing. But the proportion of the dead is getting smaller and smaller, and the rate of casualties is getting slower and slower. 3 generations of Rikish are still human after all. Even if he has a strong body like no other, he will be tired and tired. His movements became more and more sluggish, because he couldn't use the Thunderbolt chakra armor, which would consume a lot of chakra, and wounds gradually accumulated on his body, with more and more wounds appearing. Fresh blood was flowing, and most of the wounds were treated by him, but more small wounds could only rely on the body to stop the bleeding and heal. Of course, it's just a small problem. The real trouble is. After 2 days, Onoji finally made his move. Although the frequency of his shots is very low, and he only makes 1 shot almost occasionally, the impact is enormous. That is the 3rd Rikish. He will no longer be able to break out of Iwashinobi's encirclement. Damn Onoki, it really hit my sore spot. Chakra consumes a lot of him, and he can no longer rely on the extremely fast speed and the ability to dash, as he did at the beginning. At the same time, even the so-called strongest shield of Onoji's just escaped is unwilling to eat it once. This kind of enemy raids, from time to time, plus there are many traps and swamps around anyone who keeps attacking. 3 generations of Rikish, it is difficult to kill him. But what the 3 generations of Rikish didn't expect was. 2 days later, Onoji also frowned at this time. What did you say? Konoha's people ran over? Chapter 146. I have never seen this scene of the MU. Chapter 146. Great Tactician Chen Fan. On the shelf was inscription. 3 more. What is Konoha's doing here? When Onoji received the news from Yanin 2 days ago, his face was stunned. His Onoji is not a careless rookie. He dispatched enough ninjas to warn around early. Once something is found, it will be reported immediately. The Iwa Ninja early warning team of the brigade soon discovered the existence of Konoha, who suddenly appeared, and naturally chose to report it immediately. Only Onoji doesn't understand at all. The people of Konoha are here doing what? He beat his Yunren. I hit my Yunren. You ran here. Aren't you afraid of my misunderstanding? Onoji looked blank. In his plan, Iwa Shinobi was using Konoha to hold down Yen Shinobi's large army. But on the contrary, Yen Ninja is also helping Konoha in destroying Yen Ninja's living power. That's the 3rd Rikish. His death is great news for Konoha and strange countries. Among them, for Konoha, who was attacked by the enemy, it was naturally the best result. But what are you doing all of a sudden? Konoha and Iwanin are not allies. His Onoji's son, Wang Tu, is now on the other side, commanding a large number of Iwa Shinobi, fighting against Konoha's Minato. Now Konoha is running over. Is he not afraid of any misunderstanding? People are in Konoha Reckless to your panic chapter 183. What if I mistakenly think that you are going to fight with me? Oyenmu was very puzzled. Although he didn't know what the commander of Konoha thought, he knew what he should do now. Go ahead and suspend the persecution of the 3 generations of Hokage. Onoji said in a deep voice. First, we will call some troops. And on the other side, Chen Fan brought a group of Konoha ninjas and finally arrived at the scene. Looking at the sound of the explosion not far away and the flashing thunder light from time to time, and then look at the rock ninjas who have found themselves around. Very good. It's finally time. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Although he also knew that according to the progress of the plot, it would take 3 days and 3 nights to grind the 3 generations of Hokage to death. But what if? What if he doesn't meet this rare, real ninja? But okay. Looking at the lightning flashes from time to time, it is obvious that the 3rd generation of Li Yingjian is still alive, and he still has a bad spirit. On the other hand, the other ninjas looked around at Iwa Ninja, who appeared to look at himself and others from time to time, and then quickly retreated, panicking. Lord Chen Fan, what should we do? Narayan asked in a low voice. There was also a trace of solemnity in his eyes. Don't look at the fact that Chen Fan just counterattacked and killed Yunren, but that was taking advantage of the absence of the main force of the 3rd generation Hokage. Although A and Shirabi are very strong, they are not well known, and they are a little immature. In fact, if it weren't for the existence of the 3 generations of Hokage, the 2 of them together would not be able to fight without a sneak attack. Jizai is also a veteran movie class. At first, he was injured by 2 tricks without knowing their information, but in fact, it can be seen from the fact that he was only moderately injured in the end, and Jiraiya still has a certain initiative. And the 3rd generation of Hokage is the same as Jiraiya, a well-known veteran shadow-level powerhouse. The key is, Hokage Onoji should also be here for 2 days. Naranagayo said solemnly. Please be careful, sir, that one is a strong man who even our Hokage-sama is very vigilant. And he raised his head and asked seriously, Lord Chen Fan, can I ask your purpose? Purpose? Chen Fan was stunned. Yes. Naranaga nodded seriously. Iwanin kills the 3 generations of Hokage, and naturally he will have a revenge with Yunren, and it is also convenient for us to benefit from it. Konoha shouldn't be here. If Onoji mistakenly thinks we have any thoughts about them, it's easy for Konoha to fight. This might make the 3 generations of Hokage escape. The death of the 3 generations of Hokage in the hands of the land is the best result. In this way, Yanin will also attract Yanin's attention, giving Konoha a little room to relax. For this reason, in fact, Chen Fan simply does not come, which is the best choice. Don't worry, I won't let the 3 generations of Hokage escape. Chen Fan said calmly. I will solve him, and I will also solve the rock ninjas. You think, although this place is close to the land of thunder and the land of earth, this is the chassis of my Konoha. As a commander in charge, can I indulge the enemy like this? Chen Fan said with a heart-wrenching look on his face. I can't. There is nothing wrong with this. The 3rd generation of Hokage did indeed walk around the border of the land at first, but now it is very close to the stronghold of the Cloud Ninja in the Land of Fire. Here, it's Konoha. Their battlefield is the Country of Fire. It is the area that Chen Fan is responsible for. So I decided to hack them all to death. Chen Fan looked serious. For flowers. But that enemy is Tsuchika Jonoki. Naranaga sighed helplessly. Even if it's you, do you understand that person's prestige? And my lord, we have brought more than 700 people. Before attacking Yunren, it was Chen Fan who pulled up Konoha's family. An army of tens of thousands of people. In order to make up for the lack of top-level combat power, the 3 generations of Hokage have always maintained the low-level strength advantage of the Jiraiya front army. In fact, it is not considered a shadow-level combat power, and the Konoha ninja, commanded by Chen Fan, is not much weaker than Yunren's army. This is why Narayan decided to follow Chen Fan in the first place. But now that Yunren has just finished fighting, even if Chen Fan is in charge, he has won an overwhelming victory. However, with the exhaustion of physical strength, the Yunnan stronghold of the new strategy has left the necessary manpower, plus the manpower to take care of the wounded, repair fortifications, etc. There are not many people who still have enough fighting power. There were only hundreds of people who followed Chen Fan. How could such an army attack the Iwashinobi army with Onoji in charge? You must know that even the 3 generations of Reckless dropped thousands of Yun ninja army and finally fell into this dilemma. So we need tactics. Chen Fan said calmly. Nara's mouth twitched. Lord Chen Fan, our tactics are. Chen Fan coughed and began to explain. First of all, I'll rush forward and tear open the enemy formation. Then you high-level officials rush forward with me to widen the gap. In the end, everyone will go together, and the outcome will be determined in one fell swoop. Chen Fan clenched his fist and waved his hand, his eyes full of determination. Looks like a great strategist. Nara's face was stunned. Lord Chen Fan, although you have added a lot of adjectives, trying to complicate your sentence so as to show some strategy and strategy. But you put it bluntly, isn't it still, brothers, follow Leotsu to rush? There is no change at all from the tactic that I used to fight Yunren last time. Very good, then let's go. Chen Fan left and jumped suddenly. The whole person rose to the sky. Crash! He fell like a comet, went down, and went straight to the center of the Iwanin army. Boom! There was a loud noise, and Naranaga covered his head. I knew it would be like this. Righteous. Chapter 147, Unlimited Sword System. Chapter 147 OMU. I have never seen this scene. On the shelves for subscription. 4 more, 13,000 words. Strange, it seems that there is something wrong with Yan Ninja. The 3 generations of Rikish are still killing the surrounding Iwanin, but after 100 battles, he feels the change of Iwanin. There is no way, there are only so many people brought by the MU, and then some people are assembled to deal with Konoha, and the natural people are rare. This kind of performance is actually not obvious, but the 3 generations of Rikish immediately noticed the difference. Could it be A and the others who came to save me? But didn't OMU say they couldn't come? Could it be that he was lying to me? 3 generations of Rikish thought to himself, but his movements were still not slow. As a shadow rank, his mood will not be easily affected. Even if it is only proved that his judgment is just wrong, he will not be disappointed. But maybe try harder. At least show yourself, so that the reinforcements can easily determine their position. Thunderbolt, thunderbolt. The current on his body suddenly soared, and the black lightning devoured several Iwanin around him, making a loud noise. Onomu, who was not far away, frowned immediately. People in Konoha, reckless to your panic. Chapter 184. Assemble a group of troops, go drive out the Konoha people, and then slowly solve this idiot. Onomu thought to himself. He immediately noticed the difference in the movements of the 3 Rikish. Obviously, the 3 generations of Rikish have noticed the changes in the Iwanin encirclement. If he is sure to get the support of others, he can definitely cooperate with others and rush out of the encirclement at the first time. But don't think about it, it's not your reinforcements who came, it's just Konoha's 273 people. Onoji sneered. Konoha is Yunren's enemy, and he was beaten into a dog by Yunren a while ago, so he was holding back a lot of anger. His actions are completely a life-saving rope for Konoha. They will not conflict with themselves. At most, just explain the situation by yourself, and those Konoha ninjas who came over inexplicably will leave immediately. Come on, if you don't believe me, I'll show you right now. Then let your last hope be completely cut off. 2 days ago, Onoji's smile just showed. Next second, a strong body fell from the sky. Crash! Boom! He landed exactly in the center of Iwan and ruptured the internal organs of the hundreds of Iwan around him, vomited blood and died. The earth trembled suddenly, like an 8th magnitude earthquake. Shake the earth! It's my reinforcements, what the hell? How is it from Konoha? 3 generations of Rakish looked bewildered. Fuck, Konoha's people are crazy, what is he doing here? The 3rd generation of Hyenonoki was also stunned. Chen Fan, wearing a Konoha forehead, the swirling logo, gleamed in the sunlight. Yo, are you the 3rd Rakish? Chen Fan glanced at the 3rd Rakish excitedly. Very good. Very nice. With bronzed muscles and a tall body, he is a typical big muscle tyrant. Although the rough appearance is considered poisonous in the eyes of women, in the eyes of real men, it is synonymous with might. As expected of a real ninja like me, he has some daring. You are Chen Fan? The 3rd generation of Raiying reacted quickly. After all, his son was hammered aside by Chen Fan. Not bad. Chen Fan laughed. Come on. Let me have a battle between men. Saying that, one raised the sun blade, and the blade was facing the 3 generations of Rakish. 3 generations of Rakish. How many times are you talking about? What? You made the movement just now? The 3rd generation of Liang squinted. Chen Fan's collapsed mountain just shot down, and even he who was in the periphery felt a huge impact. Although he can't kill him, for ordinary ninjas, it can be said to be an instant kill. Now, his surroundings have been emptied directly, leaving an empty way of life. I have to thank you. 3 generations of Rakish laughed, his eyes shining brightly. He paused in his footsteps, and the Thunderbolt chakra armor erupted on his body, and the electric current stimulated. Whoosh! He suddenly ran along the open space that Chen Fan hit. Under normal circumstances, the dense rock ninja would not give him a chance to escape. But now, that after Chen Fan's disturbance just now, it is completely different. Thunderbolt, Thunderbolt. The electric light flickered, and he rushed forward like a flash of lightning. As long as they rush through here, Iwan's puppies won't be able to catch up. Swish! The 3 generations of Rakish stopped almost subconsciously, because in front of him, a sword light suddenly flashed. What are you running for? Chen Fan's original smile suddenly turned into a scowl. A real ninja, what can you run? I'm looking for a fight with you now. You run a hammer? 3 generations of Rakish. A real ninja? What it is? And why do you fight me and I will fight you? You are from Konoha, and now I am with you, surrounded by the Iwanan army. There are rock ninjas around, why can't I escape? 3 generations of Rakish frowned. If you don't escape, are you besieged to death by them? He couldn't figure out what the young man in front of him was doing. This person is obviously a Konoha person, and it is also beneficial for them to die at the hands of Yanin. Why did he appear here instead? To fight for yourself? Something wrong? However, when Chen Fan heard the words of the 3rd generation of Raiying, his eyes suddenly widened. What are you running for? As a real ninja, it's clear that as long as you hammer all of them to death, the encirclement will be broken. Why are you running away like a fake ninja? It's completely incomprehensible. The 3rd generation of Liang twitched the corners of his eyes. Forget it. If you want to go crazy yourself. I'll go first. Saying that, the lightning flashed on his body, and he was about to move forward and break through the siege of Yan Ninja. But next second. No. You can't go. Just escape. The technique of peeling off the original realm. A white light hit the 3rd Rakish, and the 3rd Rakish hurriedly dodged. In the next second, all the places covered by the white light disappeared. A dwarf little old man flew out of thin air in the sky. It was the 2-day pinnacle of Onoji. With an angry look on his face, after making a move, he immediately questioned Chen Fan. Boy, what are you doing here? If you let him go because of you, it will be a trouble for both of you and us. Okay. We go back. Old man, you will count your battle just now. As he said that, the dust in his hand kept firing. The third generation of Rakish looked ugly, but he could only keep dodging. Fortunately, although Chen Fan is powerful, it is still very difficult to hit a speed ninja like him. But although Chen Fan couldn't hit him, he was able to hold him back. Really? After a few dodges, the third generation of Rakish was once again surrounded by the surrounding rock ninjas. HMPH, although I don't know where the kid came from, but Rakish, don't you think that you can get from 2 days ago? Onoji sneered. Not finished yet. Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky. Crash! Boom! Almost the same performance as before. When Chen Fan landed, the huge shockwave involved everything around him. The rock ninjas, who managed to trap the 3 generations of Rakish again, were once again opened by Chen Fan's blow. Chen Fan? The third generation of Rakish was taken aback. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 185, Boy of Konoha, what are you going to do? Onoji was even more anxious. The casualties were all his rock ninjas. However, Chen Fan just held the knife with a gloomy expression. Really disappointing. He said calmly, but his eyes were full of dissatisfaction. I thought that you are a rare real ninja who walks the meat in the defense. It turns out that you are nothing more than that. Chen Fan looked disdainful. He also saw the battle of the 3 Rakish. It is rumored that this man is powerful in attack and quick in action. Ordinary ninjas can't even leave a single scar on his body. But what did Chen Fan see? Dodge! Dodge! Run away! Run away! So, can I count as my real ninja? Forget it, I shouldn't have any expectations for the ninjas in this world. Chen Fan said coldly, I just cleaned all of you. After speaking, he suddenly raised the knife. His expression was calm with disappointment. Looking at the eyes of the 3 generations of Rakish, from the very beginning it was full of interest, and now it is cold. And then cut. A sword light flashed suddenly. The 3 generations of Rakish almost subconsciously turned on the leaden armor, but could not resist the surging light. The whole person was cut out hundreds of meters, and the leaden chakra armor was also cut open. This knife. 3 generations of Rakish's eyes widened. His leaden armor was actually slashed by someone. Further down, it's his body. A body with no scars left in the battle against Yayo. If the information is correct, he is only 13 years old, right? The 3 generations of Raying's eyeballs are going to stare down. But the ninja's experience made him aware of his position, a position that can easily break through the encirclement of Iwanin. Because of Chen Fan's initial attack, plus the distance that the knife just pushed him away. If you go from here, it's easy to run away. This made him overjoyed, and without hesitation, he turned and ran away. Don't think about leaving. 2 days ago, Onoji was in a hurry, and the dust in his hand was about to be launched to interfere with the 3rd generation of Rakish. But next second, swish, swish, swish. Several sword lights flashed past, and went straight to the 3rd generation of Rakish. The face of the 3rd generation of Rain changed, and he had to stop running away and was approached by Chen Fan. Onoji's face was also ugly for 2 days. Chen Fan's attack did stop the 3 generations of Rakish, but he also involved Yam Ninja. Even. Swish! On the side of Onoji's body, a blade of light slashed in front of him. With a gloomy expression on his face, he reached out and wiped his ears. There had just been wiped by the knife light, and a bright red appeared. Ah, that's good. 2 days ago, Onoji left angrily. How dare you take me and the 3 generations of Rakish as the target of attack? Boy, you are fine. The imperial robe on his body is automatic without wind, and his short stature has raised a very strong momentum. Your name is Chen Fan, right? He looked cold. It seems that I didn't order Yanren to attack you just now, so you misunderstood something. I didn't attack you, that's because intellectually let me choose the safest choice. But this does not mean that the old man is afraid of you. In the first 2 days, you didn't think about targeting Chen Fan. Even if Chen Fan's magic weapon fell from the sky, killing a lot of rock ninjas, and even almost letting go of the 3 generations of Wreckage, he didn't even think about taking a shot at Chen Fan. 5.7 But that doesn't mean he's afraid. Old man, I have experienced the first Ninja World War, the second Ninja World War, and even the old man of Uchiha Madara's war era. I've never seen such a big scene, old man. You, a child who is still breastfeeding, dare to be mad in front of this old man? Come on, let the old man weigh your weight. Having said that, the 2-day ping on him suddenly flew towards Chen Fan. He is really angry. But the next second, it seemed that he was being annoyed by the 3 generations of Wreckage who kept trying to escape. Chen Fan's face sank, and he suddenly spoke. I underline the underline bone underline my underline sword. The next second, with Chen Fan singing, the whole world suddenly changed. The surrounding space was quiet at first, then cracked and shattered. Then, everyone stood in a crimson space. The red wilderness of countless headless sword tombstones is just like this at the feet of everyone. On the horizon is a beating flame, very bright. There are several huge gears intertwined in the distance, and it seems to be slowly turning. Unlimited swordsmanship. For 2 days, Onoji looked stunned. He had never seen this scene before. What shocked Onoji even more was that he obviously didn't feel that it was an illusion. In my inherent enchantment, no one wants to leave. In Chen Fan's eyes, there is a flame. Chapter 148 How long can Chen Fan hold on to the MU? Chapter 148 Unlimited Sword System. On the shelf for subscription. 1 update, 3,500 words. I underline the underline bone underline my underline sword. Steel underline is underline my underline body, and underline fire underline is underline my underline blood. I underline have underline, created underline over underline a underline thousand underline blades. The huge red space is like a battlefield after a bloody battle. Countless swords without masters are just randomly inserted in the red wilderness. The flames beating behind the horizon are extremely bright. Several huge gears intertwined. Unlimited swordsmanship. For 2 days, Onoji, Sandai Wreckage, and thousands of Iwa shinobi who were involved were stunned. What the hell is this? Are we under illusion? But this feeling doesn't seem like an illusion. It's not an illusion. Chen Fan grabbed his sunblade in one hand and grabbed the sword stuck on the ground at will with the other. What you are challenging is the infinite sword. The extreme state of the sword. Don't flinch, let the horses come. People in Konoha Reckless to your panic. Chapter 186 There was an excited smile in his eyes. Unlimited swordsmanship. It's a diamond level skill. Infinite sword system, master skill. It can copy the inherent enchantment of weapons and store more than 1,000 weapons inside, allowing users to freely take out and use those weapons according to the situation. Reality marvel is the magic that embodies the scenery of one's own mind and is the magic closest to magic. Once this thing is activated, it will change the surrounding space into a completely different landscape. In the situation where the realm remains unchanged, replace yourself in the world. The inherent barrier of Chen Fan's unlimited sword system contains all the elements for making swords, and more than 1,000 weapons are stored, which can be freely taken out and used according to the situation. This is a great magic that turns a human without noble phantasm, Shirumiya, into a heroic spirit. Of course, for Chen Fan. You can't escape now. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and said coldly. 3 generations of Wreckage frowned. He would not believe the words of the enemy. It's not just Chen Fan alone here, but also most of the rock ninjas who were involved in the inherent enchantment, and the number of them is thousands. There are a large number of rock ninjas, and Onoji sits in town. Although Chen Fan was only one person, the strange scene in front of him made him feel very uneasy. Then there is only one choice. Swish! The sound of thunder flashed by, and without hesitation, he turned around and left. Escape. As a ninja, he is not ashamed to run away. On the other hand, Oyenmu narrowed his eyes, glanced at the 3 generations of Rakish who were gradually moving away, and then turned to look at Chen Fan. Interesting, even if it's me, this is the first time I've seen such a scene. Onamu laughed and said, this shouldn't be an illusion. After all, it spans illusion, and I can detect it to some extent. Although detection does not mean cracking, Oyenmu has this confidence. Illusion or something is very profound in the eyes of ordinary ninjas. But in front of people of their level, it's not much different from ordinary ninjutsu. So, since it's true, let's play a dozen. 2 days ago, Onoji waved his hand. In the next second, Countless Yanran took a deep breath and rushed towards Chen Fan. That's right. Chen Fan laughed. Then, suddenly jumped over. The sunblade and the unknown blade in his hand flashed a cold light at the same time. And then cut. Swish! 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 The knife light waved, and blood splashed. Arms, legs, head. The aggressive Yan ninja was skipped by Chen Fan, and instantly turned into countless corpses. Simultaneously. Armed and domineering. Chen Fan's arms were instantly covered with pure black. The color was like flowing black water, and it ran down his arm, covering the 2 blades together. Cut. Swish! A huge violent sword energy swept the sky and covered the sky. It is 100 feet long, wide and thick, like the divine sword of the gods, as if it would cut the whole world in half. Under that terrifying sword energy, Iwanin is weak like an ant. Wherever the sword energy went, Yanran was immediately swallowed up by the sword energy and turned into a corpse, which was horrible to see. Just escape? The technique of peeling off the original realm. Onoji's face changed dramatically, his hands quickly caught up, and a white enchantment appeared in his hands. Then it rose rapidly and collided with Chen Fan's sword energy. Boom! The earth trembled, and a huge explosion wave set off everyone around. For 2 days, Onamu had a solemn expression on his face, and he felt that the dust in his hand escaped in the moment he just touched it, as if he was about to be smashed by sword energy, forcing him to increase the output of chakra to stabilize Shenden's enchantment. Passed by. In the center of the explosion, a deep pit appeared. For 2 days, Daimyo squinted his eyes, although he eliminated the offensive of this knife, but this is just a knife that Chen Fan usually slashed. Cut out from the hands of Chen Fan in the distance, slaughtered how many Yanin in the middle, penetrated how many defenses, and then almost smashed his dust. Is this guy really only 13 years old? 2 days ago, Onoji's face was solemn. Uchiha Madara's blow is just like that, right? He really faced Madara Uchiha. At that time, Ben's terrifying attack left a deep impression on him when he was young. And now, he actually felt that Chen Fan's attack was not much different from Ben's attack. That's class. Don't be called the man of the god of ninjas. Come on. Chen Fan laughed loudly, slashing Yanin with his blade, and kept moving towards Onoji. Come and fight. Countless Iwanin attacks came, but they couldn't even hurt his skin. How similar is this to the original Rakish? It's just that Rakish maintains this defensive power and chakra is needed to maintain the lead and armor. But Chen Fan doesn't need it at all. His own body is so tough. Restrict the enemy's movement first. 2 days ago, Onoji took a deep breath and ordered. Iwa Ninja, who was present, was originally brought by him to guard against the 3rd generation Rakish who was very similar to Chen Fan. Naturally, he had made similar arrangements long ago. So, 2 done. Earth-flowing river. A mudslide rushed forward and went straight to Chen Fan. 2 done. Yellow Spring Marsh. Chen Fan's footsteps stopped, and his feet turned into a swamp, extremely sticky, as if he could swallow his whole body. Earth escape. clay falls from the sky. A different dimension suddenly appeared in the sky, and then pale red clay fell from the sky like sticky glue. The rock ninjas dared to besiege the 3 generations of Rakish without relying on their own head iron. They are well prepared. However, the muddy debris flow could not stop Chen Fan's momentum at all. The deeply sunken swamp was directly hit by Chen Fan's kick, blasting the muddy water away. The clay that fell from the sky was wiped away by a sword without even touching Chen Fan's body. Also erased are the other dimension that flows out of clay and the ninja who issued this ninjutsu. It's all to die for. Chen Fan left, and the sword in his hand slashed wildly. One after another sword kai surged violently as if it would never be exhausted, constantly slamming into Yan Ninja, causing a lot of damage to people in Konoha Reckless to your panic chapter 187, it's so powerful. In the past 2 days, Oyenu gasped, and the dignified look in his eyes was even more serious. His eyes flickered slightly. Such terrifying killings, if it were normal, he would have ordered the troops to retreat, and then slowly study Chen Fan's intelligence, investigate the details of Chen Fan, and then take action against his weaknesses. But now, for 2 days, Oyemu looked to both sides, and the strange red plane always gave him a sense of delusion. Escape, can you escape? Speaking of which, Rakish seemed to have decided to run away just now. As a ninja, Yamato Onoki understands the actions of Rakish. No matter who the enemy wins, he has little benefit. Konoha is the enemy, and so is Iwa Shinobu. And the task after the break has been completed. If you don't run now, when will you wait? Only. Has he succeeded? If he succeeds, Oyeji plans to do the same. 2 days later, Oyuki was about to retreat when suddenly a rough voice came from the side. Tying, let's join forces. 3 generations of Rakish walked in a position that was close to Iwanin, but not too close, causing Iwanin's hostility. You didn't escape? 2 days ago, Onoji's pupil shrank. I ran to the border, and then I found that the road was cut off. The 3 generations of Rakish did not cover and said directly, there seems to be a wall of nothingness there, blocking the way out. Can the wall be broken? Onoji asked immediately. I can't. The 3rd generation of Raying looked ugly. I have already used the hell stab. A hand in hand, but it still doesn't move. 2 days later, Daimyo was shocked. You can't even break it. The 3rd generation 273 Rakige's book is well known, but it is known as the strongest spear. The attack power of the round is unparalleled. Maybe we can only get out of here if we kill him. 3 generations of Rakish said bluntly, of course, if you think your dust escape can break the order, you can also try it. Shendan is a ninjutsu, which is different from his mastery of taijutsu, but it is also very powerful. Although he doesn't think he can't break the order, what can Onoji do? That boundary feels a bit like an enchantment. The 3rd generation of Rakish said calmly, but it feels more rigid than the 4 Scarlet Sun formation. Anyway, I have no choice. Unlimited swordsmanship, although in the hands of Miyashiro, is his strongest move. But in Chen Fan's mind, the nature of the inherent enchantment is the most important. That's right, just to stop others from escaping. For such a characteristic, God knows how much experience he has paid. For 2 days, Onoji took a deep breath, was silent for 3 seconds, and then decisively spoke. Then let's join forces. The barrier that the 3 generations of Rakish can't break, he also doesn't have the confidence to break it. Not to mention that he still carries so many rock ninjas. Even if he can break and escape. Could it be that Chen Fan would helplessly watch the rock ninjas follow him? It's not surprising that the 3 generations of Rakige's answer to the 2 days of Onoji, he will make the same choice when he is replaced by Onoji. Although it was a little uncomfortable to join forces with the enemy who was still fighting to the death just now, but as the shadow of a village, there is still a sense of this. So, I have consumed a lot of chakra and I have run out of food pills. Give me enough supplies. 3 generations of Wreckage directly stretched out his hand and arranged for a medical ninja to help me reply. Well, I know. 2 days ago, Anami's mouth twitched. They all know what is the best thing to do at this time. Only Onoji, who handed over the ration pill, looked complicated. The third Wreckage, whose body was treated by the Iwanin medical ninja, also looked complicated. Then, they all looked at Chen Fan, who kept killing Yanin in the distance. Force the shadows of the 2 villages to join forces? This young man, named Chen Fan, is really... Chapter 149 Hak Chuanjing. Chapter 149 Damn, how long can Chen Fan hold on? On the shelf for subscription. Second update, 3,500 words. Swish. 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 Chen Fan flew like a meteor without any intention of dodging and slammed into the rock ninja army. He swung the sun blade, setting off a sea of blood and blood. A strong rock ninja burst into blood in an instant. Unstoppable, unstoppable. But next second. Thunderbolt, thunderbolt. A light flashed. A fist bigger than an ordinary person's head slammed over. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. He dropped the sword he picked up from the ground and punched it directly. Boom. With a muffled sound, the 2 stepped back together. 3 generations of Wreckage. Chen Fan grinned. You finally stopped thinking about running? 3 generations of Li Ying snorted coldly. If he hadn't escaped, why would he be fighting Chen Fan here? Of course, the 3rd generation of Wreckage would not say anything about growing the popularity of others. So he said, I'm just too lazy to join forces with Taiying. But now... Chen Fan, you are too arrogant. It's better to die. After saying that, he suddenly rushed over. Dazzling thunderlight flashed on him. The speed suddenly accelerated, the fist danced wildly, and the force was sinking. That's interesting. Chen Fan laughed, and even put down the sunwheel knife together and leaned directly over it. Fist to fist, has he ever been afraid? It's so arrogant. 3 generations of Li Ying's eyes twitched, and his anger was even more intense. The next second, the 2 were entangled. Chen Fan threw a punch, a violent fist that almost made a sonic boom. The 3rd generation of Wrecking shrank his neck, dodged Chen Fan's fist, and then stabbed Chen Fan's chest without hesitation. Although it is not a full-fledged one, it is definitely not weak. But the next second sonorous. The 3rd generation of Wreckage pointed his finger on Chen Fan's chest, covered by the domineering look of the arm color, unable to move an inch. The master-level armament is domineering, showing unparalleled defensive power. At the same time, there are fierce attacks. The 2 sides raised their fists to bang, punching to the flesh. Sweeping fists, high fives, elbow poking, kicking. You come and go on both sides, fighting against each other and dashing hard. Fists and feet intersected, making a loud bang. Wherever he went, it was a mess. Chen Fan punched in the past, but was dodged by the 3 generations of Wreckage, and could only hit the ground people in Konoha Reckless to your panic. Chapter 188 Then. Boom. The huge sound is deafening. The Scarlet Earth was smashed into a deep pit. Don't try to run. Chen Fan's eyes flashed with excitement, chasing after the 3rd generation of Wreckage. The 3rd generation of Raying twitched the corners of his eyes. Chen Fan's attack on the 3 generations of Wrecking did not dodge or let him go. This should be the play of the 3rd generation of Wreckage. Am I still afraid that you won't succeed? The 3rd generation of Li Ying burst into anger. Just now, without dodging or evading, he stepped forward, slumped his waist and shoulders, and collided with Chen Fan. Boom. A loud bang. The 2 shoulders slammed together. Chen Fan took a step back, but the 3rd generation of Wreckage was directly knocked out. In the wheel body technique, the 3rd generation of Raying was completely crushed by Chen Fan. Just escape. The technique of peeling off the original realm. Boom. 2 days later, Konoha slammed the dust away, but he didn't even look at it, and flew directly to the 3 generations of Rickage. Rickage, we need to cooperate more. Well, you're right. 3 generations of Rickage stood up from the gravel pile and shook off the sand and stones from his body. Then it's up to you. Don't worry. 2 days ago, Onoji showed a smile and put one hand on the 3rd Rickage. Soil escape. The technique of light and heavy rocks. In the next second, the 3rd Rickage felt that his body was countless times lighter. The speed is naturally several times faster. Interesting. 3 generations of Rickage left, and his body flashed instantly. He suddenly approached Chen Fan. Come on. Chen Fan left and punched him. But in the next second, he made an empty call. The 3 generation Liang, whose speed was soaring, turned sideways, dodged Chen Fan's fist, and then punched Chen Fan in the chest. After one hit, he didn't hesitate to throw a punch. What? This kind of attack, are you tickling me? Chen Fan roared, his arms rounded, and a huge wave was set off. The 3rd Rickage, whose body weight became extremely light, was almost thrown away. This is the price of Earth escape. Light and heavy rock technique. Too lightweight, you can hit a heavy and powerful punch. Even if the original 3 generation Rickage's stabbing attack can't break the defense of the armed color domineering, it can still bring some pain to Chen Fan. But now. But only powerless. What? And me too. Onoji did not know when appeared behind the 3 generations of Rickage. Soil escape. The technique of adding rock. And hell stab. Chen Fan's pupil shrank, and the 3 generations of Liang slammed into him with a punch, which actually knocked him out, and a severe pain came. Blood flowed, and a wound appeared on the shoulder. Is he actually injured? Interesting. Really fun. Chen Fan's eyes were full of excitement. This kind of battle is fun. 2 days ago, Onoji and Sandai Rickage looked at each other with burning eyes. Powerful punch. In the next 2 days, Konoha joined forces with the 4th generation of Rickage, and the combination of the two was a blow that even Uchiha Madara Susanoo could not resist, and was instantly shattered. The strength of the 4th generation Rickage and the 3rd generation Rickage will not be compared. But Oyeji, who is still relatively young now, is definitely stronger than the old man who will suffer from back pain from time to time in the future. In other words, their cooperation now is even stronger than the power of the battle squad in the future. So, that's interesting. Chen Fan laughed loudly. The previous Sharan, Yunren, and Yanren were too boring. Battle, I can't even break my skin. What kind of battle is it? The battle now is fun. Come on. Let's continue. Saying that, he rushed over like crazy. 3 generations of Rickage and Tatsai Onoji looked dignified. This guy is just a lunatic. Normal ninja, how can there be such a thing? It is obvious that he can take advantage of the fishermen, but Chen Fan is unwilling. Obviously can watch them be beaten to death, Chen Fan is unwilling. Even some indifferent attacks, obviously Chen Fan can dodge, but he is too lazy to dodge. How can there be such a ninja in this world? The issue is, Onoji, how do you fight? 3 generations of Rickage said in a low voice. The blow that wounded Chen Fan just now was the full strength of the 2 shadow-level players. This effect took advantage of Chen Fan's inattentiveness. Even if it's my consistent hand-danger support, it's just piercing his shoulder. The 3rd generation of Rickage looked ugly. How did this guy's defense come from? However, whether it is his mastery, Oyeji's weighted rock technique, it is not an attack that can be played casually. It's a big move. The blow just now was the right combination of the two, plus a little luck. But if Chen Fan takes some precautions about this, it is not so easy to find a convenient time for 2 people to cooperate. However, such 2 top-level shadow-level coordinated attacks only left a slight injury to the enemy. Yes. Just a minor injury. The fingers of a hand are inserted on Chen Fan's shoulders. How big a wound can one finger make? And the fingers haven't completely penetrated the shoulders. Drag it. Oyenmu said solemnly, I don't believe his physical strength is unlimited. This enchantment was also created by him. Even you can't break the enchantment, and the consumption can't be low. Plus the consumption of fighting with us. I don't think he can hold out for long. For 2 days, Onoji's eyes were full of solemnity. He didn't want to use this method, but it was indeed the method with the highest chance of winning. No matter how bad it is, it can consume Chen Fan's physical strength and give them a chance to win. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 189. Then let's spend it. 3 generations of Wreckage also nodded and then rushed over without hesitation. Although Chen Fan is very strong, he has not yet reached the point where he can instantly kill him with a single move, and even he can't react. Then, there is a chance for a protracted war. Of course, if Chen Fan was hiding something that would kill him, it would be another time. Be careful what nirvana the enemy uses. Onoji reminded. I know. 3 generations of Wreckage said calmly. In fact, their worries are completely superfluous. Chen Fan has never been secretive about any moves, and he is not interested in pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Basically, in any battle, he uses all his strength. So what he has shown now is all he has. Only. After half an hour. Boom. Chen Fan punched the 3rd generation Raking dozens of meters away, and the 3rd generation Raking spit out a mouthful of old blood, dripping with blood. Damn, when will his physical strength be exhausted? Oyenmu looked sad and angry. However, he had to use the dust escape to save the field, and quickly arranged for the medical ninja of the rock ninja to treat the 3 generations of Wreckage. It's been half an hour. A normal ninja fight, let alone 30 minutes, 3 minutes is a bit too long. Ordinary battles, without medical ninja treatment, will only take a few minutes at most, and then the side who finds the enemy's flaws, will immediately win. But now, 30 minutes. If it was an ordinary battle, it would be enough for 10 battles. Even if you, Chen Fan, are a Taijutsu ninja, your stamina, for Zayo is extremely abundant, and you shouldn't be so strong. You are still opening the enchantment. And as 2 days of Ping Onoji guessed, the inherent enchantment is indeed a big move that consumes a lot of money. After basically using this big move in the original book, you need to replenish the magic immediately, while using this big move to fight the enemy. Even Chen Fan, his physical strength is rapidly depleting. It's just that this rapid consumption is aimed at Chen Fan. Half an hour. Physical exhaustion. How is it possible? It's a man, how can you support such a thing? Chen Fan was excited. If the time is not long enough, is it still a man? I hit a shot, and it took more time than this. Come on. Keep fighting. Saying that, he rushed over with a big laugh. Oyenmu's face was ugly. Chen Fan was still alive and kicking. But he and the 3 generations of Wreckage can't hold it anymore. If you are a master, you need to maintain enough attention at all times. Even if you don't need any big moves, it will still be a lot of consumption. And can they not use big moves? Does the dust escape consume a lot? What about the lead and chakra armor? And if you want to fight Chen Fan, this kind of big move has to be just like a small move, otherwise it won't bring him any damage. The firm will of the shadow level powerhouse allows them to maintain enough attention. But chakra can't hold it anymore. Could it be that the 2 of us are going to die here? Onamu's face was ugly. Chapter 150, nearly 100 million experience points. Chapter 150, Hakushuanjiing to death. On the shelf for subscription. 3 shifts, a total of 12,000 words. Once the inherent barrier is activated, the appearance of the barrier itself cannot be seen at all from the outside world. After Chen Fan brought the 3 generations of Wreckage and the 3 generations of tying into his enchantment, in the eyes of outsiders, it was Chen Fan who shouted it, and then everyone disappeared. What's happening here? Time and space ninjutsu? But why is there such a large range? The rest of the rock ninjas around were all stunned. Before their eyes, the large group of rock ninjas, including Onoji and the 3 generations of Rikage, all disappeared. And the mark of the source of all this seems to be an inexplicable shout from Chen Fan. Could it be that this is the ghost of Konoha? Yan Nin looked confused, but what are they doing? You are clearly fighting against Yanren, and even if you Konoha don't take advantage of it, you shouldn't rush over like a stunner, right? The key is also inexplicably taking our tying Sama away. No matter what their purpose is, it must be Konoha's problem. Yoian Ninja made a decisive decision. I remember that there is a Konoha troop nearby. That Chen Fan ran out of this troop. Go. First capture that troop, and then carefully torture the information. Be sure to find out what that Chen Fan did. Saying that, Iwashinobu, who had the highest status on the spot, rushed towards Narion and others first. They already knew the location of the Konoha troop, and they attacked without hesitation. After all, Chen Fan has come to the door and also injured the 3 generations of soil shadows, so it is obviously the enemy, right? Is the enemy, there is no problem to fight. Lord Chen Fan. Narion's voice was full of despair. He didn't know how many times he had called out that desperate name in such a desperate tone. But every time, he was very helpless, dejected, powerless. Lord Nara, where did Lord Chen Fan go? What shall we do now? Iwashinobu is about to rush over, please make a decision. The war is still withdrawn, please give me a message. Countless Konoha ninjas have denying Naranaga no way. He has the highest status among this group of people, has a good relationship with Chen Fan, and his strength is also in the top 3. Chen Fan is not here, so naturally I can only listen to him at this time. Fight. Narion said with a sad face, I don't know where Lord Chen Fan is. 273. But Lord Chen Fan asked us to fight, so let's fight first. The so-called not to listen to the old man's words, the disadvantage is in front of you. Narion and Chen Fan have known each other for some time, although Chen Fan is irritable, exaggerated, and does things without thinking. But every time, he finally successfully completed his mission, and even achieved an effect 10,000 times stronger than acting by the rules. This time, although Chen Fan rushed over again, he interrupted Yanin to attack and kill the 3rd generation of Rikage. But perhaps, Chen Fan can still achieve better results. At this time, he could only choose to trust Chen Fan once. Hit. Narion said loudly, Sir Chen Fan is temporarily away, but we are still here. The number of enemies is not large, so it's not that we can't fight. Kill. He roared loudly and rushed forward. In fact, as he said, Konoha is not without the power of a battle. I don't know if it was intentional or intentional. The moment Chen Fan's inherent barrier opened, almost all the surrounding Yanin were involved, leaving only some leftovers in the outermost circle. Although the Rock Ninja Army is also an elite mobilized to encircle and suppress the 3 generations of Rikage, it is obvious that the real elites are concentrated inside and fight against the 3 generations of Rikage. The ninjas in the outer circle are not so strong people in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 190. On the contrary, this group of people brought by Chen Fan are elites who can still have sufficient combat power and stamina in the previous battle to storm Yannin's stronghold. To say that everyone is a Jounin is indeed bragging. But the weakest is also the elite of the Chunin level, but it is not an exaggeration. As predicted. As soon as the 2 armies clashed, in a short period of time, Konoha pushed the remaining rock ninjas downward. At this rate, it may not be possible to completely wipe out the enemy army, but it is still very simple to achieve a victory. However, Nara's expression remained solemn. Where has Lord Chen Fan gone? He also saw the way Chen Fan's inherent barrier opened. The problem is that he doesn't know what kind of illusion it is, or what time-space ninjutsu. The gap between them is huge. If it is time-space ninjutsu, then the battle on Chen Fan's side will come to an end. Where will it come from? If it is from other places, the big deal is that he will retreat after a battle. If it is still from here, but as he retreats, what trap has been set by the rock ninja? Even Lord Chen Fan may fall. Narayan looked solemn. After all, Chen Fan took away thousands of yen in elites in one breath, and there were also two peak shadow level powerhouses, the third generation Raikage and the third generation Taiying. In the face of such a strong man, it is impossible for Lord Chen Fan to kill the enemy without injury, right? Aniwanin's traps are also very threatening. Narayan knows that Sand Ninja once used 10,000 detonating charms to hurt Chen Fan. And the economy of the Rock Ninja is much stronger than that of the Sand Ninja. Not to mention 10,000 detonating talismans, it is 100,000, and it is not impossible to get 1,000,000 detonating talismans. It's still possible to clean up the Rock Ninja here. I can't let Lord Chen Fan return from a serious injury and face the siege of the Rock Ninja. Nara took a deep breath and soon came to a decision. He led an onslaught of troops. However, because of Chen Fan's independence, Konoha's morale was average. On the other side of Yemen, because the three generations of Tukijonoji were conspiracy by Chen Fan, they were in a period of explosive morale. In addition, Iwanin itself is more suitable for defense, and has a rock-like perseverance character. Even if Konoha has a certain advantage, it is difficult to convert the advantage into victory. The battle situation suddenly heated up. Narayan's face is ugly, but this place is at the junction of Yen Ninja and Yen Ninja, and ninjas from both countries may appear at any time. He even suspected that the ninjas of the two countries had already sent a request to Shinobi Village for help. Unable to solve the enemy quickly, it is easy to put Konoha troops in danger. On the other hand, Iwanin's command was also very difficult. Although he is at a disadvantage here, it is not a big problem. It seems that the longer it takes, the more likely it is that the support from Iwanin Village will arrive. But don't forget, Chen Fan has already kidnapped the three generations of Soil Shadows with thousands of rock ninjas. Being entangled by Konoha, how could they find Lord Taiying? Damn, what should I do? The two of them asked anxiously in their hearts. And the next second, sudden, the original position that was swept away by Chen Fan's inherent enchantment, suddenly there was a slight fluctuation. This is, Nara Nagato and Iwanin's commanders all changed color. Chen Fan, Lord Taiying, are you coming back? Do not hesitate. The two immediately ordered to march there. The war between Konoha and Iwashinobu suddenly increased by 2 levels. But they didn't care about the loss of the troops at all, but, next second, a large crack suddenly appeared in the space. And then it shattered directly. Chen Fan laughed loudly, a sun knife pierced the heart of the third generation Raikage, and rushed out of the broken space. He was covered in thick blood, and more importantly, the sad expression of the third Raikage. Shit. Die. 3 generations of Raikage stretched out his hand hard as if he wanted to fight back, but eventually became more and more powerless, and then his hand fell in vain. He died. Next second, the shatter that Chen Fan hit suddenly became larger, and the entire inherent barrier began to break. Only a few hundred Iwashinobi were exposed. Seeing this scene, the result does not need to say more. My lord actually won. Naranagaya was stunned. I won the 2 peak shadows of the 3 generations of Raikage and the 3 generations of Hokage. This is no small person of Heian Shirabi. Each of them has experienced a bloody battle all their lives and created a splendid reputation on the battlefield. Don't look at Heian Shirabi, who are also shadow level, but unless Shirabi makes Yaoi completely run away, either of the 3 generations of Raikage and the 3 generations of Hokage will have full confidence to defeat them who are not yet at their peak. But now, the 3 generations of Raikage and the 3 generations of Taiying were defeated by Chen Fan together. Do not. To be precise, he died in Chen Fan's hands. Lord Taiying. Yan Ren commanded a jiggling spirit and rushed over, not afraid of death. However, those who fled in a hurry were stopped by the rock ninjas who survived Chen Fan's unlimited sword system. Escape! Let's escape! Master Tying is dead! Let's go! There was also a rock ninja who was holding the body of Onoji for 2 days, crying bitterly and running back quickly. After all, the 2 days of Onoji in his hands are only the poor upper body. Chen Fan looked at the 3 generations of Rikish that he had penetrated and smiled slightly. Thank you. I had a good time this time. Saying that, retract the blade. He really played very happily. The 3rd generation of Rikish and the 3rd generation of Tukish were both strong men standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world, especially after the cooperation of the 2. It produced the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. The 3rd generation of Rikish himself is even more daring to fight and is one of the rare people who dares to bully Chen Fan. In this battle, Chen Fan fought extremely happily. It's hearty. Unfortunately, your stamina is still a little short. Chen Fan smiled at the dead 3 generations of Liang. When the teacher has learned the reincarnation of the dirt, let's fight again. This is a good enemy. Even if he died, even if he might not give Chen Fan a little experience. But Chen Fan also wants to fight him again. It's a pity I'm a little tired too. Chen Fan sighed and stretched. The consumption of the inherent enchantment is really big. In fact, the strategy formulated by King Onoji in the past 2 days is also correct. Until now, Chen Fan's stamina is very low. Normally speaking, you should use the characteristics of the inherent enchantment to weaken the enemy and strengthen yourself, but in my hands, the inherent enchantment is just a cage that imprisons the enemy. It's really a bit tiring to fight the enemy to the death while bearing the cost of this big move. Each inherent enchantment has its own characteristics. When a normal person fights, if the inherent enchantment is unfolded, the enchantment will be used to solve the enemy. The infinite sword system also has a very good output ability. It is full of countless swords, and each sword seems to have its own special ability. If used properly, it can definitely cause a lot of damage to the enemy. The issue is people in Konoha Reckless to your Panic Chapter 191. The characteristic of the unlimited sword system lies in the swords of countless noble phantasms within it. These swords, as long as Chen Fan has seen their power, can reproduce them. And Chen Fan, the best quality swords he has ever seen are Chen Fan's Sunwheel Sword and Orochimaru's Grass Pheasant Sword. Those famous noble phantasms in Fate, which he had only seen in the computer in his previous life, were obviously not recognized by the infinite sword system. In Chen Fan's hands, this is really just a skill to limit the enemy's escape. Of course, he didn't plan to use it for anything else. What's the point of killing an enemy with the power of a noble phantasm? A man should rely on himself. However, it seems that this skill is best used on masters in the future. Chen Fan estimated the consumption and immediately pouted. In the Sand Ninja Battlefield and Cloud Ninja Battlefield, he cut tens of thousands of enemies without feeling tired. But now it took about an hour for the inherent barrier, but he felt tired for the first time. And the rock ninjas killed by him were only a few thousand people. Value for money is very poor. But it doesn't matter, I didn't originally do it for those yen. Chen Fan pouted it. He started for the 3rd generation of Rikish and the 3rd generation of Tying. Both of them are cunning, and the 3 generations of Rikish are very good at speed. If one is bad, they will run away without a shadow. That's why he used the infinite sword system. The rest of the terrified Yan ran. Chen Fan also chased after them lazily. He ignored the fleeing Iwanin and the blood and ring around him. He just sat on the ground casually, turned on the system, and counted his gains excitedly. The last record kill the 3 generations of Rikish, get 1.74 million experience. Big explosion. Chen Fan suddenly smiled. Defeating an ordinary Jinin will give you more than 50 points of experience, and the specific difference depends on the opponent's strength, often ranging from 50 to 500. Defeating Chunin will give you more than 500 experience. In the case of Joinin, it is 5,000. These numbers fluctuate greatly, and the experience of killing an enemy is about 4 times greater than defeating an enemy. And according to Chen Fan's experience of fighting these days, defeating a shadow rank will gain experience ranging from 50,000 to 500,000. Then if you kill a shadow rank, you can get experience within the range of 200,000 to 2 million. The death of the third generation of Hokage can bring Chen Fan a full 1.74 million experience. Obviously, it has been shown that the strength of that person belongs to the top of the eyeshadow level. Then next, oh yeah geez. Chen Fan was suddenly stunned. Chapter 151, what is the third generation of Hokage? You said that Chen Fan killed the third generation of Hokage. Chapter 151, nearly 100 million experience points. On the shelf for subscription. One update, 3,500 words. Chen Fan stared at his system prompt record closely. Get experience points, 381248. 380,000 points of experience. It seems a lot, but this is the income that killed Oyenyu. Impossible. Chen Fan said decisively, Oyenyu's immortality is definitely a peak shadow level strength, and it may even be a very strong existence in the shadow level peak. The experience of 300,000 to 80,000 can only be said to meet the standard of defeat at the shadow level. That is to say. An anger flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. That old immortal actually escaped. But even in the wild intuition, it is after the death of Oyenyu that Chen Fan killed the third generation of Hokage, the enchantment that was opened. His intuition couldn't possibly go wrong, and it was indeed the dead Onoki at that time. So, the art of splitting. Chen Fan immediately thought of something. During the Fourth Ninja World War, Onoji fought against his teacher Wu, and after a series of battles, Wu was finally sealed. But what he sealed tightly was Wu's split body. It is a ninjutsu that can divide the body and chakra equally without the need for seals. After the split, the strength of the main body will decrease, and Wu cannot use the dust escape in the split state. If it's that kind of split, maybe I can really mistake it for his body and let him survive. Chen Fan almost subconsciously wanted to get up and chase the escaped Yan ninja. Onoji must be among those rock ninjas. But when he raised his head, he couldn't see a single rock ninja. Slip really fast. Chen Fan's eyes twitched. As expected of a veteran movie class, this survivability is not much lower than that of the teacher or Chimaru. Okay. Let go of you this time. Konoha and Iwa Shinobi are still at war anyway. Sooner or later I can get this place back. Just when Chen Fan was citing that life is not easy, the reckless man-sized Narayan came over with a wry smile. Lord Chen Fan, you have worked hard. But in the future, can you tell me first, and then kill it? Nara's face was complicated. It was a wry smile, mixed with surprises, and mixed feelings of fear. That's right, just watching Chen Fan Meng pass by every day, and then I can only worry about cleaning up the mess for him. Narayan felt that all the adjectives in this world were not enough to form his current state of mind. Every time Chen Fan Meng went up, he was worried. After coming back, he clearly wanted to rebuke a few words, but in the face of the record brought by the other party, he could only be speechless. Didn't I tell you? Chen Fan was stunned when he heard the words, and I asked you to follow me. Forehead. Does that tactic count? Narayan's expression was very strange, and finally shook his head. Anyway, thank you for your hard work. If you want, you can entrust me to write the battle report of killing Onoji this time, as well as the previous battle report against Yan Ninja. Oh, then it's hard for you. Chen Fan laughed, and then said regretfully, but you are wrong, Oyenyu is not dead yet. Then, he told Narayan about the split of Onoji. Narayan frowned, and together with Chen Fan, he sighed about how difficult it was to kill the veteran shadow-level powerhouse, and then after ordering the task of writing a report, he began to arrange for ninjas to clean the battlefield. Then, he gave Chen Fan a deep look. After this battle, I captured Yunren's karate and a group of ordinary ninjas and killed 3 generations of Rickish. It is estimated that Yunren will no longer have the confidence to compete with our Konoha. Not to mention the war with Konoha, it would be good for Yunren not to break out in civil strife. 3 generations of Rickish died. Who would be the Rickish? The area was captured by Chen Fan. Can he be? Are there any other candidates? The rating on Yunren's site is a half-family inheritance system. From 1 generation to the current 3 generations, they are all inherited from father to son, and it has almost become a routine. Can A be recognized by everyone and become the 4th Rickish? Even if A can still be recognized by everyone, he decided to make him the 4th Rickish. You have to let Konoha release the people first. It can be said that Yunren was almost defeated by Chen Fan in one fell swoop. The rest is just the end. Unsand Ninja is now estimated to be ready to withdraw from the 3rd battle. People in Konoha reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 192. Now 3 major powers are besieging me Konoha, and 2 of them are related to Lord Chen Fan. His momentum is really... Naranage didn't know what to say. This momentum almost made the 3rd Ninja World War just started, and it was already coming to an end. But Lord Chen Fan's character... Narayan really can't say that Chen Fan's actions are the right words. Fortunately, I'll be in charge of writing the report, otherwise... Naranagayo was silent for a moment, and it was hard for him to imagine the expression on the face of the 3 generations of Hokage when he received the report. The reason why he took the initiative to take this task was mainly because he was more worried about the heart of Konoha's Hokage-sama. Chen Fan's report has always been simple and straightforward. It is difficult for him to imagine whether the aging heart of the 3rd Hokage can still withstand such pressure. For the sake of Hokage-sama's body, he decisively accepted this arduous task. Well, when writing the report, let's be more euphemistic in rhetoric. Chen Fan remembered Oyemya's escape and was very annoyed and looked bad. However, when the group returned to the Yunnan stronghold, they welcomed everyone's attention. Lord Chen Fan is back. Sir, you've worked hard. Sir, how are your results? Wait, that's the 3rd Rickish? Your lord actually killed the 3rd Rickish? Before everyone said a few words, they immediately discovered that incomparably tall body. Immediately, the eyeballs are going to go down. That's the 3rd Rickish. The real peak of the shadow level, the existence standing at the peak of the shadow level. When he was in command, Jiraiya was completely helpless and could only retreat step by step, without the slightest strength to fight back. However, he is now lying cold on the stretcher, carried by the Konoha ninja. Lord Chen Fan killed 3 generations of Rickish. This news shocked everyone. Although A and Karate are also shadow level, they have only gained some fame, and they are incomparable with the 3 generations of Rickish, who have been famous since the 2nd Ninja World War. But now, the 3rd generation of Ricking died in the hands of Chen Fan. Victory. Win. We won. Long live Lord Chen Fan. Long live. Countless Konoha ninja cried with joy and cheered. They were so repressed. It was an unimaginable victory to destroy the Yunren stronghold and defeat the Yunren army. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan actually sent this gift. Lord Chen Fan, we are willing to follow you for the rest of our lives. Lord Chen Fan, accept me. I was a genius at the ninja school. I will never embarrass you. Lord Chen Fan, accept me. I am Shenjin. I am willing to obey all your orders. No. Chen Fan accepts me. I'll warm the bed for you. Well, the last sentence was shouted by Long Yuhi to join in the fun. Her little face was flushed, but her voice was surprisingly loud. Everyone couldn't help but cast their surprised eyes, causing her little face to blush like she was drunk. But he didn't lower his volume at all. Okay. Then follow me. Chen Fan left and raised his arms. Take a rest today, and tomorrow we'll go after those damn young ninjas. Follow them. We have to fight all the way to the land of thunder and get back the anger we have received during this period of time. The crowd also shouted, their voices deafening. Fight to the land of thunder and ask them for the anger they received during this period of time. I hit the land of thunder. As a reckless commander, Chen Fan really had very little work to do besides fighting. Chen Fan's subordinates, who came over from the Sand Ninja battlefield, know that if you encounter some trivial matters, it will be faster to go to Narayan directly, because if you report to Chen Fan, he will also let you go and talk to Narayan directly. That is to say, this world is still the supreme power after all, otherwise Chen Fan's disinterested character will definitely be plotted against. But in this world, after all, strength is supreme. Even if he does not care about the situation of the army, even if he can only play a heavy punch, the tactics will know how to raid the whole army. However, the core of the Konoha unit is also in. Today's Narayan stayed up all night. Konoha's relocation to the current Yunin stronghold, the transportation of materials, the arrangement of personnel, the relocation of medical facilities, the summary of yesterday's battle, the possible enemy reactions. All of this requires him to worry about it. And the real commander, Chen Fan, was completely a hands-off shopkeeper. This kind of action of throwing the hands of the shopkeeper allowed Chen Fan to lie on the bed leisurely and enjoy a warm and lazy life when the war broke out only yesterday. Of course, Chen Fan is not a person who likes salted fish. He just stretched lazily, yawned, and straightened up from the bed. It's time to get up. I'm going to take my subordinates to sweep the surrounding Yunren. This kind of passionate activity is Chen Fan's favorite. So, I'll go first. You can continue to sleep. Chen Fan patted Hong Yuri next to him. Hong Yui murmured a few words and turned over, revealing a clean back and a little trace of a cloud and rain. Chen Fan is not an idiot, since Yuhika said so in public. Then of course he was going to eat her. Chen Fan never hides himself, he likes girls especially. He never hides or hides, and has to play pure love. Sorry, he just likes the harem. If you don't agree, let's cut it. See who's dead and who's alive. Chen Fan got up, dressed, straightened his clothes, and then strode out the door. Well, eat first, and then bring a copy for the exhausted Hong. In fact, to a certain extent, Chen Fan is very good at taking care of people. Of course, before eating. Let's draw up right first. Host, Chen Fan. Currently possessed skills, Feast, Myth, Battle Cry, Diamond, Collapsing Mountain Strike, Diamond, Madness, Diamond, Wild Intuition, Diamond, Dimensional Kitchen of a Little Master, Gold Level, Arm Color Domineering, Master, Breath of the Sun, Master, Infinite Sword System, Master. Experience points. Nearly 100 million experience points. This is the biggest receipt in Chen Fan's history. Righteous. Chapter 152. Please call me Uchiha 55K after Obito. Chapter 152. The 3 generations of Hokage. What the heck? You said that Chen Fan killed the 3 generations of Hokage? On the shelf for subscription. Second update. 3,500 words. Host, Chen Fan. Currently possessed skills, Feast, Myth, Battle Cry, Diamond, Collapsing Mountain Strike, Diamond, Madness, Diamond, Wild Intuition, Diamond, Dimensional Kitchen of a Little Master, Gold Level, Arm Color Domineering, Master, Breath of the Sun, Master, Infinite Sword System, Master. Experience points. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 193. Nearly 100 million experience points. This is definitely the biggest receipt Chen Fan has ever received. A little more, even master level skills can be upgraded to a level. The main thing is Yunren. Chen Fan sighed. Yunren has brought a lot of experience. This is the main battlefield. Unlike Sanren, at that time Chen Fan spent most of his time circling around Sanren, performing messy tasks. And this time, he is the conductor. He directly told the Konoha ninja to fight against Yunren, and it was the biggest main battlefield from the beginning. On the frontal battlefield, go out to fight with all your strength, and don't withdraw until Yunren completely collapses. In addition, Yun Ninja is not only better equipped, but also has more ninjas than Sand Ninja. This has brought so much harvest to Chen Fan. Of course, killing Yun Ninja later also brought some income, and there were millions of experience left before. However, it is mainly the income brought by the main battlefield of Yun Ninja. Sure enough, 273 still earns more as the boss. Chen Fan's mouth grinned slightly. If Orochimaru or Tsunade were in command, they would have ordered the withdrawal of troops long ago. In fact, when Chen Fan was fighting, Nara never once suggested that he should take it as soon as he saw it. But they were all rejected by Chen Fan. Just accept it. Even if you all retreat, Leotsu can kill them all by himself. Why are you still accepting it? Such a tough risk brings an unparalleled harvest. Let's draw the lottery first. Chen Fan said without hesitation. Perhaps the next step is to continue sweeping Yunren, and fighting the captive Yunren can bring some income, which may make the total number exceed 100 million, and upgrade a master-level skill. But Chen Fan prefers to be a hexagonal warrior. In fact, this style has also brought him a lot of benefits. The power that is faster than him is not as good as him, the endurance that is stronger than him is not as good as him, and the destructive power that is stronger than his endurance is not as good as him. Balanced development can be impeccable. Lottery. Consume 10,000 experience points to extract skills. You have acquired a bronze level skill, Spark. Replace. Consume 1,000 experience points to change skills. You have obtained. As always, most of the lottery draws are bronze, and occasionally a silver will appear, and even silver is often not what Chen Fan wants. However, with the accumulation of a large number of experience points, he soon found what Chen Fan wanted. Consume 1,000 experience points for better skills. You have acquired a gold level skill, Ninjutsu. Tianji Xingxing. Tianji Xingxing, gold. This technique can only be used by the holder of the Eye of Reincarnation. It summons huge meteors, with a diameter of more than 100 meters, in the sky to fall vertically one after another. The meteorite is big enough to cover the sky. Gold level skills are nothing to Chen Fan today. But it's ninjutsu. Chen Fan was overjoyed immediately. Who would have imagined that Chen Fan, who is known as a shadow-level powerhouse, trusted by 3 generations of Hokage, and is the commander of a front army in Konoha, the only ninjutsu he knows is actually a psychic technique. And that psychic technique can only be sent to Chen Fan to deliver ingredients, and to carry out daily battle training. This is not ninjutsu for combat at all. Does this sound like a word? Do not. This is outrageous. When he drew the Toad Oil Flame Dragon Ball art, Chen Fan almost wanted to make sure. If he hadn't become a toad, he really broke his promise and carried out the law of truth. And now, there is a normal ninjutsu. Then think about it. Confirmed. Confirmed. Chen Fan said 3 times in a row with a look of surprise on his face. He looked at the system interface carefully, looked at the words, ninjutsu, heavenly instruction star, and showed a happy smile. I also have ninjutsu now. It's just that the gold level at the back is a bit low. Upgrade, upgrade. Chen Fan waved his hand. Consume 1 million experience points, Tianai Xingxing, gold Tianai Xingxing, diamond. Consume 10 million experience points, Tianai Xingxing, diamond Tianai Xingxing, master. Tianji Xingxing, master. This technique can only be used by the holder of the Eye of Reincarnation. It summons huge meteors, with a diameter of more than 100 meters, in the sky to fall vertically one after another. The meteorite is big enough to cover the sky. Although the adjective does not change at all. But Chen Fan believes that the absolute power of the skill itself has become extremely powerful. After all, this is ninjutsu. A normal ninjutsu. Well, since it's already being upgraded, let's just live on the side. Consume 10 million experience points, Wild Intuition, Diamond Wild Intuition, Master. Consume 10 million experience points, Collapsing Mountain Strike, Diamond Collapsing Mountain Strike, Master. Consumption of 10 million experience points, Madness, Diamond Madness, Master. Overjoyed, Chen Fan even promoted the most useless Dimension Kitchen of the Yin Master to the Master level. Don't ask, just ask is in a good mood. As a result, experience points are naturally consumed in large quantities. Host, Chen Fan. Currently possessed skills, Feast, Myth, Battle Cry, Master, Collapsing Mountain, Master, Madness, Master, Wild Intuition, Master, Dimensional Kitchen, Master, Arm Color Domineering, Master, Sun Breath of God, Master, Infinite Sword System, Master, Tension Impact, Master. Experience points. There are more than 20 million left. Okay, let's keep it for now. Chen Fan showed a satisfied smile. Then it's time to sweep the Yin Ninjas. After sweeping Yin, those captives can also learn a little lesson. Everyone needs to brush 3 times. Chen Fan, who is busy, doesn't know how much shock his series of achievements have caused. The first to hear the news was Yin, who was close at hand. What? The 3rd generation of Hokage died, and A was also captured by Chen Fan. Yin suddenly panicked. The entire Yin village, there are only a few shadow grades in total, but Chen Fan swept half of them all at once. And even Yin was killed, and Yin's candidates were captured by him. Immediately, the hot-tempered Yin Ninja shouted for revenge, for the 3 generations of Hokage. The 3 generations of Hokage can unite the entire Sand Ninja to attack Konoha, and the 3 generations of Hokage naturally have similar prestige. In fact, this is also an insult to the entire Yin. Your shadows have all been killed. Doesn't that mean that your Yin is a waste? This is not a simple loss of reputation. It will also affect the views of businessmen and daimyo on Yin Village, and further affect the economy of Yin Village. However, Yin, who shouted the words of revenge, was pressed down by the common steady old people before he could finish his words. Now is not the time for revenge, said the veteran and prudent Yin elite. Who of you can beat Chen Fan? That was the fierce man who turned the tables in one fell swoop when Yin had almost crushing power over Konoha. People in Konoha, reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 194. As a ninja, Yin's intelligence ability is still very good. They were close enough to each other, so naturally they knew about Onoji and Sandai Rikage. Chen Fan defeated the alliance of the 2 peak-level shadow players head-on, and made Onoji almost die. Let's decide on Rikage first. Someone sighed helplessly. They can only do so first. Of course, as soon as the voice fell, someone said, I think we should consider redeeming Lord A from Konoha first. Master A is the descendant of 3 generations of Hokage. We can't let Hokage shed blood and tears. Before deciding on Hokage, I think it's time to redeem people first. It was just that someone immediately said, no, Hokage-sama is dead, and it is time to decide the next Hokage candidate immediately. No, I think people should be redeemed first. Choose Hokage first. I think you just want A to succeed Hokage. Don't forget, he was captured. What followed was a messy quarrel. Political struggles exist in any ninja village, even in Yin Ninja Village, which seems to be the same. Several consecutive generations of Hokage came from the Yeu clan. Although this gave the Yeu clan the ability to almost crush other factions, it did not mean that people from other factions would be willing. Today, the 3 generations of Reiying, A, and Kuragi of the Yeu clan have been planted in Chen Fan's hands one after another, which immediately gave hope to other factions. Yin got the news very early, almost on par with Yin. Onoji just returned to the stronghold of Iwanin and immediately retracted the offensive. Just kidding, under such circumstances, who would dare to attack? That man. Is he so terrifying? Onoji's face was solemn. Just looking at the combat power, it seems that Chen Fan is not as good as Uchiha Madara. But he was even more helpless. Madara Uchiha is just an ordinary ninja. Although he is powerful if he continues to poison, use tricks, and assassinate. Although the probability of success is very low, it is not impossible to kill him. However, Chen Fan. For 2 days, Oyuki felt a pain in his brain just thinking about what he looked like when he fought with him. 3 generations of Rikage's hand is definitely the strongest spear in the world. And this is augmented by his light and heavy rock technique, and heavy rock technique, which means that there is no problem in penetrating a city wall with 1 finger. However, it can only leave a small wound on Chen Fan's body. And before the battle was over, he found out in despair such a pitiful little wound has almost healed itself. I don't rely on any ninjutsu, I just rely on my own physical ability to have this effect. It's poisoning, setting an ambush, and making a trap. Is it rare to be able to kill him at 5.7? Onoji's face was full of despair. He also got a lot of information from San Shinobi. For example, San Shinobi's poison master Chiyo can't poison Chen Fan. This is the case with a Sand ninja who values poison. Can he still solve this problem? And most importantly, although Madara Uchiha was invincible in the world back then, there was still a 1,000-handed Hashirama who could restrain him. At this time, who can restrain Chen Fan? Onoji's face was ugly. He is only 13 years old. At the age of 13, he had already killed 3 generations of Rikage, forcing him to split and escape. After that, when Chen Fan grows up, what should other ninja villages do? Onoji only felt a pain in his brain. Compared to Yan Shinobi and Yan Shinobi who are close to the battlefield. Although the Konoha village in the back has a report sent by Chen Fan, written by Narayan, it is the last one to know all the information. And the 3 generations of Hokage himself are also the most ignorant. What the hell? Chen Fan captured the AV group, hammered the 3 generations of Rikage to death, and nearly killed Onoji. The 3 generations of Hokage looked at the report written by Narayan in the most euphemistic vocabulary with a dazed expression, but his eyes were still dazed. Didn't I send him over to temporarily replace Jiraiya to stabilize the situation of the troops? So you are telling me as long as Chen Fan hammers all the enemies to death, the situation of the troops will naturally stabilize? Just kidding. Chapter 153 Chen Fan puts on heavy armor for Leotsu. Chapter 153 Obito, please call me Uchiha 55K in the future. On the shelf for subscription. 3 shifts, 13,000 words. The 3 generations of Hokage remembered very clearly that the reason why he sent Chen Fan over was to let him stabilize the battlefield of Young Ninja after Jiraiya left. His purpose is to let Chen Fan temporarily take over the battlefield for Jiraiya, play the role of a high-level combat force, and then delay it for a while. He planned to replace Chen Fan after the time for Jiraiya to recover. At that time, the Sand Ninja battlefield was almost completely stabilized, and he could easily adjust his combat power. It is time to deal with Yan Shinobi first, or Yuan Shinobi first, both of which are easy to operate. For this reason, even if Chen Fan lost a bit of land in the early stage, he didn't care, and he even had this kind of awareness deep in his heart. After all, Jiraiya almost lost his country and humiliated his teacher. How could he ask 13-year-old Chen Fan to completely block the enemy? This intention of the 3rd generation of Hokage is not concealed. Whether it is Orochimaru or Chen Fan, they should understand his thoughts. But why is this ending? The 3 generations of Hokage looked stunned. He was holding the report written by Naranaga. Although a lot of euphemistic rhetoric is used in it, and various modifiers are used to express tactics and strategies, it is unfathomable. But when he took a closer look, he could see the words from the cracks. The whole book was written with one word: bang. The day after Chen Fan took over the front line, he forced everyone to start a decisive battle. Logistics, supplies, number of enemies, elite or not. He didn't care about anything, just pulled the troops and did it, and if he couldn't kill anyone, he would be finished. Fuck. 3 generations of Hokage suddenly panicked. Chen Fan, why are you so reckless? Aren't you growing up? Didn't Orochimaru write that you have become calm? Didn't Tsunade give you the steady and reliable comment? You're just so calm, so down to earth. But look further down. Win? The corner of the third Hokage's mouth twitched. Not only did he win, he also captured the AD group. This is a big win. Great victory. An ordinary victory, but it is impossible to capture 2 shadow-level powerhouses. Not only that, the 3 generations of Hokage look at the body of the 3 generations of Reckless who took the photo. 16. Ordinary victory, it is impossible to leave the shadow of the enemy behind. 3 generations of Hokage covered his head, so how did this battle go? Inexplicably started a decisive battle, then inexplicably won a big victory, and then inexplicably killed the enemy shadow. It seems that he also crippled Iwa Ninja's Tsuchikage. The whole plot is filled with a lot of plots that make him feel inexplicable, and the descriptions are extremely simple. For example, when Chen Fan went up to A, Chen Fan felt that the odds of winning were very high, and Yunren played GG obediently. It is estimated that Yunren should be in chaos now. The 3 generations of Hokage smiled bitterly, and also must withdraw from the Third Ninja War. Although Yunren village is not without strength, although the troops on the front line were either hacked to death by Chen Fan or captured by Konoha, there must still be a large number of new troops in their village. But obviously, it is impossible for Yunren to continue fighting, they dare not. Shadow Body died, 2 shadow levels were captured, and a large group of Yunren died. If they dare to continue fighting, then Yunren shouldn't be called Yunren, it should be called Taituren. Now that Sand Ninja is about to quit, Yun Ninja was directly maimed, and the only Rock Ninja seems to have been severely injured. People are in Konoha Reckless to your panic. Chapter 195. Chen Fan rushed over and directly made Konoha, who was facing a severe situation, turn into a great one in an instant. Konoha has achieved considerable advantages. It is about to become the victor of the Third Ninja War. So, inexplicably, we are about to win. The 3 generations of Hokage looked confused, and the mature and prudent him always felt a little unreal. But he knew what he should do. Send Anbu to Chen Fan to confirm. 3 generations of Hokage ordered, if the confirmation is correct. Send this news to the ears of all the Konoha ninjas who are fighting. This is a huge victory for Konoha. Anbu's actions were quick, and it was easy to confirm Chen Fan's victory. The corpses of the 3 generations of Reckless were going to be sent to Konoha village. The captives of the AD group were even more honestly imprisoned. In the face of such facts, there is no need to investigate anything at all. Naturally, this great news immediately spread to every battlefield. Sand Ninja battlefield. Jirei, who was being healed, was also stunned. What's going on? I just left the Cloud Ninja battlefield, and then that side won? Whether the AD combination or the 3 generations of Reckless are also easy to deal with? Jirei, you're so embarrassing. Tsunade scolded beside him. Chen Fan went over and killed all the enemies, and then you told me that you were hanged by Yunren in all directions? Thank you for shouting. Sunshu, give me quick treatment. I have to be ready to help Chen Fan at any time. How are you going to help? When Jirei first arrived at the Sand Ninja battlefield, he had a great sense of responsibility. Because of his own reasons, Chen Fan, a young man, was responsible for defending against Yunren, which made him extremely uneasy. I even dreamed at night that Chen Fan was besieged by Yunren and several strong men, and Konoha collapsed in a large area. Under this worry, Jiraiya called Tsunade as soon as he arrived, asking her to treat him quickly, and for this reason Tsunade was inked for several hours. The result is this. Tsunade looked contemptuous. Yunren was defeated by Chen Fan in one fell swoop. The fight was even worse than Sanshin of you. Is it still your help? He may be planning to help Yunren hold Chen Fan's back. Orochimaru said calmly beside him, no big change in Konoha's troops. The biggest change is to replace him with Chen Fan. In other words, if it wasn't that the gap between him and Chen Fan was too great, then he had a negative impact on Konoha's troops and made a wrong strategic deployment. And his departure caused this negative influence to disappear, and Konoha naturally won. In other words, Jiraiya, you influenced Konoha's combat power. Xyle also blushed and defended it. How is it possible? How could I have made such a mistake? What do you mean, the gap between you and my apprentice Chen Fan is so big? Orochimaru asked calmly. Xyle also blushed terrifyingly. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, Orochimaru, it's rare to put you in my place, can you handle it? Although he looks carefree, he is also a battle-hardened powerhouse. There is really nothing wrong with his arrangement. When Orochimaru comes, he will do the same. And in terms of combat power, Jiraiya also felt that he should be so much stronger than Orochimaru. Orochimaru said non-committal, my disciple, I defeated them. In other words, I definitely can. I don't believe it. Xyle also gritted his teeth. If you were facing the Ab group, I don't believe you could dodge their attacks. Those two are really fast. You might be even worse than me. My disciple defeated them. There are still 3 generations of Hokage. That old man is so tough, it took me a lot of effort to beat him. Your ninjutsu attack power is not as strong as mine. My disciple killed him. And that large group of Yunren, you must know that Yunren has always had the advantage of the martial arts faction, the ninja, dared to fight, and we Konoha have always been at a disadvantage. My disciples defeated them and conquered the Yunnan stronghold. Xyle also looked mad. Do you dare to change your rhetoric? Orochimaru opened his mouth calmly with an underlying expression on his face. Chen Fan, the disciple I taught. Where did he go to you? I recommended it. The subordinates he brought were originally my subordinates. Is there anything else you want to say? With a pair of snake eyes, he looked at Jiraiya with interest, his eyes full of playfulness. Tsunade was beside him, clutching his stomach and laughing non-stop. Jiraiya. I say you are paralyzed. At the same time, Konoha fought against Iwan Ninja Village. I see, no wonder I said that Iwan's offensive has weakened recently. Minato Namafang took the report, showing a clear look. It turns out that they suffered a loss from Chen Fan. He is also the commander of the party and naturally knows the intelligence of Iwa Shinobi. From the Daonoji, fled in embarrassment, Iwa Shinobi immediately shrank his front, as if he was afraid of Konoha's attack. He finally understood at this time. And the others were shocked. What the heck? Chen Fan not only became a commander, but also killed 3 generations of Hokage? Obito's eyes widened, full of disbelief. Just kidding, didn't he graduate with me? I'm still going to endure. He's going to die? He's better than you and me, and it's not just starting now. We should have expected it long ago. Yuan Yellen was brought into his team by Chen Fan, and there was naturally a vacancy in the Watergate team, so he brought in Asma, who performed well. Asma has completely given up his hostility towards Chen Fan anyway. I can't beat him, so what's the use of hostility? As for Red. Oh, look at fate. If fate comes, maybe Hong can see through Chen Fan's scumbag's inner self, and then leave Chen Fan, and then he will act a little bit. If the Red has been blind. Then he decided to pretend that he didn't know the person Hong. Only. Sigh. Asma sighed lightly, although he was already prepared, but such a big gap still made him feel depressed for a while. It's not just him actually. Chen Fan. Kakashi's eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly calm, but in fact his hand holding the knife was full of blue veins. He will never forget how he was beaten to the ground by a student who had not graduated yet. He is arrogant, and he has never forgotten to take revenge. But Chen Fan has been able to kill 3 generations of Reckless. He is in existence on the same level as his father. When did I become so strong? Kakashi's eyes were a little empty. Watergate noticed the expressions of his students. Speaking of which, each of his students had a lot to do with Chen Fan. Needless to say, Kakashi, he always remembered what Chen Fan beat him. Obito and Asma are also partners who grew up with Chen Fan people in Konoha Reckless to the point where you can chapter 196 such a partner is now showing strength far beyond his own. It is inevitable that they will be down. With a mild temperament, he was about to console the students with a few words. Suddenly, Obito suddenly jumped up excitedly. Hey, wait, Chen Fan killed the 3rd generation Reckless, so he must be stronger than the 3rd generation Reckless, right? Obito said excitedly. Nonsense. Asma replied angrily. So, if I can tie with Chen Fan, wouldn't I be stronger than the 3rd generation Reckless? Obito said excitedly. So, I'm also shadow level expert. Asma frowned when she heard the words, and looked at Obito strangely. Wait, Obito, when did you and Chen Fan draw? I saw with my own eyes that you were beaten to the ground by Chen Fan. You cried so many times. You know shit. Obito pinched his waist with both hands, and laughed loudly. Look, I didn't kill Chen Fan, and Chen Fan didn't kill me. Isn't that a tie between us? Aren't we 255? Asma's face is stunned. You are really good at 5-5. It's obviously the one who was knocked down by Chen Fan's punch, which makes you glow. Of course, Obito's self-confidence cannot be understood by ordinary people. He said proudly, Asma, please call me in the future Honorable Shadow Level Powerhouse, Uchiha 55K. Asma was silent for a moment, then nodded seriously. I see, Uchiha is shameless. No. Asma, have you listened to me? It's obviously Uchiha 55. Okay, Uchiha shameless. The two of you said a word, and I said a word, and they started fighting. Even Kakashi next to him softened a bit in this atmosphere. Seeing Minato smiled slightly. These students are his best students. This is only a small side effect. There are many other effects. For example, the country of water, which had been moving very loudly and was constantly approaching Konoha, suddenly became silent and began to avoid provoking Konoha. Konoha almost opened the situation at once, and the victory of the Third Ninja World War has almost been determined. Miss Ninja Village, who originally planned to chop a piece of meat on Konoha who was attacked by the enemy on his back, didn't plan to run over and fight Konoha by himself. At the same time, the village of Sand Ninja disappeared all of a sudden. The 4th generation of Fenjiing Luasha has always been unconvinced in his heart. When Chen Fan was there, he wanted to find things and challenge, but he never found an opportunity. Orochimaru is a very strong enemy, he has insight into Luo Sha's mentality, and he did not leave any chance for him. But Luo Sha is still determined to look for an opportunity for war. Especially after the injured Jiraiya also replaced Chen Fan who still had full combat power, his actions became more bold and obvious. However, as soon as Chen Fan's record came out, even he subconsciously stopped moving. Joke. In terms of strength, Sand Ninja several shadows are not the opponents of the 3rd generation Reckless. However, the 3 generations of Reckless have all knelt down. Do you really think that the shadow level of Sand Ninja will not die? There are many similar situations. Every small country has been shaken and has begun to change its political orientation. Danzo, as a hawk of Konoha, has even begun to consider whether the scale of the war can be expanded. Of course, before he could even operate it, he was overwhelmed by the 3 generations of Hokage. The 3rd Hokage did not feel this kind of inexplicable victory, but was a little panicked. At this time, he just wanted to stabilize his hand, but he was unwilling to pay to Endang to expand the war. There are many similar situations. Chen Fan's battle not only made him famous, but even directly affected the entire ninja world. Even in a certain underground cavity in the Iwanan and Konoha battlefields, an old man with drooping eyes, but his eyes were sharper than knives, murmured in his mouth. Did you defeat Raikage and Tsuchikage in one fell swoop? The 13-year-old boy. Kashima, he seems to be a little bit stronger than when you and I were back then. Chapter 154 Chen Fan's desire for heavy armor has not stopped. Chapter 154 Chen Fan, come, put on heavy armor for Leo 2. On the shelf was inscription. 1 update, 4,000 words. Nuoda's underground cavity. Madara Uchiha was sitting on a chair with a long pipe connected behind him. Really, the future generations are terrifying. He sighed faintly, his old voice sounded extremely deep. He was holding an intelligence scroll in his hand, which recorded Chen Fan's days from childhood to adulthood in great detail. From being an orphan, to entering a ninja school, to taking the Chunin exam after graduation. There are almost no details, even more detailed than the files left by Konoha Village. Kashima, when we were 13 years old, we weren't that strong. He sighed softly. In front of him, a figure, composed of white plants, let out a slightly strange laugh. Haha, are you not as strong as him? Well, I only just opened the writing wheel back then. Uchiha Madara said calmly, at this age, I am indeed not as good as him. As the top powerhouse, Madara Uchiha has the power to admit that he is insufficient. Just like when he met Madake who opened the 8 doors in the future, he bluntly said, among the people I have played against, there is no stronger physicist than you, and my class would like to call you the strongest. But Beiju can also hear the voice of class. You mean you are still better than him now, don't you? HMPH. Madara Uchiha snorted and did not answer the question. Because the answer to this question is too obvious. How could he, Madara Uchiha, be defeated? But compared to the old me, he is only 13 years old. Uchiha Madara said calmly, I still need an outsider golem to provide me with vitality, and the combat power has dropped a lot. So, he paused, then continued, Beiju, my plan needs to be accelerated. The means at Mist Ninja Village, Aniwa Ninja Village. If it's time to act, act as soon as possible. Besides, his eyes narrowed slightly. Keep an eye on Chen Fan. A 13-year-old shadow-level powerhouse, even he can't ignore it. Well, I know. Beiju has always been that kind of eccentric, yet innocent voice, but man, the perception of Chen Fan is too keen. I can't give you much information. Beiju has never seen such a strange man. The ability to transform himself into a tree is to integrate into nature. Even a shadow-level perceptual ninja cannot find him without checking every inch. But Chen Fan. Beiju first began to investigate the information, and he wanted to get close to Chen Fan and record it slowly. As a result, Chen Fan was still talking to Konoha Ninja 1 second, and the next second, he slashed towards him with an inexplicable knife. If I hadn't hit myself quickly, I'm afraid I would have been directly hacked to death by a knife. However, Chen Fan, who was fruitless, just frowned and whispered a few words. Why does it always feel like there is someone here? It seems that he has no evidence of his own. I know, after all, he is the youngest shadow-level powerhouse in the world, and it is normal to have a little means. Madara Uchiha's mentality was very calm. He picked up the information scroll and sighed faintly. Even escape. Even if it's me, I've never heard of such a bloodline boundary in this world. But the power is really great. After pondering for a moment, he said softly, in short, avoid Chen Fan. My plan must be executed. Obito, you must come into my hands. People in Konoha Reckless to your panic chapter 197. Meiju obeyed and left. Fan didn't just sit in the void all the time doing nothing, he actually waited for his chance. The Samsara Eye has been sent to Nagato. Obito is also the junior Uchiha he is targeting in private. From the rapid growth in a short period of time after Obito's blackening, it can be seen that Fan is definitely not unprepared. Occasionally encountered took Obito back. How can it be? How can a real ninja rely on such an uncertain thing as luck? Similarly, a certain old yin force will not rely on such things as luck. Chen Fan, who the hell is he? He drew hit in the shadows, his brows furrowed. Why don't I remember the bloodstone of eating escape? If Madara Uchiha didn't know, it may also be that the frequent wars during the Warring States period led to the destruction of the Eater clan. Hiju, who has been alive since the day Kagaya was sealed, doesn't even know about this bloodstone. Then it could only be that Chen Fan was lying. But the various ninjutsus in his hands are very ingenious. Hiju frowned. If it weren't for Zujijiji, where did Chen Fan learn the ninjutsu? Collapsing mountain, madness, battle cry. This skill is naturally relegated to the ranks of ninjutsu by ninjas, although Chen Fan himself does not think that they are ninjutsu. Any skill can only be designed and passed down by ninjas after countless years of study. Although Chen Fan's ninjutsu is weird, it is very powerful. He definitely doesn't think it is Chen Fan's own creation. So, am I remembering it wrong? Hiju frowned and shook his head. Forget it. First assist the class to complete the plan. Mother's resurrection takes precedence over everything else. To this end, he also had to help Pan let Obito come to Pan's side smoothly. No one in the 5 major countries knew that 2 pairs of behind-the-scenes actors were constantly affecting the war situation. But each film knows what to do. The 3 generations of Hokage fought for a long time and finally stopped Chen Fan's attack. Yunren has sent an envoy to redeem the corpses of the AV group and the 3 generations of Hokage. Their attitude is very low, and the 3 generations of Hokage are not willing to annoy a ninja and then let other ninja villages take advantage. Although a complete agreement has not been reached, the 3 generations of Hokage are no longer willing to watch Chen Fan move forward. In this regard, Chen Fan can only sigh helplessly. He believes that he is an excellent ninja, and an excellent ninja will not ignore the words of his superiors. Just like Tsunade didn't let Chen Fan walk out near the door of the operating room, so Chen Fan shows the tactic of, let the enemy come over. Another example is that Orochimaru does not allow Chen Fan to participate in the battle on the main battlefield, so Chen Fan can only chasing Yi Kang's subordinates and, mistakenly, the main battlefield. Anyway, although the results were not what the above 2 wanted, Chen Fan did not disobey the orders of his superiors. However, the 3 generations of Hokage did not give Chen Fan room for activity this time, and Chen Fan had to control himself. Even if you kill all the Yunren in the Land of Fire, let's be more restrained in killing the Land of Thunder. Then silently began to consider other options. What do you do when your superior doesn't give you face? Or change a superior? No matter what Chen Fan thought in his heart, he did obey Hokage's orders and stopped. This immediately reassured many people. Many Konoha ninjas were not mentally prepared for this sudden victory. Like the 3 generations of Hokage, they also felt that the current victory was illusory and unreliable at all. They need a decent contract to really put themselves in the winner's seat. Of course, not everyone only values current interests like the 3 generations of Hokage. For example, damn Saratobi. This opportunity is wasted in vain. Danzo cursed while throwing things. Danzo is very dissatisfied with the cowardly behavior of the 3 generations of Hokage. If it is not for him and Chen Fan's bad relationship, then Chen Fan is not his subordinate. Maybe he will directly pass his orders to Chen Fan on his behalf. However, no matter from the position or from the personal relationship, he does not have this ability. If I had known, I would have a good relationship with that kid first. Tuanzang secretly said in his heart, slightly regretful. But now it's too late to regret it, it's better to think about what to do next. The fundamental reason why Chen Fan acts like a reckless man, but keeps winning again and again, is because he is strong enough. If it is other shadow-level powerhouses, they often have already established their own position and established their own lineup, and they will not change it easily. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to dig a corner. But Chen Fan's immature character can give Tuanzang a chance. Maybe I should take the initiative to show my love. Danzo secretly thought. So what does Chen Fan like? Woman? Money? Maybe like it. But his favorite, without a doubt. War. Chen Fan didn't know the actions of Madara Uchiha and Hiju, just as he didn't know the changes in Danzo. Being ordered not to march, he has nothing to do every day, he can only appear to be okay. Looking for Yuhika to do some happy things. After the rain cloud. With a look of aftertaste on her face, Tsurune Yuhi wore her clothes lazily. Although it's just an ordinary ninja suit, wearing it on her body highlights her graceful figure. That is. Aren't you usually cold? Chen Fan asked curiously. The female ninja clothes Yuhika wears are very standard, it is the kind of mesh stockings and mesh vest. This kind of clothing is breathable and easy to move, but it is already autumn and the temperature is not high. Wouldn't it be cold to wear that kind of thing? Yuhi laughed, stretched out her long legs, and put on mesh stockings, starting from her little white feet. The tight stockings wrapped around long legs, showing a graceful curve. Chen Fan, do you look good? Looks nice. So, I'm not cold either. Chen Fan blinked, always feeling as if he was a little bit wrong. But, looking at Yuhika's slender long legs, his stomach couldn't help but rise with anger. Why don't you just do it again in the ninja suit? But Yuri didn't realize it at all. After laughing a few times, he said, by the way, Chen Fan, Hongdu's birthday is coming up soon, you say let's give her something. Birthday. Chen Fan stared at Yuri Hong's long legs and said casually, just give me something. How about that? This is my only little junior sister. Yuri Hong snorted twice. At a young age, she has a special freshness about her identity as senior sister, Zayo Heyo. But what she said was right, birthdays do need to be well spent. For example, on Chen Fan's birthday, Yuri Hong ostensibly agreed with Nahara Rin that no one would give anything valuable. Then that night, he secretly approached Chen Fan and gave him his first kiss. Of course, Rin Nahara also has many good children. On the surface, she promised very well, but she really didn't do anything that day. After all, people in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic chapter 198 she secretly gave her first kiss before her birthday, indicating that it was a pre-predicted birthday present. Although Hongdu had only become Chen Fan's junior sister at the time, she was not very convinced by Chen Fan, but she also gave a good gift, the poison she made by herself, suitable for the kind that can be applied to the highest levels of suffering. Maybe it's not expensive, and Chen Fan never uses poison. But also art. Then I'll give her something good too. Chen Fan said casually. In the lottery system, there are not only skills, but also many items. Just like skills, there are not many things that can penetrate Chen Fan's vision. But it is no problem to take it as a gift. Then this. Let's do something more. Oh. Wait, Chen Fan, my legs are still sore. The second morning, in the early morning. Chen Fan smiled. Not only because of yesterday's happy battle, but also because of... My heavy armor has finally arrived. Chen Fan looked at the armor in front of him with excitement. Help me put it on. Chapter 155A, the experience can still be brushed like this. Chapter 155. Chen Fan's desire for heavy armor has not stopped. On the shelf for subscription. Second update, 3,500 words. Chen Fan wants heavy armor, and it's not what he wants now. As early as the Chunin exam, he directly asked Orochimaru to wear heavy armor. I put on heavy armor, and I will definitely beat those fake ninjas. That's what Chen Fan told Orochimaru at that time. It's just a pity that teacher Orochimaru is also a fake ninja. In the end, he doesn't believe Chen Fan's sincere words at all. Heavy armor. Is that what a ninja should wear? However, although the request for heavy armor failed that time, and he was even criticized by Orochimaru, Chen Fan still cherished it. Why shouldn't heavy armor be worn by ninjas? The first Hokage wears armor, the second Hokage wears armor, the third Hokage wears armor. Where am I, Chen Fan? Why don't you let me wear it, teacher? At that time, Chen Fan had no money, and even if he had an idea in his heart, he could not implement it. However, as his strength continued to improve and he continued to go out to fight, Konoha gave more and more rewards. Especially when it comes to Sand Ninja. The subordinates have all harvested a lot of sand gold. Could it be that Chen Fan will harvest less? After the Sand Ninja War came to an end, Chen Fan, who had money, contacted the businessman without hesitation. He took out all the money he earned, and the number was as high as 3 billion taels. Among them, the reward sent by Konoha accounted for half, and the harvest in Sand Ninja accounted for the remaining half, which is astronomical. He asked the merchants to forge the most defensive heavy armor. This is a big business of 3 billion taels. How could the merchants miss it? In order to ensure success, they even joined forces and gathered a number of skilled craftsmen to select the best quality ore, select the most essential parts, and adopt the best design. Then, finally, the finished product was delivered. Look, Lord Chen Fan 273. The businessman said with pride. This armor is made of fine steel with a lot of chakra metal incorporated and has the most outstanding hardness. Even if you chop with a grass pheasant sword, you may not be able to cut half a gap. The master in charge of forging is the master craftsman of forging samurai swords in the country of iron. Every blade of this armor is made by the technique of forging samurai swords, piece by piece, and then connected with tough gold threads. Its unique shape is the shape that 13 master craftsmen discussed for a long time and overturned the previous design 4 times, and finally settled on the shape, ensuring that it will not affect the movement, and at the same time, the enemy's attack will be cut to the maximum extent, and the impact force will be reduced. Dispersion. While he was talking, Chen Fan stared at the armor seriously. Not to mention, it looks quite mighty. The excellence of the manufacturing process makes it look like a beautiful work of art. How much does it cost? Yuri Hong is also a person who knows goods. As a ninja, he may not understand romance, but it is impossible to understand the quality of weapons. Excellent quality, coupled with that artwork-like shape. How much did Chen Fan cost? Red, help me put it on. Chen Fan's eyes filled with excitement. HMM. Red nodded and began to help. The businessman also leaned over to help him get dressed. Wearing armor is not convenient, not complicated, but in order to protect the fragile locks as much as possible, the buttons are placed in hidden corners. It's a bit difficult to wear alone. But Chen Fan doesn't care. Heavy armor basically has this disadvantage. It just depends on how you avoid the problem. After putting it on, Chen Fan felt his body sinking. The weight of heavy armor was placed here, and the heavy defense also represented a heavy weight. However, Chen Fan naturally didn't care about this weight. He shook his arm, feeling no restraint. Obviously, the craftsman spent a lot of energy and effort. How is it? Chen Fan looked in the mirror. Pretty handsome. Yuri Hong immediately gave the answer, then hesitated for a while, and then whispered, but I think Chen Fan is the most handsome without clothes. Well, I also think you are most beautiful when you are not wearing clothes. Chen Fan pouted and glanced at the mirror. How should I put it? Under the premise of ensuring defense power first, the aesthetics will definitely be affected to some extent. It's not the armor of the previous life acting, and I don't want anything but handsome. What Chen Fan needs is weapons and armor, and a simple appearance is not a problem. Anyway, his face value base is too high, and he is also disdainful of everyone. He can accept this. Then next, the most important point. Can I try to chop a knife and see? Chen Fan asked. Of course. The businessman said without hesitation. The most important thing to ensure for this armor is defense. He first looked at Yuri Hong's expression and thought that Chen Fan cared about his appearance, so he quickly said, please rest assured, in terms of defense, this armor is said to be the second in the ninja world, and no other armor dares to call itself the ninja world. First, just try. It's the attack of the tailed beast Jade, it can block it. Chen Fan took off the armor and fixed it firmly to one side. Holding the sunblade in his hand, he said casually, then let me try. Try it. The businessman smiled. Although they are trying to make money, it is estimated that this single success can also make a lot of money. But they also guarantee quality. Otherwise, really think that a top ninja wants to kill, is it that difficult? However, because of this, they did their best to ensure the strength of the defense, which he had great confidence in. The tail beast Jade that blocked the tail beast was a joke, but to say it was just blocking a knife, swish! A sword light flashed, and the armor was directly divided into two. What? The businessman's eyes widened instantly. Boom! People in Konoha Reckless to your panic chapter 199. The armor, which was perfectly cut into two sections, fell to the ground, and then split into two sections and scattered. The cut surfaces of the armors at both ends are very smooth, like lenses. Is this what you mean by high defense? VGFH, Chen Fan's eyes twitched. If you reduce your appearance, he can accept it. But the defense is not enough. What do I need this armor for? No. Lord Chen Fan, please listen to me. The businessman's forehead was sweating profusely. I really didn't lie to you. We really used the greatest strength to forge your armor. Right. It must be that your attack power is too strong. He swallowed and found the reason. You are a strong man standing at the top of the world. How can the armor stop you? This armor can stop you. It's already very good. Not only was he distressed for the energy he had put into making the armor, but he was even more worried that Chen Fan thought he was fooling himself, and then slashed him with a knife. Really? Chen Fan curled his lips. Sure, you can't judge by your standards. The businessman explained hard. In short, this armor can't stop your sword. That's because your attack power is too high, not its weak defense. A normal ninja's attack will never shake this armor, so, the next second, he suddenly widened his eyes. The businessman saw that Chen Fan suddenly stretched out one arm and then raised the knife in the other hand, slashing his arm fiercely like a genius. Climb! Sparks fly! The veins on Chen Fan's hands burst out, obviously using all his strength. But in the end, the knife was pulled out, but only a finger-deep wound was left behind. Merchant. Red Yugi. Chen Fan is a meat shield type plus point. Compared to his attack, defense is his strongest point. Typical defensive strong attack weak. Chen Fan sighed and kicked the tattered armor in front of him. Armor is about defense. It's not a big deal to reduce the appearance a little, but... You are so inferior to my skin, what do I want you to do? Look at this, I don't want to get a qualified armor in the ninja world. Chen Fan smiled bitterly, shook his head and left. He believed that businessman would not deceive himself, and it was impossible to deceive himself with fakes if he wanted to live. But the ninja world is only an ancient world in the final analysis, taking the ninja force route and not taking technology as the main development direction. Apart from the legendary grass pheasant sword, the Yata mirror, and the six-paths Dharma tool, there is no famous equipment at all. The businessman did use all his strength, but it doesn't mean that the things made with all his strength at the level of the ninja world can meet the standards of Chen Fan. It seems that I still rely on the system to be normal. Chen Fan smiled bitterly. There are a lot of items in the system. For example, the sunwheel knife that Chen Fan has been using is produced by the system. Although the sunblade is not a top-level weapon, its rank is only silver. But it can also be compared with a grass pheasant sword in the hands of Orochimaru. If only I could draw some armor from the system. Warcraft has Raging Gladiator, DNF has Fake Pig Cover, and Red Eye has Evil Ghost. They are all very good armors, and they are all included in the information that Chen Fan sent to netizens. It is estimated that they have been integrated into the system's prize pool. Chen Fan's desire for heavy armor has not stopped. Let's rely on the lottery. Chen Fan thought for a while and pulled out the system interface. As for businessmen, let him make some more defensive clothes in the future. In many battles, Chen Fan was often hit because he was too lazy to dodge enemy attacks. Although the attack could not injure his own body at all, the clothes on his body could not withstand the constant damage. The result is that after every battle, Chen Fan needs to change into a new set of clothes. Otherwise, it will easily disappear if you are not careful. Although the level of technology in the ninja world is not good, it cannot produce heavy armor that meets Chen Fan's requirements. However, there are a lot of things like clothes and things with lower requirements can still be manufactured. Anyway, you don't need to use it to resist any damage. Don't let Chen Fan hit it. The enemy has already disappeared before being hacked to death. And now, system, give me a lottery. Consume 10,000 experience points. Extract. Chapter 156. This is the best joke I've heard. Chapter 156. Experience can also be rushed like this. On the shelf for subscription. 3 shifts, 13,000 words. Consume 1,000 experience points to replace the lottery. You have obtained a gold level item. 1 kill will kill you. Murism. 1 slash to kill. Murism, gold. One of the emperors, if he is cut by this knife, he will be infected with cursed poison from the wound and die quickly. There is no detoxification method, so it is known as 1 slash to kill. With special abilities, it can be transformed into a demon sword, abandoning its human identity and essence, and using the negative emotions of the undead under the sword to gain multiplied speed and strength. It's actually this thing. The corner of Chen Fan's mouth twitched. He spent a lot of experience, but only got this one. Although gold level items are good, this knife is a poisonous knife. Things that use poison are not my thing after all. Chen Fan pouted. Murakami's sharpness was no less than that of a sunwheel knife, but the poisonous nature was really not his love. Of course, the poison of Murism's one-shot kill is said to be kill, but after all, it is only a gold level item. No one can understand it in the world of Kaiton, but it may not be the case in the world of Naruto. Even Chen Fan doubted that he could withstand the curse of Murism. But even so, it is still a very strong knife. The sunwheel knife used by Chen Fan himself is the silver level. Take it first. It's Hondu's birthday, so give him this thing. Chen Fan pouted and said indifferently. He has encountered a similar situation before, and there are always some higher level skills and items that look very attractive. However, Chen Fan directly ignored those things. It's not what I want. What's the use of keeping it? Chen Fan thought about it, and then directly replaced the lottery. Compared with the things he didn't plan to use at all, he paid more attention to the replacement experience points. But this time he was going to stay. After all, Murism was very powerful, and it was definitely quite luxurious as a gift. Hey, I seem to be able to integrate it into the inherent sword system. The swords in the inherent sword system are generated based on Chen Fan's knowledge. As a gold-level famous sword, Murism is obviously eligible to be included in the inherent sword system. Smoked it a few more times and all said a bunch of rubbish. In the end, I got a bronze-level pistol, and preparations were also included in the scope of gifts. Hey, trouble. Chen Fan turned off the system. Looks like I'm not lucky today. Gold rank is very hard to find, and it is very unlikely that if you get more Kami, you will get other things that meet Chen Fan's standards. Chen Fan didn't bother to waste any more experience points. The armor thing was not in a hurry. He raised his head. The businessman was still waiting beside him in cold sweat. The armor made is not as good as Chen Fan's skin. If this is considered a provocation by Chen Fan, he really has no reason to die. My lord, I'm really innocent. And please, let me go. The businessman smiled bitterly and knelt down. It's not a joke. Konoha's side is better. If it is a blood thought ninja, he will be killed on the spot. It's okay, I don't blame you, it's because I fought too well. Chen Fan's voice was a little helpless, and he didn't expect this situation at the time. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 200. How can a ninja with backward technology forge armor that meets his requirements? If it was Chen Fan at the beginning, the armor of the peak technology of the ninja world might still be useful, but now, with Chen Fan's continuous growth, it is no longer useful to Chen Fan. By the way, you've come here, so help me get some clothes. Chen Fan said what he thought about the clothes just now, then thought about it, and said, let's get some good knives. As for the shape, just follow the shape of my knife. Saying that, he clapped the sun blade in his hand. All of Chen Fan's subordinates learned his Breath of the Sun, and Chen Fan naturally passed on the matching sword technique. And the Sun Wheel knife is undoubtedly the most suitable knife for the Breath of the Sun. Although due to the raw materials, it is impossible for Naruto World to create an identical knife. But even if it is only similar in appearance, it can increase the combat power of his subordinates. In fact, this kind of thing did not need Chen Fan to worry about. However, there are more and more ninjas joining Chen Fan's command. Although samurai swords are not unusual, it is not easy to collect a batch of good swords in a short period of time. The inventory of the Konoha village's arsenal has long been asked by Chen Fan when he faced Sand Ninja and distributed to his subordinates. If you want more, there is no way. Ordinary ninjas are more accustomed to using ninja knives, and the stock of Konoha village is mostly ninja knives. It can only rely on businessmen. Don't worry. I'll arrange these things for you right away. The businessman sighed in relief after hearing this, patted his chest and said, I promise to use the best materials for you. Price also give you the biggest discount. Get another batch of armor, the standard body type. Chen Fan thought about it, and then said, just like the armor you sent me, it's good, give me a few sets. Of course, the price has to be kept down for me. This kind of armor is useless to Chen Fan, and it is not comparable to his own skin. But for the subordinates, it can play a good protective role. Chen Fan doesn't need to wear heavy armor, but his subordinates can wear it. As for money, just after killing the young ninja stronghold, the army has harvested a lot of loot. Chen Fan stretched his back, and this kind of materials allocated to the ninjas. Why should the ninja village pay? As a commander, I am also qualified to purchase military supplies from merchants. Purchasing the blade is not something that can be done in a short time, but the Konoha troop on Young Ninja's side is also in a state of refurbishment at this time. Chen Fan simply pushed everything to Narayan, and then he took his subordinates to train Breath of the Sun. Chen Fan became a commander and naturally had a natural attraction to ordinary ninjas. Coupled with his previous majestic victory, it has attracted many people to worship him, and the number of people is increasing. Chen Fan also treated all of them equally, and after jointly taught the Breath of the Sun, he pointed out carefully. Although everyone has different perceptions, in front of Chen Fan, a master-level user of Breath of the Sun, they can all get sufficient guidance. Everyone is progressing very fast, especially some taijutsu, because they are in harmony with the Breath of the Sun, and their strength is advancing by leaps and bounds. As for the first masters to follow Chen Fan, some people have even begun to touch the threshold of the shadow level. Although I don't know if I can advance, this shocked countless people, and they practiced the breath of the sun even harder. They were full of fighting spirit, and their hearts were hot. And among these countless people, the one who made the fastest progress was Banquet. He seems to have an innate intuition for physique. The hardest part of the day's breath is the precise movement of certain breaths. But such a problem is not a problem at all in front of him, but it is easy to integrate the breath. Coupled with Chen Fan's constant guidance, he logically mastered the breath of the sun to a very advanced level. From this point of view, it is very likely that Banquet will acquire the highest state of the breath of the sun before the Third Ninja World War, and integrate breathing into daily life. A natural physique master. I wonder if Lee will be the same genius in the future. Chen Fan thought to himself. It's not just a matter of learning speed, but Banquet's character is somewhat similar to Chen Fan's reckless man. Among Chen Fan's subordinates, although his excessive enthusiasm is also uncomfortable, it is far more comfortable than staying in other places. It didn't take long for it to become completely integrated, and it even seemed to be enjoying it. It seems that he likes to sell his jumpsuit to others, which makes Chen Fan a little uncomfortable. Other than that, everything else is fine. One day, Chen Fan is instructing his subordinates on their daily breathing. Banquet suddenly ran over. His face was sweating profusely, and his breathing was a little short. Chen Fan, let's fight. I've hit 3,000 straight punches in a row, and I can challenge you. Chen Fan. After being stunned for a long time, Chen Fan reacted from the messy words of Banquet. This is Banquet's self-restraint. He used to shout things like, do 1,000 squats in a row, and if that doesn't work, kick your legs 700 times. This time he seemed to have changed the oath of restraint. 3,000 straight punches in a row. If it doesn't work, don't challenge Chen Fan. This time, he miraculously sustained it. So I ran over to challenge Chen Fan. Okay. Chen Fan shrugged indifferently. Anyway, you have made some progress. Of course, I'm improving every day. Banquet's face was full of enthusiasm. Chen Fan didn't answer, just waved his hand casually. He's talking about progress, because it's only when Banquet makes a huge improvement that he can play the game. Come on. Chen Fan said calmly. Okay. Banquet rushed over with excitement. He punched out, moving very fast, like a rabbit. This fist is extremely powerful, breaking through the air and actually bringing out the whistling sound of the wind. Chen Fan's eyes were as clear as water, and when he saw the fist hit, he made a mistake and swayed to Banquet's side. For flowers. Then he slashed at Banquet's waist with his hand knife. Banquet returned his arm to block, and Chen Fan's hand knife hit his left forearm, causing him to take a few steps back. But in the next second, Banquet came over again. He didn't use the 8-door dungeon. Chen Fan didn't need to be domineering, he didn't need other skills, and he even deliberately didn't use his extraordinary power and didn't rely on his own attribute advantages. The two sides fought only with bare hands and with the breath of the sun. You come and go, and the figures are staggered. Fist and kick, offense and defense switch, and there is a continuous muffled sound. And not long after. Boom! Chen Fan punched Banquet in the chest, causing him to take a few steps back and slumped on the ground. Sure enough, I still can't beat you. Banquet smiled bitterly. You have made great progress. Chen Fan said calmly. The experience brought by the victory just now is not much worse than defeating a top elite Chunin. Banquet is a student who just graduated from the same class as Chen Fan. You can see his progress. But it's still far worse than you, isn't it? Banquet shook his head. You didn't use attributes to suppress, you just accompanied me to fight with your fists and feet, but I didn't touch you with a single move. Sure enough, there is still a big gap between me and you. Chen Fan nodded slightly. He really didn't use any skills, and he didn't take advantage of his attributes. The only competition between the two sides was the technique of fisting. You're already pretty good. Chen Fan thought for a while and said, in the battle just now, you were alright at first, but your breathing was already chaotic. 0. The breath of the sun, the breath of the sun. Its most important is the breath. Anything can be chaotic, only breathing can't be chaotic. For this reason, body movements and offensive ventilation need to be combined with breathing rhythm. Novel Crack brings you this novel. If you are listening to it on another channel with this brand, it means that it was downloaded and uploaded without any effort. People in Konoha Reckless to your Panic Chapter 201, so you need targeted training next. He said and started to lecture directly. Breath of the Sun is a master-level skill, and Chen Fan knows every detail of the training. At this time, when the class starts, it is natural to be straightforward. Banquet listened, nodded again and again, his eyes were smart, and he seemed to think of something. After thinking about it for a while, he walked off the stage excitedly, ready to train hard according to what Chen Fan said. He just got off the stage. Next second, countless ninjas were messing around on the field. Lord Chen Fan, can you give me some pointers too? Lord Chen Fan, I don't understand, breathing in close combat. Lord Chen Fan, I want to fight you too. Their voices were messy, but their eyes were all the same. This is the guidance of a shadow-level powerhouse. Not to mention the relationship between ordinary subordinates, it is the relationship between master and apprentice. How many people will come down to fight with you in person and lower their strength, just to give you pointers? But Chen Fan, he seems to be. Banquet and Chen Fan have no special relationship, at least many of his subordinates, who have been with Chen Fan since the days of Sanbren, feel that their relationship with Chen Fan is even closer. Then Banquet can do it, can he also? Okay. Chen Fan nodded casually. Yes, it's you, come up. Chen Fan wants to make his subordinates grow up, and the real ninja team needs to grow. To this end, he did not hesitate to put in a little more energy and time. Yes, your lord. A Junin jumped onto the stage excitedly. Then the two immediately fought. Boom, boom, boom. Figures are staggered, attack and defense alternate. Not long after, Shangren was knocked to the ground by Chen Fan. You defeated Shangren and gained 11913 experience points. The strength of this name is also good, and it has begun to approach the level of elite Shinin. After Chen Fan defeated him, he pointed out a few words. Then, my lord, I also want to ask you for a lesson or two. Lord Chen Fan, can you give me some pointers too? Sir, let me come on stage too. Grown-ups. Everyone's eyes are full of fiery colors. Where can you find such an opportunity? Chen Fan didn't care either, and then you defeated Shangren and gained 9813 experience points. You defeated Elite Chunin and gained 1011 experience points. You defeated the Special Jonin and gained 4920 experience points. Until one time, when Chen Fan flew out an Elite Shinobi, he accidentally saw the system prompt. Hey, the experience can still be rushed like this. Righteous. Chapter 157, Find Uchiha Madara. Chapter 157, this is the best joke I've ever heard. On the shelf for subscription. One update, 5,000 words. Defeating the enemy has always been rewarded with experience points. Before Chen Fan graduated, his main income from training was by constantly fighting against his classmates. One hit 3 times. Then slowly wait for the time, and when the classmates have grown to a certain extent again, the experience can be reapplied 3 times. Relying on this primitive accumulation, Chen Fan soared into the sky after graduation. But unfortunately, waiting for the enemy to grow is very slow. Like Chen Fan, his student days were definitely the fastest growing period for ninjas, and both his body and knowledge were rapidly becoming stronger. Chen Fan can learn from his classmates many times. However, after 5 or 6 years of brushing, the total amount of experience has not collected 1 million. The accumulation of 5 or 6 years is not as good as hacking a 3rd-generation Hokage. The 3 generations of raying have given away more than 1.7 million experience points. Therefore, as Chen Fan's desire for experience points increases and many ninjas are difficult to progress and make progress, they may not be able to meet Chen Fan, especially the enemy. Chen Fan couldn't repeat the experience of brushing the enemy, which made him ignore the profit brought by defeating early. But now, if we continue to learn from each other like this, it seems that the experience gained is not low. Chen Fan's eyes widened. Chen Fan currently has 3,000 subordinates who have joined Chen Fan's subordinates. Among them, there are many elite monsters, such as Elite Shangman and Shangman. These people, Chen Fan couldn't kill him like he killed Yan Ren. But he can beat them. And don't forget, the subordinates are still growing. Accept Chen Fan's guidance every day and learn the powerful Sun Breath. Their growth is rapid, and the experience they can bring to Chen Fan is huge. It's not even limited to my subordinates. I can also use 290 for other ninjas in Konoha. Chen Fan's face was excited. By the way, there are also Yan Ren captives who have almost been ignored by me these days. They are all good wild monsters. Originally, Chen Fan, who was just trying to help his subordinates grow and promote the growth of the real ninja force, suddenly became more energetic. Come on. Everyone line up. Chen Fan shouted loudly, everyone line up, mark your name. Don't worry, I will brush one by one. Teach you. Whether it's lower end or chunin, or even elite upper end, I will teach you well. With that said, Chen Fan turned his head and said, Red, go and record the list for me. The names of all those who want to fight against me are recorded. Ah. Yuhi was stunned for a moment, and then nodded, okay. With that said, he turned to look for the notebook. Lord Chen Fan. Hearing Chen Fan's words, everyone was moved to tears. What a great man! How many people in this world would be willing to teach others so generously? Know that everyone's time is precious. And the time of the shadow-level powerhouse is tantamount to being extremely precious. In this world, only Chen Fan is willing to spend a lot of time on his subordinates. Even listening to what he said, he was willing to give pointers to even a low-level role like Xianen, who was far from him. Do not. He has already started. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 202. Chen Fan couldn't wait for Yuhi to arrive, so he pulled up a ninja under the stage and began to give pointers. The so-called guidance, of course, is to fight first, experience your strength, and then Chen Fan can open his mouth and make suggestions. And the one person he pulled out at that time was just a small chunin. He is really willing to sacrifice his time to teach a little chunin. Sure enough, Lord Chen Fan has inherited the will of fire of the 1st generation of Lord Hokage. Countless people were full of tears and moved. Sacrifice yourself and achieve other people's things. Who has done it? Have you ever done the self-proclaimed 3-generation Hokage? Has the 3 generations of Hokage who shouted that all young ninjas are brothers have done it? Have you ever done Kazaish who said he would risk everything for the rise of Sand Ninja? Nothing. Even to say something disrespectful, Chen Fan inherited the will of fire of the 1st Hokage. But in the 1st Hokage, he never did anything so close to the people. Only Chen Fan, he is really willing to spend time and energy to guide ordinary ninjas. Chen Fan defeated the Chunin 3 times in a row. Since he decided to brush the experience, of course he had to brush all the time, so he had to brush 3 times. There is no need for any operation. Basically hit once, and then say something like, I'll give you a little more opportunity, show yourself more, I need to see the strongest you, and so on. It's easy to accomplish this goal. Of course, since it was for scoring points, Chen Fan naturally let his subordinates use all their strength. The subordinates didn't hesitate. They really used their full strength to express themselves as much as possible. Could they use all their strength to kill Chen Fan? Joke. Chen Fan's subordinates are not so arrogant yet. As for Chen Fan's pointers after scoring, it's actually not difficult. Although Chen Fan is young, he has experienced a lot of wars. Every time, he rushed over and started to fight. Just when he was chasing Chio into the country of wind, he swept more than 30 strongholds. What does this represent? Represents at least 30 high-scale battles. He has also experienced a lot of battles with bigger scenes. Attacking Sand Ninja Village, fighting against Yi Kang, Sand Ninja's main battlefield battle, the Korean Ninja battlefield. Considering Chen Fan's battle, he often rushed over to fight a group of people by himself. Every battle, in fact, for Chen Fan, the intensity level is comparable to the decisive battle in the Ninja World War. He may not have much experience in assassination, guarding, and escorting supplies. But what about combat experience? He doesn't panic against anyone. In addition, in the tutorial of Breath of the Sun, it is full of various situations during training, and even mixed with some detailed explanations of battles. Chen Fan pointed, quite relaxed. After a few words, after solving a person's problem, Chen Fan began to let Yuri Hong remember his name. Of course, he can't say that he is worried that you will not grow enough in the future, so he will fight with me and waste my time. The obvious reason is that Chen Fan intends to give every subordinate a fair chance, so in order to prevent someone from preempting in private, he simply records his name. Even Chen Fan added some numbers after his name. Xiao Lin Zongren, 3175. The just defeated Xiao Lin Zongren looked at the name written by Chen Fan with a blank expression. Lord Chen Fan, what is this number? Oh, this is my measure of your combat power. Chen Fan said calmly, according to my measure, you should have almost the strength of an elite Chunin. If you have the heart and find time to do some meritorious deeds, you can consider planning for promotion. This 3175 is actually the experience brought by defeating him just now. Defeating Chunin can give Chen Fan between 500 and 5,000 experience. Above 5,000, that is Shaman Kobayashi obviously already has the strength of elite Chunin from the data. If he is not lacking in meritorious deeds, he will naturally be promoted to elite Chunin. I have the strength of an elite Chunin. Kobayashi Chunin browsed with joy upon hearing this. There is no ninja that can digitize such things as combat power. Most of the time, it is Hokage or your own superiors have passed a few missions and feel that you have almost a certain level of strength before reporting to you for promotion. In fact, for most people, he had qualified strength early on, but because there was no whole promotion, he could not advance. Some people are not even sure what kind of strength they belong to, and they don't even know how to take the initiative to find a hole to promote themselves. But now, Chen Fan, who is a shadow-level powerhouse, personally gave the verification of his strength. Who would dare to say that your strength does not meet the standard? If Chen Fan does the same next time. Lord Chen Fan, can I be next? Lord Chen Fan, I also want to fight with you. Lord Chen Fan. Countless ninjas were madly fighting for each other. It's okay, everyone come one by one. Chen Fan laughed, as if he saw endless leaks. Then he waved his hand and began to swipe the wild, non-stop. One ninja came up, and one ninja walked off the stage. Chen Fan's system experience kept growing, and more names were recorded on Yuri Hong's list. And many of them got Chen Fan's comments. Your strength is enough to be promoted to XX, you can consider promotion. In fact, most of Chen Fan's subordinates are fierce people who have followed Chen Fan, roamed San Ren, fought on the main battlefield, and defeated Yan Ren. There was even someone who followed Chen Fan earlier. Almost every war Chen Fan participated in, he played a part in the scene. After so many wars and Chen Fan's constant guidance, it is strange that the strength does not become stronger. Many people, in fact, can already consider promotion. Of course, although Chen Fan has set a combat power for everyone, it does not mean that a ninja with a high combat power will definitely be able to defeat a ninja with a low combat power. There is a saying that fighting is related. When a fire ninja faces a water ninja, regardless of the terrain and tactics, even if the fire ninja has a higher combat power, it may not be inferior to the water ninja. Again, there are tactical implications. However, this is also a relatively accurate assessment. In the eyes of countless people, they came to the stage one by one, and even at the end, they simply took the initiative to line up with Yuri Hong, and after writing their names, they went to the stage to fight against Chen Fan. After the defeat, he took the initiative to ask Chen Fan about his own combat power, and he stepped down and recorded it on the list. Chen Fan's subordinates numbered 3,000, accounting for half of the total number of Konoha troops in this area. Taking the stage one by one, stepping down one by one, plus all kinds of chats, the movement is not small. It didn't take long for almost the entire base to know about it. Lord Chen Fan gave benefits to his subordinates again. It immediately attracted the attention of some ninjas who had not yet been assigned to Chen Fan's subordinates. They secretly started to lean over, actively joined Chen Fan's command, and tried to write their name on Yuri Hong's list as soon as possible. In a short period of time, hundreds of ninjas took refuge. Even Narayan, who completed the daily work for Chen Fan, couldn't sit still. He picked the lunchtime and ran over on purpose. Lord Chen Fan, you really did another big thing, Narayan said with a wry smile. While eating, Chen Fan said, I didn't do anything, isn't it just my subordinates? Isn't that a good thing? It's a good thing, but the impact is also a little. Narayan sighed, many of your subordinates are already qualified for promotion. In fact, Chen Fan's subordinates are not only qualified in strength, but also have a lot of merits. After so many wars, it's strange that you can accumulate merits. Then let them advance. Chen Fan said casually. It's not that simple. Narayan smiled bitterly. Are you planning to let thousands of people advance in one go? Under Chen Fan, there are thousands of people who meet the promotion criteria. Can't you? Chen Fan asked back, aren't they all qualified? It's qualified. Nara's lips moved slightly. But is this kind of thing qualified to advance? In the past, there was no particularly obvious judgment standard. Many strengths and merits were enough for ninjas, and they would also be suppressed. People are in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 203. Of course, this is not obvious. Outstanding ninjas are never suppressed. Only those who meet the promotion conditions are suppressed, but they are not too outstanding. In fact, there are many such people, and the Hokage and Shaman Council will suppress them intentionally or unintentionally. After all, no one wants to have too many people with the same status as themselves. But now, Chen Fan has directly broken this unspoken rule. He, a movie-level powerhouse, has given the comment, from the perspective of strength, you are qualified to advance. Is there anyone who can refute it? If the merit is enough, will the 3 generations of Hokage be promoted? Don't give. The comment of the shadow-level powerhouse is definitely not wrong. That is, Lord Naruto deliberately suppressed me? Or suppressed the boss, who applied for promotion for me? What faction do I belong to? This is likely to cause chaos. But given another whole bunch of bullshit shit. If you meet the qualifications, you should be promoted. Chen Fan said calmly, if anyone is unwilling to give my subordinates a fair deal, then I can go over and take a look and preside over the fair. As my boss, I can help protecting my subordinates, right? Nara's mouth opened, but he didn't know what to say. In fact, seeking welfare for his subordinates is not a special action of Chen Fan. After any faction develops, it will try to shelter and help internal personnel as much as possible. Orochimaru doesn't count the 3 of Chen Fan. Has he accepted disciples who are not from his own faction? The position of Hokage has been passed down for 3 generations, and it will be passed down to the 4th generation, but are there any candidates who are not from the Hokage family? Lion Danzang, he is also a Hokage family. He is a disciple of the 2nd generation Hokage with a bright root. Not to mention Minato, he is directly the disciple of the 3 generations of Hokage. But are there any members of the Uchiha clan? There may have been a nomination, but he might be elected. Joke. Of course, Konoha's system wouldn't say such a thing outright in 5.7. But if you want to be a Hokage, you must have military merit, so that you can convince the public. Ninjas, on the other hand, need to obey the orders of their superiors. Hokage doesn't give orders, doesn't give tasks, doesn't arrange positions that can earn military merit. You're just doing your best. What can you do? Naruto is like that. Chen Fan is the same. If you don't give your subordinates a platform, then who should you let them stand? I hope you know. Naruto smiled bitterly, but his heart was a little warm. No matter what, following a boss like this is 10,000 times better than following a boss who sells you when something happens. Although Naruto was not officially under Chen Fan's command, his relationship with Chen Fan would obviously not be ignored. Naruto sighed and said sternly, "Lord Chen Fan, you may have some thoughts, but the 3rd Ninja War is not over yet. If possible, I hope you can restrain yourself a little. Well, during the war, there is no rush to advance." Chen Fan was very good at speaking. Look, am I still a chunin myself? Although Chen Fan could have been promoted long ago, the 3 generations of Hokage also said that he just wanted to give Chen Fan a grand promotion ceremony, and no ninja would really think that Chen Fan was an ordinary chunin. But in terms of position, he is really a chunin. Has he said this? Have you had trouble? Don't worry, I know the severity. Chen Fan smiled gently. Naruto. How to say? In fact, when Chen Fan himself said, "I'm not still a chunin," Naruto was relatively relieved. After all, Chen Fan's performance really had a big picture. But after he added the following sentence, "I know the severity," Naruto suddenly felt a little panic. Does Chen Fan know the severity? This is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. Chapter 158 Chen Fan can't save you even if you call it a god. Chapter 158 Go to Madara Uchiha. On the shelf for subscription. Second update 3,500 words. Although Naruto was very flustered, but Chen Fan really began to turn into instructions for daily activities. Thousands of ninjas lined up in a long line and were punched by Chen Fan. Their noses were blue and their faces were swollen, but their faces were full of happiness. Being personally directed by a shadow-level powerhouse is not something that everyone has enjoyed. Everyone has a huge harvest. At the same time, many people found their superiors with enthusiasm after learning that they could be promoted as Sharingan and elite Sharingan members of Chen Fan's subordinates, and began to seek promotion. Promotion and salary increase, strong improvement. What else is there to be unhappy about? Of course, Chen Fan left even happier than them. A thriving leak field. Chen Fan sighed with emotion. Sure enough, supporting real ninjas is the right choice. Now, it is clear that real ninjas still belong to the minority among ninjas. Compared with hundreds of thousands of fake ninjas, they are not mainstream at all. But it has already begun to give back to Chen Fan. If it goes on like this, even if the war is over, I guess my experience will not be less. Chen Fan secretly said in his heart. Now everyone is gathered together to give Chen Fan a chance to score points, because it is a war period, a battle of great powers. But the 3rd Ninja War could not go on forever, especially after Chen Fan made a lot of noise. The 3 wars that had ended quickly showed signs of ending earlier. When the 3rd battle is over, even if Chen Fan frequently goes on missions, the enemy he encounters will not be the current large-scale army, but a 4-person team level 16 level enemy. Even if this team of 4, it is very likely that they will run away when they see Chen Fan. This is the treatment that Watergate enjoys now. Chen Fan did not enjoy this treatment, just because it was still a time of war and the things he had done were too concentrated in a short period of time and the countries had not yet had time to respond. The growth of the leak field now will obviously create huge wealth for the future. Chen Fan, who was planning ahead, once again praised his wisdom. In the days that followed, he kept learning from his subordinates. At the same time, he also began to brush up on Yunren's cactus. For his subordinates, Chen Fan still needs to point as far as possible, and he also needs to be distracted to point them. But for the cactus, if you can't kill it, give it to the medical ninjas to practice, and if you kill it, even if they are unlucky, I'm kind enough to treat you prisoner so well. Chen Fan shook his head. What? You don't believe it? If you don't believe me, you can ask Yi Kang. By the way, after A learned of the death of the third generation of Hokage, he immediately wanted to go crazy. Unfortunately, Chen Fan slapped it to the ground. Then Chen Fan was pleasantly surprised to find that after his defeat, he had grown to a certain extent, and he could bring experience to Chen Fan again. As expected of the 4 generations of Hokage, in the future, he is indeed talented. Chen Fan was so emotional and then helplessly swiped A 3 times and swiped karate 3 times. This guy really improved. And just like this, time gradually passed in Chen Fan's score. Until one day, the messenger of Konoha has arrived. Lord Chen Fan. And you, who sent the letter, knelt in front of Chen Fan with a somewhat submissive voice. This is Konoha's latest order for you. Oh. Chen Fan casually took it and opened it. He was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly smiled. Konoha actually asked me to attack Yan'an from here? The location of Chen Fan's troops is now the former Yan'an stronghold, next to Yan'an and Minato's troops. It is precisely because of the geographical environment, close to Iwanan, that the 3 generations of Hokage were caught in the ambush of Onoji. From himself, Chen Fan can easily attack the rock ninjas next to him. People in Konoha Reckless to your panic. Chapter 204. It's a pity that he sent a letter asking for battle many times, but the 3 generations of Hokage kept a series of appeasements every time, but they just didn't let him act rashly. Yes. And you whispered, Konoha's order, that's it. Although Hokage-sama is not very reassured by your temperament, others have successfully persuaded him. As soon as these words came out, everyone around was stunned. As and you, this ninja actually said that about Hokage? Although there are no obvious words in the words, it is obviously trying to provoke the relationship between Chen Fan and Hokage. What the heck is this person? The Enbu ignored the gazes of all the ninjas including Naranaga, calmly raised his head and looked at Chen Fan. Master Chen Fan, Master Danzo, ordered me to say hello to you. Is he from Danzo? Narayan frowned. No wonder he dared to face everyone. Black Hokage. It turned out to be a group. It's Danzo. Chen Fan said with a smile on his face. This bastard can also be useful. Chen Fan is still very happy. Danzo really caught the right option. Nara's mouth twitched, and he stopped talking. Lord Danzo is dedicated to Konoha. Although there may be a small misunderstanding between you and the Lord, that Lord will not condone the enemy because of such a thing. And you ninja completely ignored Chen Fan's nickname for Danzo and said calmly, Lord Chen Fan, Lord Danzo, I hope you can forget the previous unhappiness and kill the enemy with all your heart, so as not to affect the overall situation of the village. Well, you are right, we are all Konoha ninjas, what can we say? Chen Fan nodded seriously, as if what he said was true. Master Danzang is also dedicated to the country and the public. Let him go with a win for the previous minor conflicts. Danzo-sama? Nara's ears felt uncomfortable when he heard it. Chen Fan is a standard pragmatist. When the 3 generations of Hokage satisfy his idea of killing people, Chen Fan will shout, 3 generations of Hokage are mighty and domineering and immortal. Unlike now, when Hokage disagrees with his attacking opinion, Chen Fan mumbles every day, will the leader of the gangster be Hokage? And now, Sinful Bastard has naturally become Danzo-sama. And I have to say that there is really no contradiction between Danzang and Chen Fan. Narayan also admitted that if the prejudice against Danzo is put aside, Chen Fan and Danzo can actually form the most harmonious complementarity. As the representative of the Konoha Hawk faction, Danzo, the biggest purpose is to let Konoha unify the ninja world. For this reason, a war must be launched, and Chen Fan can benefit from it. It's a total win-win. The corner of Andu's mouth smiled slightly, this time to let Chen Fan attack. Danzo really exerted a lot of strength. After all, the 3 generations of Hokage are all about stability, and now Konoha's situation is quite good. If you fight slowly, you can get the final victory and repel all incoming enemies. There is absolutely no need to risk using dangerous goods like Chen Fan that could explode at any time. It was Danzo who, while mobilizing his own power, persuaded a large number of clan ninjas at the Shangnan meeting and instigated the rumor in the ninja village that, with Chen Fan, the battle will win, forcing the 3 generations of Hokage to make a compromise. And obviously, there is a huge price to pay, but also a huge gain. Looking at Chen Fan's appearance, he has completely forgotten the previous contradictions. Although that is a small contradiction in itself, Danzo has not yet taken advantage of it. This is a good start. If everything goes well, maybe we can pull Chen Fan into the camp of Lord Danzo. Andu thought to himself. Of course, this is not in a hurry. Danzo is also a veteran in politics, and will not be impatient to do anything. He has enough patience and enough confidence to wait for Chen Fan to approach. After all, the 2 of them are really in harmony. Even this Andu knew that Danzo not only sent himself to contact Chen Fan at this time, but also sent Andu to communicate privately with Orochimaru. Since that's the case, I won't disturb Lord Chen Fan. Andu bowed his head slightly and said, I wish you a great victory. Well, you go down. Chen Fan waved his hand, the corners of his mouth were already raised, and he began to immerse himself in the excitement of the upcoming war. Seeing this scene, Nara's lips moved slightly. But nothing could be said. Only, I need to report to Lord Hokage as soon as possible. Lord Chen Fan's strength and talent cannot really be drawn by Danzo. 290. The confrontation between the 3 generations of Hokage and Danzo has begun. But Chen Fan is completely dismissive of those indifferent things. Is the 3rd Hokage an approachable and good Hokage? Danzo is carrying a load for Konoha. It doesn't matter. What can make me cut people is a good Hokage. Chen Fan said with a firm smile, other than that, it's all rubbish. If the rubbish is too disappointing, then I'll be Hokage myself. So he started the military parade with a calm expression, and according to Narayan's arrangement, leaving enough troops to defend it was almost impossible to attack Konoha's Yonjingu. Go straight. Lord Chen Fan, I suggest to join the forces of Lord Minato Namuka first, and then launch an attack together. Naranagayo suggested. Although he was a little worried because of Danzo's actions, he still qualified to complete the task of his staff advisor and advised Chen Fan. Why? Chen Fan frowned. Isn't it better to fight it yourself? The so-called transition from thrift to extravagance is easy, and from extravagance to thrift is difficult. Chen Fan, who has become a commander, really does not want to let others influence his actions. Narayan sighed slightly. He knew that if he said that he was worried that Chen Fan will go deep alone and be ambushed by Yan Ninja, he would definitely not be listened to by Chen Fan. So, Master Chen Fan, Minato-sama and Iwanin have been entangled for a long time. Only he knows the layout of Iwanin best and knows where the largest number of Iwanin is. Naranaga changed his words obediently. Sure enough, hit the right option. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Okay. Then go to Watergate. I just heard that Obito and the others are at the water gate, and I'm also catching up with my old classmates. It's not worth Chen Fan's attention to reminisce about the old. Obito is not a girl, nor will it attract the enthusiasm of Chen Fan. But now, Madara Uchiha should have noticed Obito, right? Chen Fan is not looking for Obito. He wants to find Madara Uchiha. Chapter 159 Master Class comes out and asks me to slash. Chapter 159 Chen Fan, what an immortal, can't save you. Chen Fan suddenly jumped out and slashed down a tree. Brush! The violent sword Kai cut off the tree and the boulder behind it by Chen Fan. Lord Chen Fan? Narayan ran over with a strange look. It's okay. Chen Fan looked at the empty tree and frowned. I just suddenly wanted to cut something, and I thought this tree was easy to cut, so I cut it down. Huh? Narayan looked confused. Now Chen Fan and his party have set off from the stronghold and rushed to the location of the Watergate troops. It's just that the closer he gets, the weirder Chen Fan's movements become. He seemed to suddenly have a great interest in cutting things, and from time to time he wanted to cut down trees, stones, soil. And there was no sign of the move, and it was inexplicably chopped off, making a big move. People are in Konoha Reckless to your panic. Chapter 205, Lord Chen Fan, although we are not afraid of Yanrun, but it is easy for you to tell Yanrun our whereabouts. Nara said, hesitant to say anything. How can there be such a hack? Chen Fan's brows were also frowning. He actually didn't understand why he suddenly wanted to chop down the tree in front of him. But he just wants to cut. In the depths of my heart, there is an urge to cut it directly. Chen Fan always did what he wanted to do, and naturally he acted according to his inner thoughts. Only, after cutting it, nothing was found. After the cut, the urge disappeared immediately. Chen Fan looked at Mariana's helpless expression and knew that his actions were a little out of his mind, but... Don't worry, kill everyone who can hear our movements, and not anyone can know our whereabouts. Chen Fan patted Narayan on the shoulder and comforted it. Shouldn't it be normal for you to restrain yourself and stop? Nara's words were held in his mouth, and he wanted to say it. But the result is... Okay, Lord Chen Fan, I'll make arrangements now. Then he sighed helplessly, turned around and started arranging the problem of finding enemies. There is no way, as Chen Fan's staff, he can only get used to his style. Chen Fan glanced at the empty trees. Although he was puzzled, he could only walk on at will. Anyway. No matter what his situation is, if one slash won't kill you, I'll do it again. And it didn't take long after the Konoha troops left. A white figure emerged from the ground. This guy. How did he find me? Meiju's face was solemn, even with a bit of fear. Yes. Every time Chen Fan cuts, it is his position. Wild intuition. Chen Fan did not discover Meiju, and few people in the ninja world could discover Meiju. But he instinctively felt that he needed to cut a knife there. Don't ask anything. Ask his intuition. It's just that Meiju's characteristics made him too suitable for hiding, and he was always paying attention, so Chen Fan didn't get hit. But this goes on. Ben is right, this guy is indeed a dangerous person, and he needs to be careful at all times. Meiju sighed faintly. He actually didn't reveal it at all. Meiju's hidden ability is the #1 in the ninja world. Once he was hidden in Sajuk, hidden in many shadows, but no one found it. But Chen Fan just... Even when Chen Fan suddenly wanted to cut there, it was just when Meiju turned his attention to Chen Fan. Weird man. Meiju sighed helplessly. Over there, what should I do? With Meiju's retreat, Chen Fan's inexplicable chopping of trees became less and less frequent. It also made Naranaga feel completely relieved. Although Chen Fan's routine of killing everyone who found out about our rock ninja is a perfect hit and march is very useful, the ninjas who arranged it did kill a lot of rock ninjas and blocked the news. But one more thing is worse than one less thing. Obviously you can come right over. Why do you have to hit it with your fists? Then, Chen Fan successfully led the troops to join forces with Watergate. Watergate, good noon. Chen Fan took care of him. Chen Fan. Minato smiled slightly. When I learned earlier that you were coming, it made me happy for a long time. As senior brothers, this is the first time we fight side by side. Minato's teacher, Jiraiya, and Chen Fan's teacher, Orochimaru, are brothers of the same teacher. From the perspective of seniority, Watergate and Chen Fan are also apprentice brothers. Only, Minato's expression was a bit complicated when he uttered the word brother. In fact, more than just a brother. When Chen Fan graduated, he almost became Watergate's apprentice. If it wasn't for Orochimaru suddenly changing his mind and accepting the three of Chen Fan, then Minato would definitely accept Chen Fan as his apprentice. However, in a blink of an eye, as Minato's junior brother, Chen Fan not only has a status equal to Minato, but also possesses a strength equal to or even slightly surpassing. This wonderful relationship makes Watergate a little complicated. But whether he is a shadow-level powerhouse or a prudent sunshine faction, he immediately smiled, dispelling his inner thoughts, and said with a smile, Chen Fan, I'm going to launch an attack on Yen Ninja today. Do you want to join us? Oh? Chen Fan raised his brows. Of course. Where's Yenren? I'm going to attack. Don't even think about not taking me. Minato heard the words, heaved a sigh of relief, and said with a smile, of course, I'm looking forward to you defeating Iwanin, so that Konoha Ninja will sacrifice less. Narayan glanced at Minato. Although Minato has a sunny and generous personality, it does not mean that he is a political noob. On the contrary, he also has a bright political mind. Minato's words just now seemed to introduce the next action, but he calmly took the initiative in his own hands. In this battle, he will be in charge of the command. Of course, Narayan believes that Chen Fan should also see it, but as long as there is a battle and someone cuts, Chen Fan doesn't care about a commander's name. But Minato is also not to be underestimated, and it is worthy of being known as a popular candidate for the fourth generation of Hokage. Master Orochimaru may have encountered an opponent. Narayan secretly said. After determining the master and slave, Minato instantly became more enthusiastic. With a big wave of his hand, Chen Fan's reception banquet began. Perhaps to express his gratitude to Chen Fan for his concession, he actually called Obito, who should have been ineligible to be on such a scene, and moved beside Chen Fan. Yo, isn't this Obito? Chen Fan smiled. What's the matter? How are you doing recently? Me? I'm okay. Obito smiled, but his eyes couldn't help looking left and right. Is Lin not with you? Chen Fan smiled and said, no, she is now learning medical ninjutsu with Tsunade. Oh, is it? Obito heard the words, and suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. Although he already has a feeling of recognizing the reality, if he can, he definitely doesn't want to watch Lin dangling beside Chen Fan. After all, in this kind of banquet, if Nahara Lin was by Chen Fan's side. Come on, Chen Fan, ah. Yuri Long blushed, took a bite of the dish, and came over. Chen Fan also took a bite to save face, and Yuri Long suddenly showed a happy smile. Obito's mouth twitched. Yes, if Lin was here, she would definitely do it too. Sure enough, it's great that Lin is not here. On the other hand, Asma, who was next to him, watched. His eyes twitched. He and Obito had the same problem. Although Asma recognized the reality more clearly than Obito, the problem Yukihiko was right across from him. The pain in his heart is no less than the despair you felt when you attended your brother's wedding and found out that the bride was your ex-girlfriend. Looking at Obito, who was relieved next to him, Asma immediately felt a distinct sense of depression. I'm not having a good time, and I can't make you feel better. Asma shouted in her heart, smiled, and said to Chen Fan. Chen Fan, do you know? Huh? Chen Fan looked over curiously. Oviedo suddenly felt a tinge of coldness. Before you came, Oviedo claimed to be Uchiha 55, saying that he was a man who could even fight with you. Asma's smile was extremely innocent, with the joy of not seeing an old friend for a long time. Oh? Chen Fan raised his brows and looked at Oviedo. People in Konoha Reckless to the point that you panicked. Chapter 206. No, I just said it casually. Oviedo looked panicked and stepped back subconsciously. It's okay. Chen Fan's smile was very gentle. Wait a minute, let's practice hard. Let me see how capable Uchiha 55 is. Okay. Oviedo gritted his teeth. Then, he glared at Asma with an angry look on his face. Asma will look at the past without fear, with a happy smile. Also, Asma, you too. Chen Fan smiled. I may not have practiced with you for a long time. Asma's smile suddenly stiffened. Oviedo laughed out loud. Nothing else. Seeing that you are so unlucky, I am relieved. Of course, Oviedo was not happy for long. Before eating a few bites of food, Chen Fan put his arms around Yuri Long and asked Oviedo, It's more Oviedo, do you have a girlfriend now? The single dog twitched the corner of Oviedo's mouth and said forkedly, Of course, there are many people chasing me. Oh? Who's chasing you? Chen Fan replied with a look of contempt. It's not my brother. I underestimate you. A guy like you who has been single for 100 years and his companions are all hands for 1,000 years can also find a girlfriend. Then you still ask? Oviedo said angrily. Hey, it's nothing. Chen Fan, Lionel's, smiled slightly. You know I've always been liked by girls. Don't say brother won't help you. If you want, I'll tell you the secret. Chen Fan's secret of being liked by girls? Oviedo and Asma's eyes flashed brightly. As a man who doesn't want to be liked by a girl, even if they have a girl they like, in their hearts, they want to be more liked. To be honest. Chen Fan lowered his voice and said to Oviedo, Actually, I am Yuleo, who is in charge of marriage. Oh, you don't know what Yuleo is. It's a god who can connect men and women. If you want to find someone the fastest, just remember to give me a red envelope of 50,000 taels, and note the name of the person you like, and quietly stuff it into my pocket. The fairy in charge of marriage? Oviedo and Asma's pupils dilated, and their hearts were pounding faster. They know how popular Chen Fan is. Not to mention, none of the girls in their class did not like Chen Fan. It's just that Chen Fan only took a fancy to Yuri Long and Nararin. Although I feel that there is something wrong with Chen Fan's words, but in case. As long as there is a red envelope of 50,000 taels, I will let you know what it is. Chen Fan's voice was very low. Let us know. Oviedo and Asma looked excited. Chen Fan smiled slightly and said, What is it the immortals can help you? Oviedo, Asma. Chapter 160 Everyone panicked. Chapter 160 Master Class, come out and let me cut. The ability of Namikaze Minato is really strong. At the banquet, with a sunny smile on his face, he chatted with every high-level executive under Chen Fan, and he could get closer to each other with just a few words. Although it is impossible to make Chen Fan's subordinates worship him, it can guarantee that in the next battle, as long as Chen Fan does not give orders, the opponent will obey him. This is critical. Although Konoha ninjas have a lot of obedience, they will basically not refuse when the high-level orders are given. But a little inner dissatisfaction can slow down the ninja's movements, causing him to have too much hesitation. One or two people may not affect the battle situation, but once the number of people increases, Namikaze Minato will never make such a mistake. What he needs to do is to try his best to keep Chen Fan's subordinates from resisting his orders. Don't ask to be obedient to yourself, but at least you should move. In fact, Orochimaru has done something similar. When Tsunade brought people to Orochimaru, Orochimaru also met with the strong men under Tsunade one by one, established relationships, and set up routines. The purpose is to make everyone obey their orders as much as possible. It's just that the effect of Orochimaru's conversation is far inferior to the mild-mannered Namuka's Minato. Very good. Minato Namufeng breathed a sigh of relief after meeting the last high-level executive. In this way, unless Chen Fan directly orders the exact opposite of mine, they should listen to what I say. Only. Where did Chen Fan find so many strong men? Namuka's Minato frowned. As a shadow-ranked man, he faintly sensed the strength of Chen Fan's subordinates. All Chen Fan's subordinates present, the lowest level, is also Shangren. And every Jounin almost gave him the feeling that it was a little bit stronger than the ordinary elite Jounin. This disparity surprised him. It's not bad for the troops who followed Chen Fan to fight in the south and the north. Although my men have experienced a lot of wars, they are still far inferior to them. Namuka's Minato sighed with emotion, but also had a little more confidence in the next battle. Chen Fengqiang, his subordinates are strong. In the final analysis, is Konoha strong? If Konoha is strong, the chances of winning the battle will be a little more. As long as Chen Fan doesn't directly deny my order, then they can be used by me and play a huge role in the next 290 battles. Minato Namuka thought to himself, looking at Chen Fan. It seems that it is not difficult to make Chen Fan not fight against him. For example, Chen Fan, are you willing to be the vanguard in the next battle? Minato Namufeng walked over and said with a smile. Chen Fan, who had just attacked Obito and Asma, heard the words, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, what's so funny? However, although he said so, his eyes glared fiercely around him. Holding the knife in his hand, it seems that whoever dares to fight with him will be hacked to death directly. Namuka's Minato. Okay. Chen Fan's character is as easy to understand as ever. Today, the wind is sunny and the sky is cloudless. The grass is overgrown, the breeze blows, and the head slowly bows. Iwa Ninja and Konoha launched their army, stretching for several miles, with flags and flags like forests, and the ninjas held swords and kunai, and the blades flashed with a cold white light. The high levels of both sides gathered in the center. When you raise your head, you can rely on the ninjas' extraordinary eyesight to see each other. Did Chen Fan actually come to? 2 days ago, Onoji's face was solemn, and his voice was low. No wonder that guy at Watergate dared to call with his troops. 2 days ago, Onoji took the Iwa Shinobi army and attacked Konoha. However, compared with the powerful Yunren, the cunning Onoji didn't get anything good from Minato. The young Namuka's Minato, but the old man who has experienced many years of war, is still calm, and even used his mobility several times to bring a huge threat to Iwanin. Obviously, the cards in his hand are similar, but Minato was able to bring the war to a stalemate, which shows that he is far beyond the master's strategic vision. And now, Chen Fan is here too. Dad, is that guy named Chen Fan really that strong? The Los, with a round face, said solemnly. It's very strong, even I died as a split body. Do you think it's not strong? 2 days ago, Onoji sighed faintly. The split body of Shendan is the split at the atomic, VGFH, level, which will weaken a large part of oneself. Of course, it can be recovered with a recuperation in the future, but Oyemu will not forget the reality that he was almost killed. You are right. Wang Tu said solemnly, but according to what you said, his character is very weak. Can't we do something about this? Tuden is best at defense and traps. The rock ninjas have condensed the earth into ravines one after another, or built the soil into mountains, or dug pits and traps, almost turning the line of defense in front of them into an iron wall. People in Konoha, reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 207. Chen Fan's character makes him easy to fall into some traps. And the trap of Tuden. Dad, if you work with me, plus our army, it's enough to crush a mountain on him. Los said solemnly, can he ignore the weight of millions of tons? The huge pressure of the rock is a weapon in itself. And it's an invincible weapon. I don't know. 2 days of Piganamu said calmly, I haven't used this method yet, and I have already been involved in an unknown space by him. I don't even know if the Earth in that dimension is real. How can I know if this method will work? But for 2 days, Onoji's eyes were melodious. Even if this method works, we can only kill Chen Fan, and we will no longer be able to fight against Konoha's army. Moving millions of tons, or even tens of millions of tons of rocks, requires an extremely large amount of chakra. After the Rock Ninja army has used up such ninjutsu, they will never be able to squeeze out the chakra of other Konoha ninjas. Of course, it's worth it. Sayuki took a deep breath. 13 years old. With such strength at the age of 13, Chen Fan is really terrible. Chen Fan is only 13 years old. The human body grows to its optimum at about the age of 25. And considering the issue of experience, 35 is the real pinnacle of a ninja. After that, physical fitness began to decline, and experience could not make up for the decline in combat power caused by the decline in physical fitness, and it began to go down to the peak. And Chen Fan, let alone the pinnacle of ninja. He is the peak of his body, and he is still far from it. 2 days ago, Onoji didn't really think that in the current situation, he could defeat Konoha and win the Third Ninja War. But he didn't want to leave such terrifying enemies 10 years later. Even after 2 days, I can't imagine how strong Chen Fan will be in 10 years. Of course, although he really wanted to kill Chen Fan, Oyenu still made the safest choice. There are only more than 40,000 rock ninjas here. The real masters are only the recovered self, and the son who also has shadow-level strength, the Los. Even in the worst case, Iwanin, including him and his son, would all die. Iwanin village will not fall from the altar and withdraw from the ranks of the 5 major countries. All preparations have been made. Dayemu squinted his eyes 2 days ago. Chen Fan, I'll be waiting for you now. And the opposite of Iwanin. Chen Fan and Minato were looking at Yanrin's army from a distance. As expected of Yanrin, there are so many preparations. Minato looked solemn, and he regretted it a little. Tuden is worthy of being the best defensive ninjutsu. Although the terrain here is a plain, the rock ninjas directly use the earth escape ninjutsu to form mountains and form steep mountains. It has laid countless traps, and it is condescending, and it occupies a huge geographical advantage. Throwing a stone from this hill may be more powerful than a firewall. If the earth escape is released, it is far better than ordinary. The intention of the other party to strictly guard against it is obvious. Chen Fan, how do you fight? Minami said with a solemn expression, or let's go back first and choose a better time. Even if this kind of fortification can be knocked down, how many people will be lost? It's better to retreat, and then choose another fighter anyway. The Iwa Shinobi can't stay here forever, they always have to go out. Watergate already has the intention of retreating. Don't. As soon as he heard Minato wanted to give up, Chen Fan immediately panicked. Don't panic, isn't it that Yanrin has some fortifications? Who hasn't built a little fortification? Don't panic, let me go first, and when I make a move, I will be able to knock them down. Chen Fan geared up his hands, with excitement on his face. After all, I am a man with a ninjutsu trick. Don't underestimate it. Have a ninjutsu trick? Minato looked stunned. Doesn't every ninja of us have ninjutsu? What do you mean by this sentence? He couldn't understand it at all. But since Chen Fan was so confident, Watergate didn't have much to say. Can only say, then please launch a tentative attack. The implication is that if you can't attack, you can withdraw. Anyway, Iwanin is good at defending, but not good at attacking. Even if Konoha's attack is not smooth, they may not be able to leave many tentative troops. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Chen Fan patted his chest, then turned his head and shouted, Where is the soil? Where did the soil go? It's time for us to charge. He hummed twice, with a bruised face, and walked out from the side. What do you always ask me to do? He was just finished by Chen Fan's 3 brushes, and his body was red and swollen. It's okay, I'm relieved to see you. Chen Fan smiled slightly. Why do you want me to follow you? Obito snorted in dissatisfaction. I'm obviously Minato-sensei's disciple, so I should be next to Minato-sensei. Minato smiled bitterly beside him. He didn't know why Chen Fan insisted on entangled with Obito and had to bring Obito with him. But obey orders, Obito. Minato put on a serious face. Chen Fan has given up the commanding position, and Watergate will naturally not get into trouble with Chen Fan over such trivial matters. Obito heard the words, his mouth twitched. The Watergate threw you to me, you should obey the order obediently. Chen Fan laughed and said, in short, you are absolutely not allowed to leave my sight. This is a death order, understand? The corners of Obito's mouth twitched, and he could only bow his head helplessly. To the power, I see. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction, and there was a meaningful light in his eyes. Of course, he didn't call Obito over because he had nothing to do. He did it for Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha definitely had his eye on Obito early on, but Chen Fan didn't know when he would shoot. At least it's impossible for God without Pikio. Chen Fan's influence is too great, and now the Third Ninja War is completely different from the previous Hokage. In the original work, Konoha Bridge is the transportation of a Iwanin. Once it is destroyed, it can successfully hit the transportation line of Iwanin, forcing Iwanin, who was already very powerful at that time, to withdraw from the battlefield. But now, Konoha Bridge is still on Konoha's side. It is not the transportation of a Iwanin, but the transportation of a Konoha. Minato was stupid to carry out the task of blowing his own road. However, even if there is no Konoha Bridge battle, the Uchiha class will definitely take action against Obito. I just don't know which fight it was. But obviously, even Minato couldn't always pay attention to his disciples in this kind of battle, and there was a lot of room for Master Van to operate. So in order to get in touch with this big boss behind the scenes, Chen Fan could only put Obito in his eyes. So, Fan, I worked so hard for you. Chen Fan smiled. Why don't you show up quickly and let me slash? He thought and laughed out loud. Master Van is a super shadow level powerhouse. If he replaces his own reincarnation eye and becomes a human pillar force, he will be a proper 6th level boss. Defeating the shadow level can bring a huge amount of experience of 50,000 to 500,000. How much can Chen Fan be able to defeat the master class? 5 million? Or 50 million? What if instead of defeating it, it was hacked to death? Master class, come out. The fragrant Obito is here. Come out and let me slash. People. In Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 208, Chapter 161. Very good, this is Chen Fan. Chapter 161. Everyone panicked. Assemble. Chen Fan shouted, and many ninjas gathered immediately. Most of them are his subordinates, a few are Anbu, arranged by Namikaze Minato, and most importantly, Obito himself. Very good, prepare to charge with me. Chen Fan nodded, the corners of his mouth raised. Obito, remember to always appear within my line of sight. Yes, yes. Obito looked helpless. Then Chen Fan grinned. It's time to kill people. In the next second, he took the lead and charged towards Iwanin's stronghold. Go. Facing the high mountain built by Yanin, he suddenly launched a charge. Come on. 2 days ago, Onoji and Wangfu had a solemn expression on their faces, waved their hands, and immediately ordered a counterattack. Boom. 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 Countless boulders were thrown from the top of the mountain like rolling stones. The shuriken and kyune were thrown constantly like arena heroes. Good time. Chen Fan left and slashed over with a sword. The rolling stones are cut off, and the arrows are blown away. He kept walking, and he kept swinging the sunlight in his hand, and many of Iwanen's fortifications were cut off by him. For the past 2 days, Oyeji and Wang Tu looked solemn, and this situation was already within their expectations. Although the geographical advantage is on the side of the rock ninja, they have also laid extremely exaggerated traps and ambush. But it is impossible to beat Chen Fan with this kind of thing. First lure him to the middle, then trap him temporarily with a trap, and then immediately press down on the rocks. This is the tactic Iwanen wants to implement. As for the other plans, it was of no use to Chen Fan at all. It might be a threat to the subordinates behind him. Not too threatening though. As a sharp-edged troop, the people who followed Chen Fan's assault were all elites carefully selected by Minato. Their strength is not bad enough to deal with the endless attacks of the rock ninja. What's more, there is still Chen Fan leading the way. Swish! 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 Chen Fan swung his saber and attacked like an arrow from the string. In a short period of time, he broke into the periphery of Yannin's defensive line. The rise of his killing seems to be a little faster, and the strength is extremely strong, and it directly tore a hole. Wait, what about Obito? Chen Fan rushed halfway and suddenly remembered this question. Turn around. Damn, I'm 100 meters away from the soil. Obito, why are you running so slow? Chen Fan couldn't help scolding. Didn't I let you in my sight? Come here quickly. Obito often panted, and when he heard Chen Fan's words, his face was stunned. This. Can you blame him? You rush so fast that even the elite Junin can't keep up, and then you blame me for a ninja who just graduated? But he didn't say much, so he could only grit his teeth and say, okay, wait for me. Then, despite the hail of bullets, he avoided a few ninjutsu shots from Iwashinobu. Obito finally rushed to Chen Fan's side. Follow up. Chen Fan frowned and said, and then started charging again. Oh. Obito gasped, gritted his teeth and rushed forward. The sword light flickered, and the sword energy was vertical and horizontal. Chen Fan was like a bull's knife cutting through butter. He easily cut through Yan Ninja's earth escape, and then moved on. It's just not long before. Obito, where did you come from, Obito? Chen Fan shouted again. No, Obito felt uncomfortable chasing him behind him. He was panting and dodging Yanin's attack while trying to move forward. From the sound of her breathing, it could be seen that he really tried his best. It's just that the distance from Chen Fan is getting farther and farther. Chen Fan's movements are fast and his attacks are fast. The most important thing is that he has a strong defense. He doesn't need to pay attention to the enemy's attack, and he can solve all problems by directly relying on his body to resist. But not others. Especially Obito. He's just a freshman with strength close to an elite Chunin. Even from time to time, he would be blown away by Yanin's attack. Chen Fan stared for a long time before waiting for Obito to approach. Suddenly frowned. Why did you fall behind again? Can you blame me for this? Obito smiled wryly. As Mengsun, he is currently carrying out the task of attacking the enemy's formation. According to the task classification of ninjas, it is a proper S-level task. It is a daunting task that the Shang ninjas may also have to sacrifice. Can he blame him for not keeping up with the rhythm? Everyone else can keep up, why can't you? Chen Fan wrinkled every day. Everyone else is joining. Obito roared inwardly, but he didn't dare to say it. As a genin with elite Chunin strength, he was surrounded by many superiors of Chen Fan's commando team. Everyone was one level stronger than him, and Chen Fan, who was the leader, was so fierce. His pressure is great. Chen Fan frowned. It's not okay to wait for the soil. He was rushing at it, and he left Obito behind. Who knows what would happen to Obito at that time? If Madara Uchiha suddenly takes action against him, Chen Fan may not have time to react, and Obito will be taken away. Since Daimyo wanted to attract Chen Fan in the past 2 days, he couldn't put in too much effort to resist in front. Of course, it is impossible for Onoji to release water too obviously that will be seen by others. This creates a different phenomenon. Because Daimyo released water, Chen Fan rushed very fast. And because he couldn't let the water go too far, other ordinary ninjas were blocked. Although they wouldn't be frustrated by the offensive, they couldn't keep up with Chen Fan's speed. And as the weakest link in Chen Fan's army, Obito. Really desperate. The problem is that Uchiha Madara is very strong. In order to ensure the position of Obito, Chen Fan must always pay attention to Obito himself. It's even better to keep Obito in my sight all the time, just. Chen Fan blinked. I'm always looking forward. After all, the rise of Chen Fan only looks forward and rarely looks back. This time, it felt a little wrong to chop and chop, and I felt that I looked back at Obito. Fortunately, he glanced at it, otherwise Obito would have fallen behind early. It's best to keep Obito in my sight at all times, so. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he grabbed the soiled clothes with one hand. Huh? Obito was stunned for a moment, and then he felt a strong force coming, and his whole person suddenly appeared in the sky, from the solid ground. There was a whistling wind in his ear. He was. Chen Fan! You actually threw me? Obito's voice was full of sadness. People in Konoha Reckless to your panic chapter 209. He is like a humanoid bomb, flying over layers of obstacles and flying out a big story. And then smashed into Iwashinobi's fortifications. It hit a rock ninja accurately. With that rock ninja as a meat pad, Obito himself didn't suffer any damage, but... Obito raised his head slightly and looked at the ninja around with a confused expression on his face. He is only a 12 or 13-year-old boy, and he is not tall among his peers. And the surrounding rock ninjas may not be muscular men, but they are all adults, each with big arms and round waists. Being surrounded by people in a circle, it feels like being strongly watched. Obito grimaced, his voice trembling. No, what, big brother? I surrender now, is it too late? Death! The rock ninjas roared. The sharp Kyune pierced towards Obito. My life is over. Obito subconsciously closed his eyes. However, boom! A loud bang! A strong air wave rushed over and turned Obito upside down, but... I'm... still alive? Obito was stunned. Then he looked around, and all the ninjas who wanted to attack him just now were dead. Chen Fan was carrying the Sunwheel Saber next to him, and blood was still dripping from the blade. Of course I'm alive! Chen Fan sighed. Okay, let's continue. Ah! Go on, Obito subconsciously wanted to ask, but saw Chen Fan grabbing Obito's clothes with one hand. And then just like the one just now, he threw it into the distance. Chen Fan! I miss you XXX! Obito's sad voice echoed in the sky of the battlefield. The surrounding ninjas watched with sympathy for Obito in their eyes. This kid. How unlucky! Even Minato, who was commanding the Konoha army in the distance, twitched his lips and began to wonder if Obito had offended Chen Fan, or why would Chen Fan always bully him? However, Chen Fan was very satisfied with his adaptation. Sure enough, I am a man full of wisdom. When encountering problems, I can always use my own wisdom to solve them. Chen Fan smiled slightly, ignoring Obito's warning. And then suddenly charged. You have to be fast, or the surrounding rock ninjas will definitely look good on Obito. In order to ensure that Obito would not be killed by himself, Chen Fan could only smash Obito on Yanin and use Yanin as a human flesh offer. The next step is to throw Obito, charge, throw Obito again, and charge again. Sure enough, it was much faster than Chen Fan, waiting for Obito to catch up, and he could also ensure that Obito would always appear within his line of sight. This is the method which is more waste and soil. Finally, when Chen Fan hacked the surrounding enemy to death, when he grabbed Obito casually, he caught nothing. Huh? Chen Fan was stunned, then turned his head to look. But he found that Obito was already lying on the ground, vomiting non-stop. Obviously his flying experience was not too wonderful. Just as Chen Fan continued to reach out to Obito, the strong desire to survive caused Obito to endure the feeling of vomiting and said, "Chen Fan, stop. Didn't you say before that you have some kind of ninjutsu? Why didn't I see you let it go? Come on, let me rest for a while." Chen Fan was stunned when he heard the words. Huh? Yes, I actually forgot to use ninjutsu. I started to be reckless subconsciously, and I forgot that I also have ninjutsu. Chen Fan scratched his head. Okay, I will show you now. Obito heard the words, and suddenly heaved a long sigh of relief. You put on a ninjutsu, make a seal, and then I will give you another wave of praise. After such a series of routines, at least it can relieve me a little. At this time, other Konoha ninjas also slowly followed. Their losses were not big. Chen Fan opened the way, smashed the rock ninja fortifications on the road, and wiped out most of the rock ninjas. For flowers. For this group of powerful ninjas, this attack was not too hard. When I heard the news that Chen Fan was going to play ninjutsu, he immediately became interested. Lord Chen Fan is going to play ninjutsu? Are you still good at ninjutsu? I guess it must be a powerful S-rank ninjutsu. Maybe one move directly overwhelms a rock ninja fortification. Their faces were relaxed, and they were in the mood to flatter Chen Fan. Chen Fan laughed loudly. Break down a fortification? You only have this amount of power. I tell you, this move of mine will directly kill the defense of the entire rock ninja. After all, he directly formed a seal with his hands, and his two fingers pointed towards the sky. Chen Fan took a deep breath. His aura became more and more powerful. Heavenly shocks the stars. Next second, a blue giant figure appeared on Chen Fan's body, and he did the same. The surrounding ninjas looked at it blankly and subconsciously reached out to touch it, but found that the realistic giant figure was just nothing. It was as if they were just dazzled. Huh? Oh, Yan Yuan Wang Tu frowned. At this time, Chen Fan was already close to Yan Ninja's trap, but suddenly stopped and put on a release ninjutsu pose. But the problem is, they have never heard of Chen Fan's ninjutsu skills. After he himself took this pose, it seemed that nothing had changed, but why do I have such a strong sense of crisis? For 2 days, Oyanya's heart was cold. And this time, well, it's above. The Los next to him frowned, looking into the air and said. Onoji quickly raised his head upon hearing this. Obito and Chen Fan's subordinates also raised their heads one after another and then showed fear. 0. I saw a huge shadow suddenly appear in the sky above them. It is still expanding rapidly. I thought it was dark clouds covering the sky, but after a closer look, it seems to be. It's a meteorite. I don't know who made an exclamation. Meteorite. Onoji's expression changed. This meteorite is not ordinary. Onoji is a veteran strongman with rich experience. Looking at this closely, he was convinced that this meteorite could cover almost the entire Yamen stronghold. If the meteorite falls, everything about Iwashinobi will be destroyed. The meteorite fell at a fast speed, and in a short time, everyone could see its figure clearly. People are in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 210. What? What is that? Whether it was Konoha Ninja or Iwa Ninja, they all stared at the meteorite in the sky in stunned eyes. For a while, it seemed that he had forgotten about the battle. This meteorite covers the entire Rock Ninja stronghold. This is disaster. Everyone's pupils are dilated and their bodies are powerless. Even subconsciously let go of the palm holding the weapon. Under natural disasters, what can manpower do? The corners of Chen Fan's mouth rose, and his eyes flashed with madness. Come on. Tie-in obstruction Xing, which was originally a gold level skill, has been upgraded to a master level by him. Across 2 levels. The meteorite summoned by Chen Fan was twice as large as the one that Uchiha Madara hit in the future. The entire battlefield is covered by meteorites. This is a meteorite. How on earth did Chen Fan summon this thing? Minato behind him was shocked, but in the next second his expression changed. Not good. The shockwave from the meteorite's fall will cover Chen Fan and the others. When the meteorite fell, it brought not only the strength of the meteorite itself, but also the airwaves that it raised. With the size of that meteorite, even the people around can't escape it. No, Lord Chen Fan's offensive is too fierce, and even us will be affected. Obito's expression changed, and he also discovered this problem. However, among Chen Fan's subordinates, there are still many people who don't feel at all. Lord Chen Fan, what a mess! Yeah. This attack is too exaggerated. As expected of Mr. Chen Fan. They were still talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was very relaxed. Hey, what time is this? What are you laughing at? Obito looked eager. Let's hurry up. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Narion next to him said with a smile, although the meteorite looks scary, we shouldn't really have anything to do with it. After all, we're all here. Lord Chen Fan, can you still beat us together? I think so too. Obito heard the words and finally felt a little relieved. Aren't we all still here? If Chen Fan's attack is smashed down, if the power is as great as he imagined, wouldn't it even affect us? So there will be no problem. As expected of the elite Junin of the Nara clan, who is proficient in strategy, this analysis is straightforward and makes sense. However, this year has just emerged in Obito's heart. However, Chen Fan suddenly turned his head in surprise. That expression seemed to have just heard a few people's conversations, and was particularly surprised. Ugh! Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they started to panic. Righteous. Chapter 162 Uchiha Madara took action. Chapter 162 is very good. This is Chen Fan. On the shelf for subscription. 3 shifts, 13,000 words. Chen Fan turned his head in surprise, a look of surprise on his face. Everyone stared at him silently. The 2 sides stared at each other for a few seconds. Then Chen Fan suddenly turned his head back, as if nothing had happened. Wait. Lord Chen Fan, have you forgotten us? Don't you think that your attack will affect us? My lord, this is no joke. Everyone panicked. Joke. Such a large meteorite, covering the sky and the sun, even the meteorite that makes people feel that the whole sky is dark. If it affects us, what should we do? Chen Fan, do you have a grudge against me? Obito burst into tears. Are you playing with me like this? Why is my fate so miserable? Just walked out of Chen Fan's, throwing sandbags, and the next second will be killed by a teammate's accidental injury? Cough, don't care about such trivial things. Chen Fan laughed dryly. Isn't it normal to be affected by a companion's attack on a chaotic battlefield? The precision-guided missiles of later generations have the problem of accidental injury, not to mention the ninja world. This is a normal thing on the battlefield, okay? Normal ghost. Everyone was about to cry. What is the contagion on the battlefield? At most, the flame shot by the Hayo fireball technique hit the teammates with 290, which is completely acceptable. But Chen Fan, you... This special meteorite can directly kill all of my own people. Chen Fan smiled awkwardly. This was really a mistake. The main reason is that Chen Fan has always lacked large area attack skills. Before Heavenly Obstruction, his most commonly used area attack was the Mountain Collapse. And this move is more used by Chen Fan as a displacement skill. He had tried it in other places beforehand, and he didn't know how powerful Heavenly Shocking Star was. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that Madara Uchiha is ready to shatter his own body when he uses this ninjutsu in the future. At that time, he was the same as Wu, who was controlled by the pharmacist. So, this move, Taiyang Sing Zing Sing, is a ninjutsu that destroys both the enemy and us. And one thing is crucial. Any skill is actually related to energy. The same ninjutsu can control the power and effect through the chakra delivered by oneself. Well, men always like to pretend. So in order to be handsome, Chen Fan wanted to show everyone the power of a ninjutsu, so he used all his strength. Under the bombardment of this kind of meteorite, except for the outrageous Chen Fan himself, it is estimated that everyone else has to die here. It's nothing, everyone went to the battlefield, they are all ready to die. Chen Fan spread his hands and said indifferently, think better, at least Yan Ren will die a lot more than us. I miss your grandma's legs. When Obito and others heard it, they wanted to scold people. We are ready to die in despair, but that doesn't mean we want to die. If it is a necessary sacrifice, it is fine. As ninjas, they are not unacceptable. But this meteorite. Obviously we are all hiding in the back, you can let it out by yourself. We can all live without dying. The other side. Quick. Stop the meteorite. People. In Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 211 Tsukijonoji was going crazy and he kept shouting. The Los directly ordered, all Yen ninjas, come with me. Saying that, he pressed his hands on the ground and tried his best to deliver his chakra. The rock ninjas were very flustered, but the ninja's quality still kept them all on the ground, and they all launched the big move that was originally planned for Chen Fan. Earth escape. Earth moves the nucleus. Next second. The rock ninja stronghold, which was originally high above, sank directly. At the same time, the land on both sides vibrated violently and rose suddenly, forming two pillars of rock. He was planning to use the earth to block the impact of the meteorite. At the very least, we must also weaken the power of meteorites and give the rock ninjas a chance to survive. Originally, he planned to use this ninjutsu to drop Chen Fan thousands of meters below, and then move a lot of soil over there. Now it can only be used on meteorites. Taiyang did not sit idle for 2 days. He gritted his teeth and flew directly towards the meteorite above. One head is on the meteorite, and both hands are dragging, and at the same time. Soil escape. The technique of ultralight and heavy rock. Like a meteorite trembling. The falling speed, which was originally accelerating, seems to be. Nothing has changed. Why is this happening? Anamu's eyes widened, but he had already used all his strength. Of course it's useless. Chen Fan pouted. This meteorite is not the small meteorite that Uchiha Madara summoned. The master level, Taiyang Sing, who has been promoted twice in a row, is bigger than the meteorite summoned by Madara Uchiha. Heavier. Fall faster too. It is even larger than the size of the two meteorites summoned by Uchiha Madara. A mere big wild tree, how could it be able to stop it? At most, slowing down the weight of the meteorite a little, reducing its falling speed and power a little bit. Flee! Narayan shouted hoarsely. Go back! The further back you go, the smaller the impact of the meteorite will be. Lord Chen Fan, please protect us. He shouted while desperately retreating. The rock ninjas obviously can't stop the meteorite, but Chen Fan can definitely withstand the impact of the meteorite. It depends on whether Chen Fan can save their subordinates. Don't worry, leave it to me. Chen Fan smiled slightly. This incident was his negligence, and he also apologized to the group of subordinates who were affected. He is also willing to protect them. In fact, if it really doesn't work, Chen Fan can directly chop up the meteorite. Oyenyu can't deal with meteorites, but that doesn't mean Chen Fan can't. Chen Fan is confident, armed with arrogance and his own sword, he can definitely cut open the meteorite and dispel the destructive power of the meteorite. Although Taiyanai Zinxing is very strong, how many skills are in Chen Fan's hands worse than it? But as Chen Fan said, when the meteorite falls, the Konoha side will be affected, but the real damage is on the Yanran side. It's easy for Chen Fan to chop up meteorites, but it will definitely make some subordinates who have the consciousness of giving their lives feel guilty and uncomfortable. So, your safety is on me. Chen Fan smiled. Don't worry, you won't die. Of course, no one cared about Chen Fan's words at this time. Including Obito and Naranaga, who just shouted a sentence. Everyone is desperately running towards the outside. Even the outer Konoha army was under the order of Minato, hiding behind the fortifications. The meteorite kept falling. Anonymou gritted his teeth and tried his best to go up. At the same time, Iwanin's earth-moving nuclear ninjutsu also manipulated the rock and held it towards the meteorite. In fact, at the moment of contact between the two, the rock was instantly crushed by the meteorite. And the meteorite itself only slightly reduced the speed. The huge meteorite ignored all the efforts of Iwanin and kept falling. Finally, boom! Meteorite touches the ground. The huge shockwave spread out instantly. Lie down! Obito shouted and jumped forward suddenly. Then, he just felt a wave of air swept in, almost toppling him out. Small sand and stones flew around, hitting Obito's body like bullets, and it hurt him. But Obito still gritted his teeth. In the front line of life and death, he who is extremely reckless on weekdays is extremely calm at this time. He clearly knew that lying on the ground was the only way to resist the impact of the meteorite. In the face of the crisis of life and death, he calmed down instead. Holding his head in his hands, he pressed his body to the ground. No matter what kind of pain came from his body, he was indifferent. Even a pair of eyes behind his goggles had a peculiar goyu faintly emerging. A long time. I don't even know how long it took. But after feeling that the impacting airwave disappeared, he slowly let go of his loose arms, spit out the sand in his mouth, and raised his head. Then, it's a lie. Obito murmured, his eyes full of shock. The location that was supposed to be the rock ninja stronghold has now been covered by a huge meteorite. The surrounding trees were all blown out by the storm, as if a typhoon was coming. The earth presents a deep depression, spreading out towards the surroundings, and you can faintly see the flying messy corpses of the rock ninja. Iwanin's stronghold? Feel sorry. Can't see it now. This is Chen Fan's ninjutsu? Obito was stunned. If Chen Fan used this kind of ninjutsu to learn from himself back then. The leaves are all over. Correct. Where's Chen Fan? Obito looked to the side subconsciously, but saw Chen Fan standing on the side with a calm face, and beside him, completely unharmed, even the Konoha people who didn't even get a bit of dust on their bodies. What's the matter? Why don't you have anything? Obito said blankly. Everyone, look at me. I look at you, and bowed their heads a little, embarrassed on their faces. Because of me. Chen Fan slowly retracted the sunwheel knife into the scabbard. Didn't I say I will protect you? Yes, the reason why they were fine and not even sticking to the dust was because Chen Fan stood in the back. He defended against all the shock waves, not even letting the dust pass through. What kind of ninjutsu did you use? Obito asked blankly. The fall of the meteorite brought a large amount of shock waves, and a lot of debris and buildings flying around, more terrifying than the eye of the storm. 5.7 What moves did Chen Fan use to prevent this kind of attack? Use a knife. Chen Fan said as he should. Knife? Obito was stunned. Isn't the knife an attacking weapon? At most it can only block an attack. How did Chen Fan use the knife to defend against the shockwave and the countless flying sand and stones mixed in it? People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 212, yeah. Chen Fan nodded calmly and patted the knife in his hand. Defense is a simple matter. As long as I kill all attacks, I won't be hurt, Obito. Very good. This is very Chen Fan. But Since you can defend, why does my body still hurt so much? Obito was a little stunned. Oh, it's like this. Chen Fan said as he should, you fell to the ground at the last time, and the distance from our team is a little far away, and I can't take care of such a large area. You can only take the time to chop off the big chunks of sand that hit you, and there's nothing you can do about the rest. It's up to you to resist. Obito. At that time, he was calm, analyzed the situation, and decisively chose the best solution. Then you tell me. Because I got hurt, because I acted too decisively? If I act a little slower, wouldn't that be the same as them, with no injuries at all? Chapter 163, do you think I can't find you without a clue? Chapter 163, Uchiha Madara shot. On the shelf for subscription. One update, 4,500 words. Is it wrong to react too fast? Confused with a dirty face. But the others couldn't help but turn their heads away. Was it really as Obito thought, because he moved too fast and jumped in the wrong direction? How can it be? What they saw with their own eyes, Chen Fan directly grabbed everyone and turned several meters to the side. He has the energy to transfer everyone's position, but does not have the energy to protect the separate Obito. How can it be? He just threw Obito aside. Originally, Obito should be in a straight line with everyone, but after Chen Fan's operation, it naturally became, Obito rushed in the wrong direction and was too far away from the main force, so he could only resist small pieces of gravel by himself. Lord Chen Fan, is this the only one to take a look at Obito? Narayan smiled bitterly and thought, but he didn't know what to do. And Chen Fan himself. Uchiha Madara still hasn't appeared. Chen Fan sighed slightly. That's right, he deliberately pulled Obito out by himself, just to see if he could attract Madara Uchiha's shot. But now it seems that I don't know if what I have done is too obvious. The sandstorm is not enough to cover up my actions, or Madara Uchiha is not around here. That's all, it's just a test. Success is naturally the best, and it's not a problem if you don't succeed. Next. Chen Fan raised his head and looked forward. Let's brush up on the experience first. If you say Obito with a stunned face, you just want to cry in your heart. The rock ninjas have all cried out. Damn it. How could there be such a ninjutsu? The Los struggled to get out of the pit. Although Tianji's instinct was strong, it still couldn't kill him. But ordinary rock ninjas were almost wiped out. When he looked around, he couldn't see the original appearance at all, and there were fallen Iwanin corpses covered by sand everywhere. Blood 16, mixed with soil, presenting a desolate feeling. With one blow, the entire rock ninja stronghold was completely destroyed. This is after they made relative countermeasures. Where's my father? Los took a few deep breaths and glanced around. Finally, in a gravel pit, the figure of Tsuchikage Onoji was found. Although Onoji has a handful of old bones, as at Tsuchikage, he has been saved by many Iwa shinobi. Even when the meteorite was about to hit the ground, one of the elites jumped over and threw Onoji from under the meteorite, but he was drowned by the meteorite that fell immediately, and he couldn't even find his body. Los limped over, dug out big wildwood, and slapped him on the back again and again. Father, father. Cough, cough, cough. Onomu coughed twice, panting heavily, and woke up. After he woke up, he first stared blankly at the huge meteorite that came into view, and the surrounding area where it was smashed out of a big crater. Then, immediately saddened. How much loss did we have this time? He murmured with tears in his eyes. Although the 2-day Ping Onoji is very despicable and insidious, it is not much worse than Danzo. But he is indeed a shadow who loves the village. But now, the entire rock ninja army was almost wiped out. Wherever his eyes went, there was only a living person like his son Wang Tu. You'll be fine. Los finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Onomu was awake, and then immediately asked, Father, now is not the time to be sad. What shall we do next? The next action is more important than sadness. Onoji gasped for 2 breaths, suppressed the tears in his heart, and then gritted his teeth. Withdraw! No more fights. Let's get out. Originally, he didn't expect to win, he just wanted to see if he could kill Chen Fan. But I didn't expect that Chen Fan didn't encounter it, but he was almost wiped out by one of his ninjutsu skills. This battle cannot be fought again. The 3rd Ninja War can't fight anymore. Let's withdraw. Quick. Wake up all the ninjas who can wake up, go. Although Onoji was sad in his heart, he still showed a movie-level decisiveness. Yes. Wantu took a deep breath, his voice decisive. Withdrawal is a must. He didn't know how much more fighting power Yamin still had. But what he knew was... Los glanced at the big Yenyu who was covered in dust, blood and sand formed hard lumps on his body. Konoha wouldn't let them go so easily. In order to allow the remaining Iwa ninja and Tsuchikage's father to escape successfully and to appease the ninja village after a big defeat. I can only sacrifice. At the same time, the water gate in the distance was shocked. Chen Fan. Is he actually that strong? Minato took a deep breath, his expression no longer calm. Such a powerful attack surprised even him. No wonder Yanren, whose teacher was powerless to fight back, was immediately crushed in his hands. He is really strong. A huge crater appeared in the center. People in Konoha Reckless to your panic chapter 213 Iwanin's stronghold is no longer what it used to be, but a mess. Even the fortifications on Konoha's side have been destroyed a lot. I'm afraid that in the future the topographic map here will have to be revised again. Minato sighed inwardly. I heard that when the first Hokage and Uchiha class fought, every time they fought, they had to rewrite a large terrain. And now... Chen Fan definitely has the same ability. But fortunately, the target of Chen Fan's technique is the stronghold of Yanin. Naturally, the rock ninja suffered heavy losses, but the nearby Konoha ninjas were only rarely affected. Although the exposed fortifications were almost destroyed by the shockwave, the Konoha ninja was not injured much. So now... Attack! Minato Namuka shouted. All Konoha members, attack Iwanin! After the meteorite bombardment, the original towering peak disappeared. The traps that Iwanin had placed were also almost wiped out. There was nothing left, and it was impossible for this trap to cause much damage to Konoha. Now, it's time to attack! Attack! Minato shouted. A touch of Kyune flew out, and the next second appeared in front of him. He took the lead and rushed over. It's time to attack! Chen Fan left and strode forward. Behind him, Obito and the others followed with complicated expressions. In fact, the battle has come to such a point that there is nothing left to design. Under the bombardment of a huge meteorite, even if Iwanin took certain countermeasures, some Iwanin could save their lives, but they would inevitably suffer a lot of injuries. A group of wounded people, prepared traps and fortifications, destroyed by the shockwave, what else can they do? Coupled with a large number of dead, the formation of the Rock Ninja army was disrupted. It is impossible for them to organize an effective attack. Victory is decided. Chen Fan is just going to harvest people's heads. He swung the knife and chopped, regardless of whether the Rock Ninja surrendered or not. When he saw someone directly, he slashed over and cut a deep knife mark. Chen Fan's goal is very simple and you. I let him escape last time, this time I won't let him escape again. When I get close to him, I will open the infinite sword system directly. Chen Fan's face was ruthless. I won't solve it if I don't kill all the enemies in it. The last time ONU used the split technique to mix in the ordinary Rock Ninja, and Chen Fan was too exhausted because of the infinite swordsmanship. Anyway, seeing that there were not many people left, he emptied it directly, preparing to retain his physical strength to kill more people. This time he won't make that mistake again. But next second, An extremely thick earth wall appeared in front of him. Huh? Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, then jumped suddenly. At the moment he jumped, a hand suddenly came out of the ground, trying to grab his ankle. Without a single hit, the owner of the arm emerged from the ground. It was Los. It's you? Chen Fan frowned. Los is a strong rock ninja, and Chen Fan has also heard of his reputation. One-handed strength, coupled with the outstanding earth escape technique, can tear the earth and shake the mountain. Although he can't escape the dust of Onoji, he is also a first-class player, and even Minato couldn't break his defense for a short time. But you are here, what about Onomu? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, looked into the distance, and immediately found Onoji, who organized the troops to retreat. It was there. Chen Fan laughed, and the sword in his hand slashed fiercely. A sword kai rose into the sky and went straight to Onomu. And he himself jumped up and chased after Onomu. Los, he hit. Onomu, he wants to fight too. Even other rock ninjas, he has to fight. When he got close to Onomu, Chen Fan was going to use the unlimited sword system to stuff all the living men into it anyway. It is impossible for his stamina to be exhausted by this little bit of a defeated soldier. Just the next second, a thick earth wall suddenly blocked in front of him. Don't want to leave. Wang Tu had a solemn expression, wrapped a hard rock in his hand, and slapped Chen Fan fiercely. Earth escape. Fist rock. Hard rock punch with added stiffness and weight. Coupled with the enormous strength of the Los, it is enough to strike a powerful blow. This technique can even punch the golden horn of a flying tail beast. The heavy fist rock smashed over, causing a whistling sound. Climb. Chen Fan blocked with a sunwheel knife. The blade and the fist collided, making a metallic sound, and his body only shook slightly, but there was no expression. The Los gritted his teeth and his full blow, but could only make Chen Fan sway. But he didn't flinch, he stepped on it hard. Next second, countless sharp rocks pierced out from under Chen Fan's feet, as sharp as spears. The whole land seems to have turned into a trap. Soil escape. Soil stalagmites. At the same time, Los's palm slapped the ground hard. A huge circular hole suddenly appeared on the ground. It was surrounded by a circle, formed by countless iron walls, like a colosseum. Earth escape. Iron prison. Chen Fan frowned, smashed the rock spear that maliciously attacked his crotch. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at the Los. Look at your eyes. You don't plan to live anymore. The Los has an expressionless face and keeps attacking. Ninjutsu consumes chakra very much, so in the duel of ninjas, ninjutsu often plays the role of one-hit kill. And he just used a lot of chakra to stop the meteorite, but at this moment, he continued to use ninjutsu one after another, without any intention of saving chakra. He 290 obviously has no plans to live. Suffering such a fiasco, no matter how prestiged Tsuchikage Onoji is in the village, he will definitely be criticized by everyone and question his abilities. The only way to help him is for this son of his own to wash away the shame of his defeat with his life. The Los has already become enlightened. Well, since that's the case, I'll satisfy you. Chen Fan said calmly. Next second, the infinite sword system spreads instantly. 10 minutes later, the space was broken, and Chen Fan walked out of it calmly. In his hand, he held a human head of Los. Chen Fan glanced left and right. Now that the outcome has been decided, Yan Ren was either captured or killed. Konoha's ninjas have begun to clean up the battlefield in an orderly manner. People in Konoha, reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 214, Chen Fan, you killed him. Minato suddenly appeared beside Chen Fan. Well. Chen Fan nodded. Where's Onoji? Escaped. Minato sighed helplessly. I didn't catch up with him. Really? Chen Fan's expression was still calm. In fact, he had probably guessed the result. Los fought to the death, apparently to let Onoji escape. For this reason, after he entered Chen Fan's infinite sword system, he immediately reversed the way he dared to fight before, and began to walk around. Procrastinate. After paying such a high price, he succeeded. Onoji escaped smoothly. Chen Fan, the head in your hand. Can you give it to me if you can? Minato hesitated and said, I guess Yanran will not continue fighting, then we need to ease the relationship with Yanran. Small thing. Chen Fan said, and threw the head of the Los to the water gate. Minato took it in a hurry. This is the head of the shadow class, let alone the political significance of Taiyang's son. Even if it is placed on the black market, it will be worth at least 1 billion bounties. But it was thrown to him by Chen Fan at will. Chen Fan looked left and right, his brows suddenly wrinkled. Watergate, where's Obito? Huh? With soil? Minato put away the head, and he was stunned for a moment. I didn't pay attention. Isn't it near here? As he spoke, he looked left and right, and suddenly his expression changed. No. Among the troops I arranged to hunt down Iwa Shinobi, there is no Obito. Then where did he go? Minato's expression was instantly solemn, and his brows were furrowed. When Chen Fan heard the words, his eyes flashed instantly. Could it be that? Madara Uchiha, have you made a move? Chapter 164 The Angry Chen Fan is Reckless Online. Chapter 164 Do you think I can't find you without a clue? On the shelf for subscription. One update, 3,500 words. Ninjas, after all, are also the army. The army, it will be banned. The top commander's Watergate ordered Obito to follow Chen Fan. Chen Fan ordered Obito by his side. Then it is impossible to go out with soil. Even if Obito has a frivolous temperament, he will never disobey my order. Na Fengchu's face was solemn. Then where did he go now? Minato and Chen Fan looked at each other and immediately began to search. As a ninja, although Namikaze Minato is not good at tracking, it is definitely not impossible to track. Soon, according to a few clues, Minato took Chen Fan and met the Konoha ninja who had seen Obito. Obito followed the chasing troops to chase Iwa ninja. Minato frowned. What happened? Did Obito really chase after him? Let's go take a look. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, and there was a hint of eagerness in his tone. Hurry up! He urged again and again. Minato, let's chase. Maybe Obito is in danger. Although Minato felt that Chen Fan was a little fussy compared to Obito's whereabouts, the responsibility of commanding the army was obviously more important. But he didn't want to make trouble with Chen Fan. Because of this, Obito was also his disciple after all. He also nodded. Chen Fan's speed is very fast, and Minato dominates the ninja world with his speed. The two followed the direction of the Konoha ninja and quickly chased after them. Along the way, I also met many ninjas who saw Obito. Following their directions, the two quickly pursued. And from the mouths of those ninjas, they also learned a lot of news. That guy Obito really doesn't obey orders? Minato frowned. Kakashi is actually with him? What are they doing? There was a bit of annoyance in the words. He has never educated the two of them, so he can act in private without obeying the orders of his superiors. But Chen Fan, there may be a problem. Minato Namafeng thought for a moment, and his face suddenly became serious. If Obito is said to be patient, he may not follow the military order, but Kakashi is absolutely impossible to disobey the order. Even if Obito wants to leave, Kakashi won't take him. Kakashi has experienced the death of White Fang, and he has not been infected by Obito. He is in a state of ninja orders are iron orders. Even if he died, it was impossible not to obey the orders of his superiors and take Obito to chase what ninja. Well, there is indeed a problem. The corner of Chen Fan's mouth rose slightly. The two looked at each other and nodded. Chase. The evacuation speed of the rock ninja was very fast, and the Konoha ninja did not move slowly in order to pursue them. However, compared with the speed of Chen Fan, it is still too slow. They quickly approached the past, following various clues and following Obito's whereabouts. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, hiding the excitement in his eyes. If there is no accident, 9 out of 10 is a class shot. In other words, as long as Chen Fan rushes over now, he can catch Madara Uchiha's whereabouts. Then, I'm going to hack him to death. Chen Fan grinned, speeding up again. Minato felt this, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Chen Fan, he has a good relationship with Obito. If the relationship is not good, can you be so anxious, because Obito may have problems? Before, I always heard Obito say that Chen Fan was bullying him, but now it seems that Obito is completely hypercritical. Namikaze Minato looked at Chen Fan as if he saw the unity and fraternity in Chen Fan, the will of fire with enthusiasm and sunshine. And then he also sped up even more. Obito is also his apprentice. And just like that, with the two of them running fast, they finally found the whereabouts of Kakashi and his party. But what's the matter? Kakashi, why are you crying here? Minato just dropped his feet, and his expression changed. In front of him, Asma's breath was weak, panting heavily, his body was stained with blood, and he secretly wiped away tears. Kakashi even cried bitterly, crying against a collapsed cave. Tears kept flowing from his eyes, and a pair of fists slammed the ground hard. Hearing the voice behind him, Kakashi turned his head as if the bullied child saw the parent. Teacher! Teacher! Obito he. What happened to Obito? Bo Fengshimon looked solemn, looking at the collapsed cave in front of him. An unpleasant feeling came from his heart. Obito was left in the collapsed cave by Yamin. What? Namikaze Minato's expression changed, and then he understood what happened in Kakashi's intermittent explanation. Kakashi and Obito chased Iwa Shinobi all the way here. Yamin raided Asma and used it as a bait to lure the two into the cave. Although Kakashi reluctantly gave up Asma at first, he was infected by Obito. In the end, the two entered the cave together and joined Yamin. Fight. During the period, Obito opened the three-hook jade riding wheel eye, and his strength increased greatly. After successfully rescuing Asma with Kakashi, he was detonated by the dying Yamin, who sacrificed his life to detonate the detonating talisman, which blew up the cave. In order to cover Kakashi, Obito was hit by a falling rock, and he died soon. He saw that in the previous battle, Kakashi's left eye was scratched by Yamin, and he gave him his wheel-shattering eye. Then people in Konoha Reckless to your panic chapter 215. The cave completely collapsed, and the soil was buried under the deep rocks. Namikaze Minato listened, frowning. He was about to ask something when suddenly he heard a gust of wind beside him. Chen Fan grabbed the rock with his hands and kept digging there, moving very fast. He wants to save Obito? But Obito can still be saved? Namikaze Minato was taken aback for a moment. According to Kakashi's words, Obito was apparently buried in the ground dozens of meters below. This is not the pressure that ordinary people can still live. But he looked at Kakashi, who was crying bitterly, and then at Chen Fan, who was digging a hole with a firm face, and sighed. Chen Fan, I'm here to help too. Kakashi, come and help. What if the land is still alive? All things, wait until Obito's life and death are determined, let's talk about it. Chen Fan's face was excited, he just heard Kakashi's narration and knew Van really shot. The whole plot is almost exactly the same as the development in the original book. The only difference is that Lin is currently studying at Tsunade, and Obito's teammate is Asma. When these two characters are replaced, the whole plot is completely the same. That is to say, when I dig out the soil, I can find Madara Uchiha. Thinking about it, he became more and more excited, and the speed of digging the pit accelerated. Kakashi wiped away tears and looked at Chen Fan's firm figure, seemingly touched. As soon as he gritted his teeth, he gave up crying and started digging. Kakashi has a good hand in Earth Escape. Although he is not a clone ninja in the future, he is still difficult to dig a hole. Namika's Minato is not very good at earth escape, but after all, he is not a ninja who only knows one kind of ninjutsu, like Chen Fan, and when he cooperates with Kakashi, the speed is not slow. Chen Fan doesn't know how to escape, but he has brute force. Encounter obstacles, smash. Encountered boulders, boom. The cave is collapsing, hold up. Relying on brute force, his speed was faster than the two of them. Even Asma gritted her teeth and started digging holes with her hands to help. With the cooperation of several people, they quickly found the location of Obito according to Kakashi's memory. Only Obito. Kakashi cried out sadly. In front of him, there was only a bright red corpse that was completely invisible. And this corpse was wearing dirty clothes. On the head, there are also Obito's unique goggles. Ah. Minato sighed softly. Why didn't Kakashi start digging before he came? It's not because Kakashi is stupid, he will only cry incompetently when something happens. But he knew that if Obito was under the rocks, he would die. Namika's Minato accompanied Chen Fan to dig the tunnel, but in fact he was just expecting a miracle. It now appears that the miracle did not occur. Boom! Chen Fan smashed the mountain wall next to him with a punch, and the earth trembled suddenly. Chen Fan, calm down. Minato hurriedly went over to comfort him. I am also very hurt by Obito's sacrifice, but if you vent at the cave like this, it is easy to cause the mountain to collapse. Then we'll all be buried. Listen to me, let's help. Bring the soil to collect the corpse first, other things, take your time. His voice was gentle, but it also carried a bit of pain, and his eyes were sad. Obviously very uncomfortable. It's not what you think. Chen Fan took a deep breath. Sad. Vent. Although Chen Fan did not discover the whereabouts of Madara Uchiha, he was very depressed. But that's not the reason why he shot just now. The reason why he shot was because he suddenly had the urge to smash the rocks over there. Yes, it was the same feeling as when Chen Fan led the team to look for Watergate. At that time, Chen Fan only thought that he had just acquired ninjutsu. His heart was excited, his hands and feet were itchy, and he wanted to quickly go to the battlefield to kill. But now... Beiju! A ruthless look flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. It was definitely Beiju that triggered my intuition just now. No wonder I always wanted to chop something inexplicably along the way. It turned out to be Beiju's problem. Now, Chen Fan understands. Madara Uchiha did make a move, and he is worthy of being the god of the ninja world. As soon as he makes a move, it is a lore. Even if Chen Fan was on guard against everything, he could not prevent it in the end. Uchiha Madara has quietly succeeded, but Chen Fan has not caught the slightest trace of him. No promise. Chen Fan took a few deep breaths and calmed down. As expected of a real ninja who likes to wear armor as much as I do, there is no sign of a shot, and there is no trace. Only. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. Do you think I would give up so easily? He smashed the boulder on Obito's corpse with a savage punch. Take Obito's body out first. Chen Fan said calmly, then Minato, you go to Master Tsunade for an appraisal. Do you suspect that this is not a corpse with soil? Minato Namikaze immediately understood what Chen Fan meant. In fact, he had doubts along the way. Kakashi couldn't take Obito with him for no reason. Although Obito himself was reckless and frivolous, Minato didn't think he would disobey his orders. It's just that Kakashi is emotionally unstable now, and he is going to wait for Kakashi to calm down before investigating. But now listening to Chen Fan's words, could it be that this corpse is not soiled? Chen Fan's eyes were deep as he watched Kakashi and Minato Nimimo carry the corpse with soil. He narrowed his eyes slightly, looking left and right at young Uchiha Madara's shot really leaves no trace. The collapsed cave buried almost all clues. Chen Fan is not a perceptual ninja, so he can't trace the trace of Uchiha Madara at all. In fact, he suspects that even if he is transferred to perceptual ninja, he may not be able to find any traces. But, man, do you think I can't find you without a clue? Chen Fan gritted his teeth. Chapter 165 Uchiha Madara withdraw quickly. Chapter 165 The irritable Chen Fan is reckless online. On the shelf for subscription. 3 shifts, a total of 12,000 words. The corpse with soil was brought out smoothly. Namikaze Minato also waited for Kakashi to calm down and then started an inquiry. Then I understood why Obito was able to follow Kakashi to chase down the enemy, because an elite Chunin gave him an order to follow him together. The elite Chunin is Minato's subordinate, responsible for the mobilization of ninjas, and has a strong voice, so he can naturally let Obito follow orders. Namikaze Minato immediately set off to look for the elite Chunin, but it didn't take long before he flew back with a flying thunder god with an ugly face. That elite Chunin was caught in an ambush by Iwanin and just passed away. Minato Namikaze sighed softly. I don't know if it was his order. Transformation is a ninjutsu that almost every ninja can do, and acting as someone else is also the most common behavior of ninjas. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 216 Namikaze Minato also didn't know whether the person who gave the order to Obito was the elite Chunin or an Iwanin spy disguised as an elite Chunin. But if it's that elite Chunin, he must be a spy too. Probably Iwanin's actions against me. Minato Namikaze said calmly, they may be trying to retaliate against me by killing my disciples. Of course, it is also possible that someone wants to provoke me and let me continue to attack Iwanin and expand the scale of the war. The first one was okay, it was just Yan Shinobi's revenge against himself. And the second. Minato's expression was solemn, obviously thinking of Danzo again. It can only be said that Danzo is too attractive for fire power. Basically, all the black materials of Konoha can throw 290 on him, regardless of whether this is really what he did. Watergate, who did not know the key information, only made such a guess and did not suspect anything else. But Chen Fan knew the real reason. Uchiha Madara. Chen Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked around. Although he couldn't see anyone, he knew that Obito must have been taken away by Beiju. Then it can be guessed that the location of Uchiha Madara himself should not be too far from here. Obito was healed by Madara Uchiha after suffering a serious injury. And Madara Uchiha may know a lot of secret techniques, but he is not a professional medical ninja. The time interval is too long and the injury is aggravated, then he has nothing to do. So he dug a hole around this mountain range. So, Minato, contact all Konoha's ninjas. Chen Fan said calmly. Leave all the 20-kilometer radius here for me. Huh? Chen Fan, what do you want? Minato was confused. Just do it. Chen Fan said calmly, just when I see my old classmate dead, I want to vent. Namikaze Minato heard the words for a while, then sighed softly, okay. Then I'll go and gather my subordinates first, give me some time. Half an hour. Chen Fan said calmly. Enough. Minato Namikaze nodded and took Kakashi and Asuma away in an instant. Chen Fan sat calmly on a big rock with burning eyes. Half an hour passed quietly. Then, Uchiha Madara. Do you really think I can't catch you? Chen Fan slowly got up. Actually, I really can't catch you. If you hide in the ground, even a powerful sensory ninja may not be able to find you. But I may not be able to touch you, but I may also kill you. Chen Fan took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were full of blood red. Crazy open. At the same time, in an underground cavity. Here. Uchiha Madara suddenly opened his eyes, revealing sharp eyes. But soon, it disappeared. In front of him, a plant body emerged from the ground, and then slowly opened, revealing the unconscious teenager inside. It is the soil. Madara Uchiha looked over, looking at the young boy's immature face, showing a hint of a smile. This is the piece he chose. The Uchiha family, the most talented boy. A boy who can carry his dreams. It's really troublesome. Meiju sighed in a strange tone, and, you know, I was almost discovered. Or that Chen Fan? Uchiha Madara smiled slightly. Yeah. Meiju sighed helplessly. Do you know how much effort it took for me to bring Obito here, so that I pretended to be dead? But even so, it seems that Minato and Chen Fan have been caught a little bit, and they have already become suspicious. Is the ending done? Uchiha Madara laughed. Don't worry, it's all done. Meiju smiled. Although they may suspect, they will never find a trace of evidence. Meiju also has shadow-level strength. And it's still a shadow-level adept at lurking. Trying to be foolproof, even if Minato Namikaze investigates himself, he will never find any evidence. With a smile on his face, Meiju remembered that Chen Fan also wanted Laughing Minato to send Obito's body to Tsunade for an autopsy, trying to determine whether it was Obito's body, VGFH. Do you think I didn't think of this kind of test? Meiju laughed. Chen Fan wants Tsunade to do the autopsy? But this is also within the calculation range of Meiju. This corpse is also the corpse of the Uchiha family, which is similar to Obito. From body shape, to bloodline, to dress up. Everything, Meiju made preparations. Even if he wanted to compare the DNA, Meiju took precautions. He even unpacked many of Obito's items and replaced them with the items of the Uchiha family boy. Absolute. Absolute. No one will notice. Even Namikaze Minato could only instinctively feel that something was wrong, but he couldn't find Meiju's head at all. I can't even find Uchiha Madara's head. Good job. Uchiha Madara smiled. Now that he is old and drooping, his combat effectiveness has plummeted, and he is simply unwilling to do some pointless battles. He needs the advantage of hidden in the dark. As long as this advantage is not lost, he can calmly deploy and prepare slowly, greatly improving the success rate of the plan. Madara Uchiha looked at Obito, his eyes shining brightly. Obito was sleeping peacefully, with a resolute face, as if looking at a piece of the highest quality jade. It only takes meticulous crafting to bring out the most dazzling brilliance. By the way, does the boy named Chen Fan have any other actions? Uchiha Madara asked suddenly. That Chen Fan seems to be able to detect Meiju faintly. He seems to have suspected me. Meiju thought about it and said, but what I did was flawless, leaving no trace. Even if he suspects, he can't catch me. In the end, there is nothing we can do about it. Except for Meiju, who can move freely in the earth, who can discover this hollow hidden hundreds of meters underground, and who can discover Madara Uchiha himself. Madara Uchiha heard the words, and the old face also showed a smile. He is not afraid of Chen Fan, but in his current state, he doesn't want to fight anyone at all. Very good, then as long as he is cured, my Moon Knight plan can begin. Madara Uchiha showed excitement. He just stretched out his hand when suddenly, boom! The earth shook suddenly. In the empty cave, layers of dust were shaken, and sand and stones fell with a clattering sound. Uchiha Madara frowned. What happened? Earthquake? People. In Konoha Reckless to Your Panic Chapter 217, but according to his feeling, the source of the shock seems to be overhead. Meiju. I'll go now. Meiju said this, and the figure seemed to dive into the ground. However, it didn't take long for him to get up with a look of horror. Man. Not good. What happened? Madara Uchiha said solemnly. It's Chen Fan. Meiju gasped heavily. Chen Fan is going crazy above us. Uchiha Fan's eyes widened. Okay. Chen Fan stomped on it fiercely. Boom. The earth was stepped out of a huge pit in an instant. What? Chen Fan's eyes were blood red. He screamed in the sky, and then he punched and hammered. He hit nowhere else but the earth itself. Boom, boom, boom. One punch, like beating a drum. Every punch, Chen Fan used great strength. The arm was covered with dark black domineering, and it slammed down. Boom, boom, boom. With every punch, the earth trembled. In a short period of time, Chen Fan had hammered the ground under his feet into a pit dozens of meters deep. Grumpy Chen Fan, Reckless Online. Chapter 166 The Eye of the Moon Project begins. Chapter 166 Uchiha Madara, Withdraw. Get out. On the shelf for subscription. One update, 3,500 words. Boom. 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 The earth keeps shaking. The sand came crashing down. And it's Chen Fan. Meiju panicked. He's hammering the ground on it. Hammer? Madara Uchiha looked stunned. What is this operation? But, hearing the thumping sound above his head, Madara Uchiha was stunned for 3 seconds, and the picture appeared in his mind. Chen Fan roared loudly, his eyes were red, and he slammed the ground with one punch after another, as if the ground was not sand, but someone who killed his father. Madara Uchiha was not surprised that Chen Fan could affect a cavity hundreds of meters away by hitting the ground. But, how did he find out where we are? Madara Uchiha looked solemn. Could it be that Meiju revealed something? I don't know either. Meiju looked desperate. I obviously eliminated all the breath and left no trace, but he appeared here. I just stuck out my head just now, and he seemed to have spotted me and slashed towards my position. Obviously I didn't notice what he felt at all. The senses of perceiving ninjas are extremely keen, and Meiju has the first lurking ability in the ninja world, and also has a very good perception. He is confident that there is absolutely no existence in the ninja world that can hide himself. However, he was continuously frustrated by Chen Fan. That's right. Meiju thought for a while and said, I think he's completely clueless, but his actions seem to be the same as when he discovered me before. Could it be intuition? Although Chen Fan had almost slashed Meiju several times before, Meiju knew the difference between intuition and perception. Correctly, it seems that there is a problem. I will try it with a knife. Perception is the accurate discovery of your location, and a certain degree of ambush can be carried out for you. There is a huge difference between the two. Uchiha class frowned. Is it really intuition? Before Meiju was almost discovered by Chen Fan, he discussed Chen Fan with the Uchiha class. The conclusions they came to are very close to the truth. Madara Uchiha guessed that Chen Fan has an intuition that is almost a sixth sense. This is not surprising. Many strong people have an indescribable sixth sense when they are in danger. Madara Uchiha himself had a similar experience. When he was fighting against Kaienshu Hashirama, he was obviously not at a disadvantage, but he still used Izanagi before he killed him. As a shadow-level powerhouse, Chen Fan is likely to have a similar intuition, and his intuition may be far sharper than others. But now, I looked around, and there was no sign of anyone walking by. Meiju thought about it and said, Chen Fan seems to have jumped directly from somewhere and jumped on top of our heads. That is to say, is it pure luck? Madara Uchiha has a weird expression, and there is such an enemy. However, his physical condition is very poor now, and although he has the strength to fight, he is not willing to fight against a peak shadow-level powerhouse before Obito takes over for him. Even if you can win, is there any benefit? Instead, it's all dead. He will be exposed, his physical condition will inevitably get worse, and even if he is not careful, there may be no time for education. As a veteran powerhouse in the ninja world, Madara Uchiha is definitely not a man who will act out of anger. So, let's move. Uchiha Madara said solemnly, Meiju, bring Obito and me, let's withdraw. Uchiha Madara, there is no need to fight with that kind of reckless man. Yes, man. Meiju said, opening his vegetal body and wrapping the aging Uchiha Madara and Obito. Then, move underground as if diving. Madara Uchiha is not completely immobile. Although he needs an outsider golem to provide vitality, Meiju, as a derivative of an outsider golem, can temporarily provide enough vitality to ensure his survival. After changing bases, summon the Outlander golem again. Chen Fan, right. Madara Uchiha wrote down this hatred. Fan thought to himself. Then the whole person, together with Obito, was quickly moved by Meiju. Meiju moved very quickly. The thick soil in front of him was like water in a swimming pool. His speed in the soil was not much worse than on the ground. At this time, Chen Fan, who was on the ground, suddenly frowned. He growled. Roar! Then, kick it out. It's not continuing to kick down, but straight, kicking forward. The earth trembled. In front of Chen Fan, a deep ravine appeared. Then he waved his fists, facing the front, and shot fiercely. Boom! 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 People in Konoha, reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 2:18. The fists are like war hammers in hand, smashing them. Banquet brought out the wind, and it was fierce and publicized, with a hint of madness. When it hits the ground, it can even make the ground make a rumbling sound that is almost mournful. 1, 2, 3. The whole earth is like an earthquake. That shock, even Meiju, who was underground, could clearly feel it. Damn, is this guy crazy? Meiju almost vomited blood. The shocking force of punch after punch kept coming along the rocks, shaking his body. Of course, Meiju, as a shadow-level powerhouse, is the creation of the divine tree. With such a long distance, no matter how strong Chen Fan is, it is impossible to cause him any real harm. But he can endure the shock, which doesn't mean Madara Uchiha can. Madara Uchiha's body has already reached its limit, and it is completely dependent on the vitality delivered by the outsider golem to survive. Now the shocks came one after another, and for him, it was simply a death knell. The direction of his attack is towards us. Uchiha Fan gritted his teeth. Although he was in Shiro, he could still clearly distinguish the source of the shock around him. It seems that he is also constantly approaching. Although he didn't directly slash with a sword, he can indeed feel our general direction. Chen Fan's full-strength sword can break through the thick land. If he can clearly detect the location of Madara Uchiha, even if he is in a mad mental disorder, he will definitely choose a better method instead of hammering in the direction of Madara Uchiha here. Using fists can affect Madara Uchiha, but it is obviously inefficient. So, it's still intuition. That's right, what Chen Fan relies on is wild intuition. The wild intuition that reaches the master level, although it is still not used to detect the perception of the enemy, has a more strange effect. Not to mention other things, if it is the ability to perceive and track, under Meiju's perfect aftermath, no matter how strong the perception ninja is, there is nothing that can be done. But if you rely on intuition, well, you hide it perfectly, and there is no flaw in the ending. But what does this have to do with me? I just feel that it is more comfortable to hammer where I am, so I will hammer where I am. Although it is vague, although only the hammer with a relatively large range of influence can be used. But it made Madara Uchiha want to vomit blood. Damn it. Madara Uchiha cursed. Faced with this completely unreasonable tracking, even he didn't know what to do to escape Chen Fan's pursuit. After all, no matter what you do, it can affect his feelings. Wait. Psychological tactics? Erase traces? Totally useless. For a time, Madara Uchiha felt extremely troublesome. For flowers. However, he is also a battle-hardened strong man, and he quickly came up with a solution. Meiju, move to the rocky mountain over there. You can't dig mountains, can you? Meiju's eyes lit up, and he quickly obeyed his orders. Madara Uchiha endured the constant shocks, and Meiju also used his maximum speed, which really made them quickly run to the ground of a rocky mountain. Now, it's time to be safe. Chen Fan, on the ground also, chased after the rocky mountain, and then he suddenly drew his sword. The black arm color is domineering, turning the blood-red sword body into the deepest black, and then... cut. Swish. A white light flickers. The huge sword energy rushed straight into the rocky mountain. From one end to the other. Cut off the entire mountain. Of course, the heavy rock does not move. If the mountain is cut off, it is still firmly pressed on the mountain. Only. Roar. Chen Fan roared, armed with domineering, and kicked him fiercely. And then boom. The hills that were cut off were all kicked out by him. Fuck. Underground Uchi Madara sensed this and almost scolded. Where did this guy get so much power? Zero. Where did it come from? Go crazy. Bronze level madness, sacrificing 10% of the physical fitness of intellectual intelligence. Silver level madness can increase by 30%. The madness of diamond level skills is enough to double Chen Fan's physical fitness. And now, Chen Fan is using a master level madness. It can fully improve Chen Fan's physical fitness by 3 times. You know, this is not the time for the Chunin exam. With the progress of time, the feast has continuously improved Chen Fan's physical fitness, and with the increasingly perfect breathing system, his body has been greatly improved. And the experience that madness can improve is based on Chen Fan's own physical fitness. At this time, when he used it, it was 10 times stronger than the original madness. Roar. Chen Fan roared and punched him hard. Earth shakes. The mountains tremble. Violent shocks came, and the corners of Madara Uchiha's mouth in the ground unstoppable blood flowed out. Withdraw! Quickly withdraw! Uchiha Madara gritted his teeth and swallowed the blood. Yes. Meiju went crazy and ran away desperately. Withdraw! Quickly withdraw! Namikaze Minato was also roaring at this time. Don't worry about those things that don't matter, let's pick them up later. Quickly withdraw! If you don't withdraw, it will be too late. Beside him, countless Konoha ninjas looked flustered and ran backwards as if they were running for their lives. After Namikaze Minato roared a few times, he gasped for breath. He couldn't help but look back, the corners of his eyes twitched. Originally, Chen Fan asked him to lead his army to leave the surrounding area for 20 kilometers. He thought that Chen Fan was overthinking things, but now... The shaking of the earth has never stopped. The whole world seems to be shaking violently. Even more violent than an earthquake countless times. Namikaze Minato saw it with my own eyes. Facing a hill, Chen Fan directly kicked it. And then that hill shattered. Shattered. People in Konoha Reckless to Your Panic Chapter 219 turned into rubble, flying all over the sky, as if it was blown up. What kind of monster is this? Namikaze Minato only felt bitter in his mouth. Even if it is a tailed beast known as a weapon of war, it is not like this, right? And if there is no error in the information, Chen Fan's madness will go crazy for at least 3 days and 3 nights. Thinking about it, Minato Namikaze felt a little nervous, and then hurriedly shouted. The whole army retreats! The whole army retreats! Everyone, don't look back, first retreat 100 kilometers back. Righteous. Chapter 167 Lyeshi and Shattering Fist. Chapter 167 The Eye of the Moon Project, start. 3 days later. Chen Fan's blood-red eyes gradually became clear. The madness is over. Chen Fan looked around him, and the memories in his mind gradually emerged. Where he is now is a forest. The original forest. Now it has been turned into a revel. All kinds of trees are crooked and smashed into a mess. You don't need to think about it. It is definitely cut down by him. And the purpose of Chen Fan's madness. I haven't reached it yet, and the class has not appeared. Chen Fan sighed helplessly. After he became mad, his basic qualities skyrocketed, and his intuition became extremely sharp. Chen Fan wanted to rely on his keen intuition to find Uchiha Madara's position and force him out. Unfortunately, the memory in his mind told him that Chen Fan kicked the ground, chopped off mountains, and kept bombarding the ground. It should be on the way to chase Uchiha Madara. It was just Nehi chasing after him. I don't know how long he had been chasing, and he finally appeared before a sea. Although Chen Fan is physically strong, he can't breathe underwater. Coupled with the resistance of the water, his attack power has been greatly weakened. Madness has no wisdom and is unreasonable. If Chen Fan was in a normal state, he would definitely know to be a scuba diver first, and then continue to catch up, but in a state of madness, he just chased and fought hard and didn't understand anything else. Soon, the trace of Uchiha Madara was lost. In the end, it's the former god of the ninja world. It's still a bit difficult to force him out with a madman. Chen Fan shook his head with a look of helplessness. He looked around, and this time his madness didn't last long, only 3 days. As early as when everyone took the exam, he could go crazy for 3 days, not to mention now. He also retains a lot of physical strength. It's not that Chen Fan can't go crazy for too long, but his purpose is to fight Uchiha Madara. If he can't solve the enemy for 3 days and 3 nights, then it's useless for a little more time. Suddenly, swish! A figure appeared in the distance, and the Konoha forehead on his forehead shone. Chen Fan, are you done venting? Minato waved from a distance. Oh, Watergate. Chen Fan raised his head and waved his hand. When Namikaze Minato saw this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Fan's madness is finally over. He has been worried about it for a long time. You know, Konoha's army is not far from Chen Fan. Even if Minato told everyone to retreat early, there was no guarantee that Chen Fan would not suddenly rush towards Konoha in a frenzy and start the massacre. In fact, Madara Uchiha really thought about the idea of bringing disaster to the east, and wanted to lead Chen Fan to the Konoha unit. However, as the level increased, Chen Fan's control of madness became more and more handy. Although he still can't control his mad himself, he can set a top priority for himself. From the very beginning, Chen Fan set his target on Madara Uchiha. Before Uchiha Madara was resolved, the others were basically ignored unless they shot at him. Uchiha Madara also discovered this, and decided to escape into the sea anyway. Beiju's ability can also be used in the reefs of the deep sea. Although there is still the skill of holding head and squatting defense that can be used, but Minato did not dare to take such a risk. He let the large army retreat as early as possible, and then he relied on Flying Thunder God's maneuverability to follow Chen Fan far behind. Also, let's go, Chen Fan. Minato waved with a wry smile. I'll take you back. Well, okay. Chen Fan touched his stomach. I'm a little hungry too. Hungry. The corner of Namikaze Minato's mouth twitched. This time, the map is really going to be overhauled on a large scale. As far as Minato remembered, the high mountains were chopped and kicked to pieces, the plains were smashed into deep valleys, and then the soil was squeezed next to it, forcibly squeezed out of a hill. As for the forest, I don't even know how much was cut. And then you, who started it all, tell me you've done so much and you're just a little hungry? With a good temper of naffing Minato, there is also a saying that mother sells criticism. But the opening is missing. Well, the food should have been prepared over there. We can eat it when we go there. In the past few days, when Chen Fan ran wild, Namikaze Minato was not idle. While monitoring Chen Fan from a distance, he sent the corpse with soil to Tsunade for an autopsy. Like Chen Fan, he found a lot of clues, but he didn't really believe that this was done by a ninja. After spending so much effort, he just killed a Chunin in order to retaliate against the commander. If you have such thoughts, why don't you take revenge on Chen Fan? Obviously, the casualties Chen Fan caused to Yanin were much greater than his own. It's just that Beiju's work is flawless. Tsunade soon came to the news. Through comparison, it was found that the DNA of the corpse was exactly the same as the DNA of the skin debris on the clothes, with soil sent by Minato Namafang. Obito's corpse is indeed Obito himself. This makes Namika's Minato also very helpless. The clue is completely broken. With Soil really dead, he could only think of the possibility of Iwashinobi. Namika's Minato informed Chen Fan of the news, but Chen Fan didn't care at all. DNA testing? Intelligence? Clue? Even if everything points to Iwanin, I just don't believe it. What a coincidence. After I became mad, I focused on the ground hammer. Obviously I sensed Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha was near the battlefield, and Obito also happened to die there, and you tell me it's all a coincidence? Believe it or not, I don't believe it anyway. He told Minato Namikaze about his idea of not dying with the soil, and he also said some guesses, but he didn't say the existence of Madara Uchiha after all. He couldn't explain it. Namikaze Minato also had a little doubt about Obito's death. But between the facts and Chen Fan, he still believes more in the facts. At this time, Konoha Village. Inside the Jounin Council Hall, Namikaze Minato has already passed the news of the victory to the village, and it is estimated that the 3 generations of Hokage have already received it. At the same time, after this incident, Onoji finally couldn't hold on, and decided to ask Konoha for peace. When the mission sent out passed by Minato Nagafang, it was almost affected by Chen Fan's madness. Fortunately Minato saw the identity of the other party's messenger and shot in time people in Konoha Reckless to the point of panic. Chapter 220. Otherwise, they all have to get in. And now, that's what they're talking about. HMPH, sure enough. Tuanzang sneered, I just said that transferring Chen Fan was the right choice. You see now that old immortal Omu has come to beg for peace. Saratobi, you are still too weak. If it wasn't for his support at the time, how could Saratobi agree to Chen Fan's attack on Yanin? And now, Iwanin's ending also represents Danzo's correctness. I'm just asking for stability. The 3 generations of Hokage. Saratobi glanced at Danzo, and he also knew Danzo's private connection with Chen Fan. The 3 generations of Hokage are well aware of the thoughts of this old player. And be very alert. Although Chen Fan is very strong, he is too young to have the temperament to control that kind of strength. The 3rd Hokage said solemnly, in fact, he became mad because of a classmate afterwards, which also proves this. In the event of an accident, who will bear the responsibility? Namikaze Minato will not cover up for Chen Fan, and Chen Fan's madness naturally belongs to the information reported. Except for Chen Fan, no one knows the existence of Madara Uchiha, and they will only think that Chen Fan is angry because of the love of classmates. And for the death of a classmate, inexplicably mad to vent. The choice of this unwise man. As a commander, it is taboo to raise a division out of anger. But victory is victory, and it's still such a brilliant victory. Do you still want to veto this? Danzang left, with a bit of fun, in the gloom. The 3rd Hokage was speechless. Ninja only look at the result, not the process. No matter how reckless Chen Fan is, how can he make his heart skip a beat when he looks at him? But victory is unquestionable. Okay. What we need to discuss is Iwanin's reconciliation. 3 generations of Hokage coughed. I think we should accept Onoji's request. For more than a year, our consumption has also been huge, and there is no need to continue the war. No. Hearing the words, Danzo categorically vetoed. Now that we have such an advantage, why should we stop? I think we should continue the fight. In Konoha, the battle between Hawks and Doves continues. Danzo and Saratobi's entanglement will never stop. At the same time, in a quiet underground void, Obito murmured and slowly opened his eyes. Here is. In his memory, he still stayed at the moment when he was crushed by the giant rock that day. Am I dead? Obito's mind was confused, and he didn't know if it was because he had just woken up, or what. He wanted to move his body, but found pain all over his body, making it difficult to even move. And this time, boy, you woke up on 5.7. An old voice came. With all his strength, Obito turned his head in pain. Beside him, Madara Uchiha vomited blood, leaned on crutches weakly, breathed a little short, and was still bleeding faintly. Fuck, old man, what's your situation? Obito looked confused. Madara Uchiha was about to speak, but the corner of Obito's mouth twitched. Chen Fan felt helpless that he didn't hit Madara Uchiha. But how did he know that Uchiha Madara was so angry that he almost ran out and fought with Chen Fan? Chen Fan chased him for a whole day and night. Day and night. The fist kept bombarding the ground, and the shock kept coming. This made Uchiha Madara vomit blood, and his already old body deteriorated again. If he hadn't thought of a way to use seawater and felt that he had a chance to get rid of Chen Fan, he would have really come out and fought with Chen Fan. He, Madara Uchiha, is not a good-natured master either. As a result, now, he feels that he is even more miserable than the seriously injured Obito. Madara Uchiha took 2 deep breaths, resisting the depression in his heart, and said, "This is the gap between the underworld and the world, Uchiha's clansman." The writing wheel eyes in the eyes rotate slightly. Eye of the Moon Project, start. Chapter 168 to Anzang in action. Chapter 168, Flowing Water Rock-Shattering Fist. On the shelf for subscription. 3 shifts, 11,000 words. Class planning has begun. However, Chen Fan was busy with other things. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. The relaxed singing reverberated in the room. Hondu wore a small flower on her head, and her face was filled with a happy smile. Yuhi, Rin Nahara, and Fan Chen gathered together, singing softly and offering blessings. Red Bean smiled. Today is her birthday. Ninja's time is precious. When Kakashi celebrated his birthday, it was just a few gifts from Obito and the others. But now that the situation is stable and the war is over, we can truly celebrate. Yuhi and Lin were relatively unlucky. Their birthdays were in the hurry of the war, and they didn't get a cake. However, as senior sisters, their strange sense of mission made them reluctant to let Hondu experience such helplessness. This time, the 2 of them cooked by themselves and made a cake for the red beans. Thank you. Hondu showed a happy smile and narrowed his eyes happily. Well, hurry up and eat. Yuhiko and Rin looked at each other and smiled. They like the junior sister Hondu very much. The main reason is, hurry up and eat, I'm still hungry. Chen Fan waved his hand with a look of helplessness. It's up to you. Hondu glanced at Chen Fan proudly. Also, why should I wear a little red flower? It's a custom. Why didn't I know there was such a custom? 16. She snorted a few times and said a few words to Chen Fan, and then she happily blew out the garbage and started cutting the cake with a knife. Seeing this, Kane Yuhi and Rin Nahara smiled even brighter. What a good sister. As long as Chon Hondu doesn't want Chen Fan's body at all, it's worthy of them to treat her well. After all, Rin Nahara and Yuhi looked at each other, and the sparks caused by the collision of their sights were almost visible to the naked eye. This woman is his enemy. Chen Fan yawned. He was relatively relaxed during this time. Hokage's order has not yet been issued, and he has returned to the days when he has nothing to do, and he can only educate his subordinates every day. However, no matter how many subordinates there are and how high the fighting enthusiasm is, the system will not recognize the experience after 3 brushes. It's not that anyone's strength can rise rapidly. With the initial huge profits, the harvest of experience began to decrease. Chen Fan started to consider giving instructions to Konoha ninjas other than his subordinates equally. However, treating outsiders equally may reduce the attractiveness of his real ninja team. He is still considering it. End of chapter. Thank you for listening to this novel, and please subscribe so that we continue to grow on the channel.